Well, okay. What we're about to have here is me reading off and what I would think an accent would be. I don't know what he sounded like, Colonel Warren Rock, but reading off his um, the letter dropping the charges of Jeffrey R. MacDonald and a lot of the stuff in it. I mean, I felt was influenced. I mean, just my opinion. Maybe it was influenced by Captain Hammond Beale. And after the video, I will or after the the video, the reading of the letter by Colonel Rock where the charges were dropped, then I'll put my thoughts in. You know why there was no court martial at the after why there was no court martial. Why it didn't result in a court martial? The Article 32 hearing. Why it didn't result in a court martial? How come it didn't? Just me, a bit of a rant too. And then you'll hear from people such as Captain Hammond Beale, Mike Malley, who was on the Defense Counsel, and Captain James Douthat on the defense, who were all in the Defense Council. And then I'll add in an MP talking about what Colonel Rock not understanding his job. If you've not heard that, cool. If you haven't, well, you'll hear it again, and then you'll hear a interview with William Ivory in the 2010s talking about him being on scene of the MacDonald murders that morning. So here you go. Here's the basically this letter is the Colonel Rock letter, basically dropping the charges and saying civilian authorities should go after Helena Stokely, investigate her. Long story short, if you don't want to hear all this bull crap, that's basically what the letter is. That all charges should be dropped and they're not true, and that we should go. That the civilian authorities should go after Helena Stokely, investigate her. That's pretty much what this letter is. Okay. And I wanted to be also, there is going to be time period slang and sayings. So for any of you getting upset, these are their words and not mine. So if you're some little SJW woke moron, don't get upset about it. I do not talk like this. This is time period, accurate time period. This is how they talked. I can't help that. It is necessary to explain the rationale of the system adopted to report the same. A verbatim transcript of the proceeding is taken and is included in this report in order which the witnesses have testified. However, because of the obvious link and because much of the transcript does not concern itself with the relevant questions of the truth, um, a summarized version of the pertinent testimony was made. Tab V or Tab 5. All references and numbers refer to the verbatim transcript in the general view of the fact that the government and the defense was represented by counsel. The hearing was conducted in generally the same format as a trial. The government represented its evidence and rested. The defense did likewise. And finally, the Article 32 officer called for witnesses and evidence in all instances. Opposing counsel was given to the full right of the cross-examination. It is necessary to give considerable latitude to counsel and permit the introduction of some hearsay style evidence for both sides. The legal advisor sat next to the investigating officer throughout the hearing, and his sole function was to assist him in making proper legal rulings on all questions that arose. When it came apparent that there would be a large number of exhibits by both sides, a system of numbering exhibits was established and as follows: as government exhibits G for in the defense A, and my exhibits are R. All other exhibits are numbered E. The sworn testimony of the witnesses. It was then necessary to devise a coding system to assist in understanding the results of the CID laboratory reports from Fort Gordon, Georgia. See Exhibit E59. Thereafter, the same symbols were transferred to the lab reports and placed to the left of the particular exhibit. It is important not to confuse IOL's exhibit with numbers G, A, R, and E with the exhibit number used by the lab. The meaning of the particular numbering and lettering system is explained in the prefix key Exhibit G27. Diagrams are provided of each room in the house G through G25, showing the approximate location of certain blood samples and the types of blood, which were, when identified. Expanded diagrams of the floors, walls, and ceiling are G37 through G96, show additional blood locations and in red ink. The location of identified and unidentified latent fingerprints and palm prints. For the purposes of this report, bedrooms are referred to by compass direction. East bedroom is the master bedroom, where Colette and the Coos were found. The south bedroom is Kimberly's bedroom, where Kimberly MacDonald was found. And the north bedroom is the rear bedroom is Kristen's bedroom, where Kristen was found. Now, throughout the transcript, there have been references to blood types. It is important to remember that for all the types of blood family members, they had different blood types. As follows: is Colette A, the accused, type B; Kristen, the youngest daughter, type O; and Kimberly, the oldest daughter, is AB. When one reads the verbatim transcript, there are in many instances many pages devoted to seemingly important issue. Thereafter, the summarized testimony, there is no mention made. It is essential to understand that because of a bizarre nature of the case, the Article 32 investigators sometimes proceeded down blind alleys, resulting in answers which in the final analysis were neither relevant or necessary for his recommendation. Therefore, such areas of the inquiry are excluded from specialized treatment and in the end product. It is suggested that the reviewer read the verbatim transcripts of the testimony of the accused, pages M1 through M160, volume 13. The two psychiatrists, Dr. Sadoff, pages 1234 through 1269, volume 11. The LTC Bailey, pages 1557 through 1599, volume 15. Mr. Posey, pages 1297 through 1347, volume 12. And Mr. Ivory's statements, pages in reference to Helena Stokely, which are pages 1508 and 1556, volume 14. Chronologically, the hearing follows: May 15th, 1970, hearing held, delay granted until June 1st, 1970. Further delay is granted until July 6, 1970. The 6th of July to 24th of July, the hearing held, government completed case. Defense granted delay until the 10th of August. The 10th of August to the 15th of August, the hearing was held. From 15th of August to September 8th, 1970, a delay for imaging evaluation of the accused at Walter Reed General Hospital in Washington, D.C. The 8th to the 11th of September, the hearing was held. 12th through the 12th of September through 13th of October 1970, a publication of the report of the Article 32 proceedings. In the interest of military justice and discipline, it is recommended that, number 1, all charges against Captain Jeffrey R. MacDonald may be dismissed because the matter set forth in all charges and specifications are not true. There are no lesser charges or specifications. The are appropriate. And number two, that appropriate civilian authorities be requested to investigate the alibi of Helena Stokely of Fayetteville, North Carolina, and her activities and whereabouts on the early morning hours of the 17th of February 1970, based on the evidence presented during the hearing. The rationale for this is the recommendation is on two major lines of the inquiry. First, the analysis of sworn testimony, the accused, the evidence to support his version of events on the night of 16th or 17th of February. Secondly, an analysis of the government's evidence to refute his statements and testimony. A careful examination was made of the government's charges, its theory of how the crimes are committed, and enunciated in the closing argument. In summary of the accused, states that 4 or possibly more unidentified assailants attacked him when he awoke on the couch in the living room, apparent to the sounds of the screaming of his wife, caused some help from both Colette and his daughter Kimberly. During a short-lived struggle with the assailants, he received a number of blows, the most significant being a hit to the head and a hard punch and a knife wound to the chest. He apparently fell into the hallway and apparently was unconscious for a long period of time. Upon regaining consciousness, he attempted on several occasions to resuscitate the family members and then telephone for assistance. The following are a list of evidentiary factors to support the accused. The subject was subjected to 2 separate psychiatric evaluations. The first sponsored by counsel for the accused, and the second at the request of the investigating officer by a team of three Army psychiatrists at Arthur Reed General Hospital. Although there is a 4-month time span between the two evaluations, there is striking similarity in the conclusions. Basically, they believe he is sane now, and he was sane on the 16th or 17th of February, and is experiencing a normal reactive depression following the event. Both feel that the accused was not trying to hide any facts from them, and had he been, they would have been able to detect it. They were favorably impressed that he could not remember all the details, and he freely admitted that fact. The psychiatrist also stated that it's unusual to be asked, as the investigating officer did, as if the accused was capable of committing a certain act. The only certain major area of disagreement arose in this questioning is that the accused psychiatrist, who specializes in forensic psychiatry, stated that the accused was not capable of committing the crimes and would have become psychotic if he had. The Army psychiatrist did not think this question could be answered by a psychiatrist. And number 2, significantly, of the character witnesses testified on behalf of the accused. The testimony covers a lifespan from the age of 12 through high school, to college, and then medical school, and internship and military service. They testify to his qualities in what can be described as the all-American boy. In those instances, it was appropriate to comment upon his marital and family relationships in terms of a loving father and husband. The accused, prior to the time was formally charged with the murders, was willing to answer questions freely. On the 17th, 18th, and 19th of February, he gave interviews to this FBI and CID agents, and on the 6th of April, he answered questions in 2 lengthy sessions with 3 CID agents. He provided sworn testimony at the hearing itself, which was subjected to extensive cross-examination by the government. 5 of these 6 doctors who testified stated that the accused could not predict the medical consequences of the stab wound in the chest if it was self-inflicted. The accused sustained 40% pneumothorax and partial lung collapse. All agreed that the location of the wound was such that other vital organs could have been damaged with greater life-threatening potential. The accused statements from the 17th to a sworn Article 32 testimony relative to the events of 16th through 17th February have all been substantially the same in all important aspects. Examination for any discrepancies are logic based on the testimony of the expert psychiatric experts, and the time factor is natural attempt to forget horrible sightings of the 17th, normal human failure and routine actions, and the confusion following the blow to the head. There is, generally speaking, a logical explanation for the location of the blood taps were found. After listening to the lengthy testimony of the accused in the hearing room and closely observing his actions and the manner of answering questions, it is the opinion of the investigating officer that he was telling the truth. Medical laboratory tests concluded that the specimens of Colette MacDonald and the accused revealed no use of narcotics or habit-forming drugs, nor was either individual intoxicated on the 16th or 17th of February, 1970. There is conflicting evidence as to the degree of the crime scene was preserved from time to time the first MP arrived on scene and until the photographs were taken. The controversy specifically relates to the fact of whether or not a white towel, a blue pajama top on Colette's body when first seen by MPs, the location of the handset of the telephone in the east bedroom, the relocation of the white flower pot holder in the living room by some unknown individual, and the number 12 through 14 of the military police, CID agents, and medical personnel initially in the apartment, and their movements through the rooms when the chance of inadvertently altering through the rooms initially in the apartment through the rooms and their movements with the chance of inadvertently altering the crime scene. A significant number of fingerprints taken from the apartment remain unidentified. One of the four weapons the alleged to have been used in the commission of the crime, a stick and club, can be identified as coming from the accused residence. During the course of the hearing, the CID agents Shaw and Ivory testified that they had kicked and pushed and knocked over that coffee table in the living room, and it did not come to rest on its edge. The investigating officer's second visit to the MacDonald apartment, he knocked over the coffee table in the living room. The table struck the adjacent chair and landed on its edge. Considering all known facts and about the life and the previous history of the accused, including the 17th of February, no logical motive was established for the accused to have committed such brutal murders, either singly or in any combination. Because of the manner in which the victims were murdered, it is reasonable to conclude that the crimes were committed by persons who were either insane or under the influence of narcotics. The accused testified treating the addicts in the nursing home, in the emergency room of Womack Army Hospital, and in two local civilian hospitals. Witnesses testified that the unit chaplain said at the drug lecture that the doctor-patient conversation is not privileged. Following this lecture, there was a noticeable drop in the number of soldiers seeking appointments with the accused in his capacity as a medical drug counselor, and he was reportedly considered a fink. A flower jewelry box located on Colette's dresser in the east bedroom had reddish-brown stains and one latent fingerprint and one latent palm print, both identified. Apparently, two of the several rings requested by the accused have not been located, and it is possible that the assailant searched this box for valuables. Wax from a multicolored candle not from the accused residence was found on the bedspread and in a chair in the south bedroom, and also at a coffee table in the living room. This wax could be from a candle not used by a female. This wax could be used from a candle used by the female assailant. The autopsy on the body of Colette MacDonald shows blonde hair was found in her right hand. Major Gamel, the pathologist who conducted the autopsy, testified that the hair was 4 to 5 inches in length. To date, this hair has not been identified. One witness, William Posey, observed a girl Stokely coming out of her home and a car with at least 2 males during the early morning hours of 345 hours to 430 hours on the 17th of February in the Hammond section of Fayetteville, North Carolina. He described her as a hippie type who frequently wore similar attire to that of the accused description of the female assailant. The girl told Posey she was stoned and had no alibi for her whereabouts that night. She was subsequently identified by CID Agent William Ivory, and he obtained the same information. Posey was a reluctant witness on August 13th, although he never previously provided this information to police authorities for fearing that his possible consequences from the members of the hippie community. The government's theory of evidence of the accused his wife had an argument in the East bedroom concerning the baby at Kristen's bed wetting the bed. The argument escalated into a fight. Colette had stabbed him. He obtained a club and beat her. With each stroke, became angry and lost control in a blind, fantastic, mindless rage. Kimberly came into her parents' room and he smashed her skull, then placed her in her own bed. The accused regained his senses when he realized the cover story was needed and decided to blame it on the murders on hippies, and he next went to Kristen's room and killed her. His wife, still alive, came into Kristen's room. He hit Colette again, dragged her back into the east bedroom and stabbed her. He returned to Kristen's room, turned her over and stabbed her some more, and finally accused hit and stabbed himself with it and then telephoned for assistance. The government's case of the accused is based principally upon the fact that there are certain questions raised for the accused does not seem to have pat answers for. The belief is that the scene in the living room was staged, that there is no real evidence of the presence of unidentified assailants, that 3 members of the family were murdered in a bizarre manner, yet the accused remains alive, and that the accused is lying. The following evidentiary factors by the government with my analysis in parentheses. CID Agent Ivory testified that Colette's body was removed. When her body was removed, he collected a blue thread on the rug where her head had rested, 20 to 25 blue fibers from the floor of the rug on the east bedroom, 3 from the south bedroom, 2 from the north bedroom, 1 was under Kristen's fingernail, 1 in the hallway, and none in the living room. Ivory stated a pajama pocket from the accused pajama top was found on Colette's feet. Captain Neal and the army doctor examined the deceased at the apartment stage. He turned her over Colette's body to examine her. CID agent Ivan Schultz stated he did not move the body. The government believes that the blue fibers came from the pajama top of the accused, and that the government contends also that the absence of fibers in the living room, where the accused states the short struggle occurred, and the profusion of fibers in the east bedroom, where the government thinks the husband-wife struggle occurred, indicates that no struggle occurred in the living room, and that the scene was staged by the accused. The accused stated that during the struggle with the assailants, his pajama top in some unknown manner got twisted around his wrists. When he regained consciousness in the hallway, his face was down, with his hands under his abdomen and was still entwined in the pajama top. He took off the pajama top and dropped it in the east bedroom. Colette's body was leaning against the green chair, and he laid her out on the floor. Later, after checking her, he picked up the pajama top and spread it out over her chest area. CID laboratory report concurred. In the sim testimony, textile expert qualifies the dissociation of the fibers and threads to this garment that could have came from the pajama top. Therefore, no proper identification could be made. It is unknown when the pajama top was torn or when the pocket was ripped off the garment. It seems that more logical for this action to have occurred in the couch area of the living room where the garment was wrapped around the accused's arms. The fibers may have been in some manner remained with the garment until it was dropped in the east bedroom, where, when it was opened up to be spread across the chest of Colette. The accused states he used telephones in the east bedroom and the kitchen, and also pulled a knife from Colette's chest, discarded it in the bedroom. Witnesses described how one MP picked up a telephone in the east bedroom and using 3 fingers. The CID fingerprint technician testified that when there were no fingerprints on these objects, but smudges on the knife and the telephone in the east bedroom. The government contends that it is strange that the kitchen telephone and the knife are devoid of fingerprints, and theorize that the accused may have been wearing gloves. It seems logical the fingerprints would be on one of these 3 items. However, since only smudginess appears on the telephone used by the MP indicates that the prints are not necessarily left on the object when used. In addition, the accused thinks he washed his hands in the kitchen, and this could have occurred prior to the use of the telephone in that room, thus further reducing the possibility of points on the instrument. 4 pieces of evidence suspected to be from a surgical surgeon's gloves and bearing blood were found on the east bedroom. One was a 3/4 of a finger. 3/4 of a finger was in the bedding on the floor of the foot of the bed. The accused states that one or more used surgical gloves. 4 pieces of evidence were suspected to be from surgical gloves, one and bearing blood, were found on the east bedroom. 3/4 of a finger was found in the bedding of the floor at the foot of the bed. The accused states that one or more used a pair of surgeon's gloves and were on the kitchen sink, not present when the CID arrived. Unusually, a pair was on top of the dryer in the utility room for the use of Colette were also not present. The government theory is that the latter stages of the crime, the accused donned surgical gloves from the kitchen. The evidence as presented during the hearing does not support this theory. The lab technician collected red-brown stains from the west end of the hall floor, which later identified as type B or type O blood. The accused one testified that he fell face down and was unconscious in this general location with his arms under him and the pajama top entwined in his arms. The government contends if the stains are type B blood and the accused testimony is true, there should be a pool of a dislocation. From the lab report testimony regarding several of the stains, it is not evident what quantity of blood was at this location. In addition, several witnesses testified that at least 12 military personnel were in the apartment and passed to and from the hallway, thus potentially disturbing evidence the blood present could have come from the chest wound with the pajama top absorbing blood from the abdominal wound. The CID reports indicate that type O blood described by the government as a speck on the lens was as the spectacles of the accused, which found on the floor of the living room. Also, type AB blood on the top edge of an ice coil magazine, which located under the edge of the turntable in the living room. The government contends that the accused wore spectacles while committing the crimes. Considering the amount of blood evidence in the killings of the two girls, it is quite plausible to consider that some of it contaminated the clothing of the assailants and the weapons and was subsequently transferred to the two above-mentioned objects. The family of the accused was brutally murdered, while the accused suffered what the government describes as superficial injuries. The government does not think that the unknown assailants committing such a crime would leave the accused alive. Although this evidence, in a true sense of the word, it is a factor to consider, however, it seems logical that the assailants would not be surprised to find the accused sleeping in the living room. The accused testified that they hit him with a club and repeatedly with a sharp instrument in the dark, and in the absence of an inspection of the accused's body, they could have assumed the assailant that the assault was effective on him as the other family members. When the accused fell in the hallway, the assailants by this time were probably anxious to leave the premises and departed in haste. Although not specifically stated by the government in the closing argument of the hearing, there is an implied lack of real evidence of the presence of the assailants from the outside of the MacDonald household. Evidence and or unanswered questions leading to a possible conclusion that the assailants were present as described by the accused follows. Numerous unidentified fingerprints on the premises, wax from an unknown candle, apparently not from the MacDonald household. An identified blonde hair in the right hand of Colette, red-brown stains on the interior of the jewelry box in the east bedroom, an identified finger and palm print, and no evidence other than the two knives and ice pick apparently used in the murders came from the apartment. Rationale for the recommendation number 2 is based on the testimony presented by the hearing by civilian witness Posey, which he never previously presented to a civilian police or military investigative authorities. There was a remarkable similarity of part of his testimony to the testimony by the accused and other evidence. As a result of this information, the investigating officer requested that the government attempt to get a civilian witness, female witness, Stokely, whom Posey had seen during the early morning hours of 17 February to appear as a witness at this hearing. CID Agent Ivory testified that he subsequently interviewed her twice, that she had no alibi for that morning because she had been on marijuana and she declined to testify. It seems appropriate to pursue this line of inquiry further and to provide to the testimony of Posey and Ivory to appropriate civilian authorities with this request that they determine that if Stokely and or her companions on that evening can be placed at the crime scene. Lieutenant Joseph Polk, First Lieutenant Joseph Polk, MP duty officer, on the 17th of February testified on that night at question. His desk sergeant received a telephone call. Polk was summoned by him, and in response to his statement that there was trouble at 544 Castle Drive, and he and his partner proceeded there. Upon checking the front door, he discovered that it was locked, so he sent the MPs around back, and as Polk started towards the vehicle, one of the MPs shouted, "They are around here." Polk entered the east bedroom and discovered, in addition to MPs Michael Trevere, Colette MacDonald lying on her back and apparently dead, the accused lying beside his wife, Micah assisting the accused. Polk observed that the accused had some symptoms of shock and his speech was rather incoherent. In Polk's opinion, the accused expressed more concern about the condition of his wife and children, and that he had than he did about his own condition. The accused asked about the condition of his children and once stated, "Oh, Jesus Christ, look at my wife." Polk took note of the word pig written in blood on the headboard of the bed. He also noted a wet spot at the center of the bed. Upon departing the east bedroom, He started down the hallway, and he looked into the doorways, north and south bedrooms. The children were dead, just like absolutely no movement whatsoever. Continuing down the hallway, Polk entered the living room, at which time he noted the dim lighting. After quick looking into the kitchen and dining room, he began to take notes. Therefore, it was reported to him that the accused described his assailants as 3 males and 1 Negro, and the other one a female. Polk caused this information to be put on the radio. At about this time, Polk also cautioned MPs in the house not to touch or move anything. An instruction by Polk subsequently repeated several times. He saw grass on the carpet after MPs entered the house, and he halfway remembers a medic not in uniform. Polk also used the telephone next door at the Kalen apartment to notify Colonel Karenik at the post marshal of the crime, and Polk also telephoned the MP's desk sergeant Boer to give him a description of the assailants and to request the desk to expedite the ambulances on CID. Polk was in the east bedroom more than 3 times. During one of these, he observed Sergeant Tavere attempting to use the telephone. Polk testified that Tavere picked up the receiver by using his index finger and thumb, therefore replacing the handset on the cradle and subsequently placing the handset in the dangle position. And in addition, Polk heard the accused say, "I'm going to kill those goddamn acid heads, and I'm not going to help them anymore." Specialist 4 Kenneth C. Micah, Company A, 503 Division Military Police Battalion at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, testified that in the early morning hours of 17 February 1970, he was routinely patrolling Quogor Heights and Encino Incas, the housing area. With Specialist 4 Morse, it was a cold, rainy night. During this period, he passed 544 Castle Drive in the area several times, and he did not notice anything unusual. Approximately at 03:45 hours, his patrol seemed to call to proceed to 544 Castle Drive. Upon arriving, he discovered that 3 MP vehicles were already there. After a futile attempt to gain entrance at the front door, Sergeant Javert came in from the rear of the quarters and yelled, "Tell them to get to Womack. Tell them to get them to Womack ASAP." When Tavere and Micah entered the east bedroom through the rear door, Micah stated he observed Colette lying on her back and the accused lying on his stomach on top of Colette's left shoulder. Micah testified he observed Colette's midriff and a portion of her left breast. She was not covered by the pajama top or white towel. Micah turned to the accused over and he said, "Check my kids, how are my kids?" Mike immediately ran down the hallway, glancing in at both children's rooms, and he observed the children with a flashlight. Both children appeared dead. At the end of the hallway, Micah briefly glanced in the living room and dining room area. Among things he noticed was the old-tongue coffee table resting on its edge. After returning to the accused's bedroom, Micah remained with him until the medics arrived. During this period, Micah administered mouth-to-mouth resuscitation at least 3 times because the accused was lose consciousness. At times, the accused's teeth were chattering. Among the statements Micah recalls, the accused saying, "I can't breathe, I need a chest tube, how are my kids, check my wife. I heard the kids crying, I need to feel my wife's pulse, I couldn't find it. They kept saying acid is groovy, kill the pigs, why did they do this to me?" Micah asked the accused what happened. The accused answered that 3 or 4 of them, one a blonde female with a floppy hat, she had a candle and kept saying acid is groovy, kill the pigs, hit them again. The accused said 3 men and 1 woman, 1 Negro. The accused said that there were 3 men and 1 woman, 1 Negro. I think I hit them. I think I scratched them. As Micah received the information, he repeated it and believed that Polk was copying it down. During the this time, Micah was attempting to minister first aid to the accused. The accused tried to struggle up from the floor to go check his children himself. Micah then forced him to restrain him. The accused repeatedly insisted that Micah leave him alone and to go attend to the children. Micah then testified when being taken from the house on the stretcher, struggled to get up and said, "God damn MPs, let me see my kids." While in the east bedroom, the accused recalls describing some details of the attack upon him, included with it therein, where statements that he, the accused, had been sleeping on the living room couch and was awakened by screams. That upon awakening, the accused saw the assailants standing at the edge of the couch. Before he could get up and they started hitting him, the woman was chanting. Michael then testified that at the time the accused was removed from the premises, there were approximately 12 to 13 people inside the apartment who were either MPs or medics. At the time, Michael observed that the flower pot in the living room, which had been apparently sitting on the coffee table and had been thrown to the floor, was lying at the side on the floor, its contents spit out. One of the persons in the living room, whom Michael believed was an ambulance driver, appeared to pick up the flower pot on its base following which he sat on the couch. He was ordered to move, and he did so properly. Micah testified that the MPs had been instructed by radio that as soon as someone got inside the house, they were to pick up the phone and let the MP desk know what the situation was. Mike observed Douthat pick up the phone on its receiver. He believes Douthat stated that the line was dead. Micah then stated that when he first observed the telephone, it was off its cradle. I believe it was lying on the dresser next to the phone. Sergeant Richard D. Douthat, Company A, 503D Military, 503rd Military Battalion, Fort Bragg, North Carolina, testified he was on patrol on the 17th of February, 1970 at approximately 0350 hours. He was dispatched by radio to 544 Castle Drive, where he was the first MP to enter the rear door. And he observed the dead victims in the east bedroom. After calling for assistance, he returned to the same bedroom, at which time he had the accused to go ask him to check his children and the pulse in his wife's leg. In response to this, Douthat went 2 steps inside the south bedroom, shining the flashlight, saw the child appeared to have been stabbed several times. Going from the doorway to the north bedroom, he repeated this procedure, observed the child to have been beaten and stabbed, and a big puddle of blood on the floor. Upon returning to the east bedroom, Polk, the improved duty officer, asked Douthat how bad the children were. Douthat responded, they appeared to be bad. Douthat responded, they appeared to be bad. Douthat assumed that they were dead. While he was in the east bedroom, on this occasion, Douthat picked up a telephone receiver which was off its hook with his thumb and 2 fingers in order to call the Provost Marshal's office. His attempt was futile. Douthat observed it was dead. There was no dial tone. Douthat then stated that he placed the phone receiver right back where I got it, alongside the telephone. Douthat testifies that the accused described his assailants as 2 Caucasians, 1 male Negro wearing a field jacket with sergeant stripes on it, 1 female with long blonde hair wearing muddy boots, a floppy hat, carrying a candle, saying acid is groovy, kill the pigs. When he first observed Colette, Douthat said that he noticed her left breast in midsection, does not recall seeing a blue pajama top, accused, or the white towel on her body. Subsequently, Douthat went into the living room where he did not observe any muddy or wet spots. Douthat stated he was looking for mud because the accused reported seeing a blonde woman with muddy boots in the living room. Douthat noticed a flower pot lying on its side on the floor. In the kitchen, which was lighted, he saw a telephone receiver dangling on the floor. Douthat agreed that there was a total about a dozen MPs, CID, or medics in the apartment during the 15-minute period where he was there. Sergeant Robert J. Duffy at Company A, 503rd Military Police Battalion, Fort Bragg, North Carolina, testified as a result of the radio call he proceeded to 544 Castle Drive where he noticed two vehicles had already arrived. Duffy entered through the utility room, pushed past Micah, who was standing in the doorway in the east bedroom. Duffy stated he observed Colette lying on her back, and the accused lying parallel to her side with his arms across her chest and his head on her shoulder. He observed a white towel over Colette's body, but does not remember seeing any mud, water, or debris in the east bedroom, despite the fact that it was brightly lighted. When Duffy heard the accused request that his children be checked, Duffy then proceeded to the north bedroom. After going in 12 for 3 feet, he saw Kirsten bleeding from the neck. Simultaneously, Duffy observed Dickerson going towards the south bedroom. As Duffy entered the north bedroom, Dickerson stated there was a baby at Kimberly that seemed to be dead in the south bedroom. Duffy ran out of that house through the utility room to call for medical assistance at 0430 hours. Duffy and MP Specialist Ford Jackson were given instructions to walk around the house to see if they could find any bits of evidence. Jackson discovered an ice pick under a bush near the northeast end of the house. Duffy observed it, and when Jackson had called it to his attention, Duffy stated neither he nor Jackson touched the item. Rather, Jackson left to inform the high authorities of its discovery. Jackson departed. Duffy continued the search and discovered the stick, the club, outside the rear step at the back entrance of the utility room. Among his observations, Duffy remembers seeing two people, an ambulance driver attendees from Mulback Army Hospital, and one was wearing a fatigue jacket, dungarees, and boots. In addition, Duffy is of the opinion that one or more of the bureau drawers of the bureau on the south wall of the east bedroom were open at the time he entered the room. Duffy said, I noticed like the drawers, like stuff hanging out from the drawers, and as if someone had looked through them. Duffy was shown Exhibit A10, which shows the drawers closed, and then Duffy stated that's not how he observed them upon his initial entry. Specialist 4, Dennis Morse, Company A, 503rd Military Battalion, Fort Bragg, North Carolina, testified that he was on MP patrol in the early morning hours of February 17, 1970, and that it was a cold rainy night. He was patrolling the Corgo Hort and Zeno Echoes area, housing areas, when he received radio communication to proceed to 544 Castle Drive. Upon going into the house through the back door, Morse saw two bodies on the floor of the east bedroom. Douthat immediately summoned assistance and returned with Specialist 4 Micah, First Lieutenant Polk, and possibly the duty officer driver Dickerson. Morse then followed the other into the house. Upon entering Morse and saw Micah assisting the accused, Morse testified that the blue pajama top was on top of Colette's body at this time, but Morse does not remember seeing the white towel. He then proceeded down the hallway, but remembered at the top of the steps, he testified that Exhibit A9 represented what he saw in this particular photo. He remembers that the white power pot standing up at this time. There were four or five other PEPs in the living room. Next, he returned to the east bedroom and was instructed to guard the rear entrance. Initially, he did so from the utility room for approximately 15 minutes. Therefore, he moved to the outside rear porch. After 20 minutes, he noticed a stick lying on the ground, which he thought might have had some relevance. After about an hour, he had passed. After an hour passed, and it was becoming more light, Morstead saw an ice pick and knife under the bush, where when he pointed out to a CID agent, he was told not to let anyone disturb the objects. Later, Morris observed the knife and ice pick being photographed and some boxes placed over them for protection from the rain. A half hour later, the items were placed in plastic bags and removed. Small marking sticks were also placed at the side of the club before it was removed. Chief Warrant Officer Donald L. Kalin, 573rd Personal Service Company at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, testified that on the 17th of February 1970, he and his family resided at 542 Castle Drive, in which the adjoining apartment to the accused, after the accused and his family moved into the apartment in August or September 1969. Kalin had the occasion to visit the accused home about 4 times socially, and the accused visited their home on 1 time. From August or September 1969, when the MacDonald moved into 544 Castle Drive, until February 1970. Kalin never saw the parents argue. In fact, they apparently had a good relationship. Kalin never observed the accused attempt to harm his children. The accused told Kalin he was purchasing a pony for his children to surprise him at Christmas. On February 7, 1970, Kalin went to bed at 2200 or 2230 hours. Kalin's bedroom is over the living room of the MacDonald's. However, he also heard upstairs. However, he also has 2 bedrooms upstairs, which are directly over the accused's living room, dining room, and kitchen area. Kalin also heard no unusual noises when he was awakened on the 17th of February by MPs banging on the accused's front door. Apparently, 45 minutes later, the CID agents requested him to identify the 3 victims, which he did. Captain William P. Neal of Womack Army Hospital, Fort Bragg, North Carolina, testified that he is the physician and was the personal officer of the day at Womack Army Hospital, and on the night of 16 through 17, 1970. He received a call to go to 544 Castle Drive to pronounce the bodies dead. Neal was at home from approximately 0445 hours to 0520 hours on the 17th of February. When he arrived, he was met by the front door and requested not to disturb any evidence. Therefore, he was escorted through the house by a CID agent. Before entering each bedroom, Neal requested to wait before checking vital signs until a photographer finished taking photos. Neal visited the north bedroom, Kirsten's bedroom. Instead, in Exhibit A11 represents the scene as he saw it, and he pronounced her dead from stab wounds. Next, Neal went to the east bedroom, Colette, the master bedroom, and he stated A1 represents someone he saw at the scene as he saw it. She was pronounced dead, and apparently from multiple stab wounds. During the examination, Neal removed the blue pajama top from Colette's chest. Neal also had to roll over Colette on her side to check for backwards. Lastly, Neal went into the south bedroom, Kimberly's bedroom, and he stated A23 represents the scene as he saw it. Examining her, Neal pronounced her dead from a heavy blow to the head, although there were stab wounds. Major William H. Straub, Womack Army Hospital, Fort Bragg, North Carolina, testified he was one of the physicians on duty that morning on the 17th of February, 1970. At the emergency room, when the accused was whipped into the emergency room, Straub quickly, 2 to 3 minutes, examined him, noting that the accused's blood pressure had already been taken and that a Vaseline gauze bandage had been given to the applied to his chest wound. Thinking that the accused might have had a collapsed lung because of the decreased breath sounds, Straub sent the accused to an X-ray. After seeing the initial X-ray film, Straub concluded the accused had a 20% pneumothorax collapse of his right lung, subsequently 40%. Straub noticed a laceration of the accused abdomen, but considered it not too serious since it had entered the peritoneal cavity. Therefore, Straub gave primary emphasis to the chest when Straub stated, if you puncture a lung, you don't know either you are going to get a 10% or 100% collapse, and that he considered the accused partly collapsed lung to be a serious injury. Specialist 6 Michael D. Newman from the medical company at Womack Army Hospital, Fort Bragg, North Carolina, testified. He was a non-commissioned officer in charge of the company, the emergency room, on the night of the 16th and 17th February 1970, when the accused was brought in by ambulance at 0415 hours and 0430 hours. Newman examined the accused wounds and cleaned up the blood on his body. In addition, Newman, in a sworn statement given on 25 February 1970, stated he placed a vising gauze patch over the chest of the wound. He placed a vising gauze pad on the chest wound. Although the accused was excited and talking when he came into the emergency room, Newman thought his general condition was very good. Furthermore, Newman did not believe the accused was in shock. During this initial period, the accused was being questioned by a nurse who was seeking administrative information by a CID agent part of the time. The accused was being questioned by a nurse seeking administrative information and by a CID agent part of the time. The accused asked about his wife and children and described to Newman what he remembered of the attack on him. The accused gave him a description of the assailants, in which he said they were 4 persons, 2 of whom were men Negroes. According to Newman, the accused was taken into the emergency room between 20 to 30 minutes, was taken to an X-ray, returned to the emergency room, and taken by Dr. Newman to Ward B2. Newman observed that the accused's blue pajama tops were torn in the crotch area and had some blood on them. Ultimately, the bottoms were discarded by an unknown person within the emergency room. Mr. Dillalo Browning, the forensic chemist, U.S. Criminal Investigation Laboratory, Fort Gordon, Georgia, testified he performed in a lab report. In Exhibit G7 are several test results. This is on page 14. Fibers, hair, wood, splinters, and paint, and wax, which are elaborated upon Browning as follows. References: fibers, paragraph fibers. Reference: fibers indicates fibers could have originated from blue pajama top of the accused. Reference to hair indicate hair could have originated from the head of prospective victims. In the testimony, Browning noted that the known hair sample of question came from her head at the time of the autopsy, but the known hair samples used for comparison purposes of collectively came from outerwear garments in the house. Browning stated that this latter technique is used in cases of missing persons. In reference to wood splinters, paragraph 35 indicates that wood splinters could have come from Lab Exhibit A, wooden stick 31 inches in length, sometimes described by the witness as a club. Sometimes described by witnesses as a club. Reference point paragraph 37 indicates the paint from Lab Exhibit A, a wooden stick, could have come from a common source of origin, such as paint found in the lab on Exhibit E203. Paint from the sidewalk behind the accused house. Reference wax. That paragraph 38 indicates that wax is found on the bedspread and chair in the south bedroom, on the coffee table in the living room, were different in chemical composition to the from candles found in the MacDonald home. Browning testified that he had received 6 additional candles from the MacDonald house. One multicolored as of yet had none of the chemical analysis. No lab report had been received of these samples at the time of the hearing closed. Kaylin, 544 Castle Drive, Fort Bragg, North Carolina, testified that she is a student and daughter of Chief Warrant Officer Donald Kaylin, who testified earlier. Her bedroom is located directly over the bedroom of the MacDonald living room. She was asleep at the time of the 16th or 17th of 1970. Prior to the 17th of February, she often babysitted for the MacDonalds. She considered the MacDonald children to be normal and were not abused by the parents, whom she believed were a normal, happily married couple. When in the bedroom, she could hear conversations being carried out in a normal tone in the living room below. She had been awakened on other occasions when the MacDonalds had company. On the night of the 16th of February, she went to bed around 22:30 hours, and she was later awakened by what she believes was Captain MacDonald, and it was either he was laughing, sobbing, or crying. She agreed that with the defense description of the intensity or sound level had to be somewhere between a scream and a normal conversation. She stated that no evidence of a scuffle of furniture being moved. She stated she had no evidence of a scuffle, furniture being moved, or screaming. She was dropped back. She went back to sleep, and she was awakened by MPs banging on the door of the MacDonald residence. Specialist Ford Craig S. Chamberlain, the U.S. Criminal Investigation Laboratory at Fort Worth, Georgia, testified he had worked at the lab as a chemist, and specifically was one of the chemists who worked on the bloodstains of the MacDonald case. In addition, he was a member of the lab team sent to Fort Gordon to Fort Bragg to assist in the collection of evidence. That this lasted approximately 5 days, beginning at noon on the 17th of February, 1970. Chamberlain described the methods that were employed in obtaining evidence and the specific techniques used in the typing of blood. He stated that the blood tests were conducted to determine if the sampler would, if the blood was human blood. He typed the human blood. 2 different experiments, cross absorption and elation, were used in determining the blood types. Chamberlain explained the lab report states that red-brown stains revealed presence of all type blood. This means all tests conducted and the results were 100% accurate. On the other hand, indicating type AB, which means either correct or absorption elution tests, were used. Therefore, the typing is in excess of 90% accurate from dry blood. Chemists can only determine the basic international blood group, types AB, B, or O. They cannot determine such factors as RH positive or negative. In addition, to make his testimony more meaningful, Chamberlain provided copies of his working diagrams showing the blood, the floor plans, and various rooms of 544 Castle Drive. On the diagrams, he indicates where the blood was found and the blood types when identified. See exhibits G20 through G25. His explanation of the top sheet from the north bedroom reveals that most of the blood was type A. When shown a photo of the white talon collet, Chamberlain circled the photo of 2 locations of AB blood. Master Sergeant Hilliard Old Medlin, U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Laboratory, Fort Gordon, Georgia, testified he is one of the fingerprint experts who visited 544 Castle Drive to assist in collecting evidence. He worked on the fingerprint exhibits listed in G7, G8, as well as exhibit G28. A supplemental lab report. Mellon noted the East bedroom phone contained no readable fingerprints, just smudges and smears. The telephone in the kitchen also contained no legible fingerprints. Mellon thought that it was odd that it was completely stark, i.e. devoid of any discoloration. There were on the premises a total of 44 latent fingerprints, 29 latent palm prints, and 1 latent footprint. On these fingerprints, 21 fingerprints, 6 palm prints, and a footprint were all identified belonging to either Captain or Mrs. MacDonald. In addition, the 44 fingerprints and 4 palm prints Mellon thought should be capable of being photographed after viewed them through a magnifying glass, however. Apparently because of difficulties in the photography process, they were not useful, and some of these prints were again photographed and readable for comparison with purposes with record prints. Dr. Major E. Gamble, Womack Army Hospital, testified that he's the physician who performed the autopsy on Colette MacDonald on 17 February. Supervised the autopsies performed by Dr. Hancock on Kristen and Kimberly. During the autopsy on Colette, Gamble supervised taking of a number of photographs. Gamble identified the final autopsy report on Colette, and it was marked as Exhibit A25. Gamble observed 7 incised knife wounds, 21 puncture-type stab ice pricks, and stab wounds on Colette's chest. Some of these penetrated vital organs. There were 9 knife wounds in her neck, with some penetrating the trachea thyroid without much internal bleeding. Her chest and heart cavities, as well as the pericardium, were full of enough blood to have caused her to bleed to death. On Colette's head there were 6 blunt trauma blows with an instrument. The most significant was the one over her head. The most significant one was the one over her nose, which caused a small skull fracture. Her arms are bruised, lacerated, both were broken, probably by a blunt instrument. Gamble believes they were broken as she was holding up her arms in a protective position. Gamble feels that the stab wounds on her chest were fairly perpendicular to the body. He also testified that as a result of the toxicology workup on Colette, no drugs, no narcotics, any type of drugs were found in the body. Some hairs per the autopsy report were 4 to 5 in length and were entwined in the right hand. Colette was 4 to 5 months pregnant at the time of her death. Captain William F. Hancock at Womack Army Hospital, Fort Bragg, North Carolina, testified he performed the autopsies on the bodies of Kimberly Kristen MacDonald on the 17th of February under the supervision of Gamble. Hancock identified exhibits G33 through G35 as being an autopsy photographs of Kimberly. Exhibit G33 shows the right side of her face with multiple abrasions to the right ear and cheek and 8 to 10 stab wounds on her neck, which transected the windpipe. Exhibit G34 shows a severe skull fracture to her head. The left side of her face, where multiple fractures inside the skull around and under the eye area can be observed. Hancock just considered the major wound to be the one on the right side of the head, caused by the blunt instrument. It was in such severity as to cause coma, possible death shortly thereafter. And she was stunned, and that was sustained first. No puncture, ice pick type wounds were noted on Kimberly's body. Hancock described the wounds sustained to Kristen with 4 incisional stab wounds. Wounds were observed at the left chest area. 2 of these penetrated deeply into the right side of the heart. At a total of 15 circular puncture ice type wounds were noted in the chest area, all superficial in nature. Exhibit G38, which is a photograph of a back, shows 12 incisional wounds. These penetrated the left lung cavity, lacerating the lung, penetrating the heart in 2 instances. G36 shows several incisional wounds to her right hand. However, Hancock testified there were also incisional wounds on the left hand. The wounds sustained to Kristin's heart from the rear were sufficient enough to cause bleeding to death. The knife wounds at the right or left angles of her body, Hancock noted no broken bones or blood trauma on Kristin. Major Severed Ed Jacobson, Womack Army Hospital, North Carolina, testified he was duty on Womack on that night, 16-17 February. He was attending surgeon. Jacobson and Straub both saw the accused lying in the emergency room. Jacobson described all the accused wounds superficial except the chest wound, which upon the x-ray showed a 20% pneumothorax. The accused was not suffering from shock and did not recall the events that occurred at his home. Jacobson related and stated, among other things, the following: that he was awakened by someone beating on him. He heard his wife screaming. There was a blonde-haired female holding a candle, saying something like "Acid is groovy, kill the pigs." 3 white males and 1 Negro. Somebody had a sharp instrument, and somebody worked at a club. And he heard his wife saying to the effect, "Why are they doing this to me?" That he exclaimed that his children and his wife looked bad. He said, "Be sure to tell the MPs and CID I pulled the knife out of her chest." He mentioned something about an individual named Badger. He had seen a physician pertinent to the drug abuse multiple times, and he asked why his wife and children are not there and have not been brought to the hospital. When asked if he had been unconscious, the accused could not remember. Jacobson saw no evidence of neurological abnormalities. Said the accused's medical condition was excited, coherent, and alert. His vital signs were stable, and in Jacobson's opinion, the accused's medical condition was good to fair. After the conclusion with Dr. Jimmer later in the morning, on February 17th, it was decided to insert a chest tube into the accused's chest, and he had a 40% pneumothorax. Jacobson indicated, Jacobson is the opinion that a doctor who inflicted normal pneumothorax in this nature would not know how the final medical consequences would be. Jacobson indicated the accused wounds was in the general area of the liver and diaphragm. He agreed with the Defense Counsel's statements that other puncture wounds in the left pectoral region of the accused chest injuries could have touched the lung, and that the lung looks like it could have healed itself, and that references to head injuries, there is no medical relation to what an injury looks like on the surface as to what the damage causes to the brain. Specialist 4 William Ivory, 503rd Military Battalion, Fort Bragg, North Carolina, testified that he was the investigator on duty at the night of 16th-17th of February. At approximately 0350 hours, he was awakened by his radio monitoring the set. At the time he learned of the incident at 544 Castle Drive, Ivory telephoned the duty officer, gathered his investigative tools, and went to his address with the Provost Marshal Investigator Duty of Investigator Hagen Rossi. There was light rain. It was quite cool, and the ground was wet. Upon arriving at 0400 hours, Ivory observed 4 MP vehicles and an ambulance, and about 5 MPs outside providing security. Ivory passed through the 2 MPs through the door in the living room. He observed Lieutenant Polk and 4 military MPs standing by the desk. After Ivory was briefed, Ivory was briefed by Polk. After Ivory was briefed by Polk, Ivory requested Polk to reduce the number of unnecessary personnel inside the house. While they talked, Ivory observed the accused being wheeled through the living room and out of the house. Ivory was then escorted through the apartment, at which time he made mental notes and by visualization inspection determined that the victims were dead. During the tour, Ivory asked Polk whether anything had been moved. Polk said no, except for the telephone in the east bedroom. Therefore, this initial inspection, Ivory went next door to the Canaan residence and called for investigative assistance. While there, Ivory requested Kalin to identify the deceased, which he, Kalin, did. Thereafter, Ivory continued to make additional observations until the photographer arrived. Under Ivory's supervision, the entire house was photographed. Upon his arrival at 544 Castle Drive, Exhibit A24 is a photo body outline of Colette MacDonald. After her body was removed, at Exhibit A12 depicts the general position of Kristen's body following the examination by Dr. Neal. Ivory then identified 32 additional photographs as Exhibit G41 through G72. The following photos show the scene in the various rooms as Ivory observed them. At 0458 hours, Ivory began escorting Captain Neal as Neal inspected the victims and pronounced them dead. Neal then went to Kristen, then Colette, and finally Kimberly. Neal was requested not to move the position of the bodies any more than necessary. That was absolutely necessary. Ivory stated Neal did not have to remove Kristen's body. After Neal pronounced each victim dead, he immediately departed the premises. Ivory returned to the east bedroom and a careful removal of the white towel and the blue pajama top from the body of Colette. These items were placed in plastic evidence bags. Also collected was the pocket to the blue pajama top, which was lying at Colette's foot. After these items of evidence were collected, he supervised the ambulance attendants as they removed all the bodies from the premises. When Colette's body was removed, Ivory looked at the portion of the rug where her head had rested and saw a thread, which he collected as evidence. In addition, Ivory collected 20 to 25 other threads of fibers from the floor and the mat of the carpet in the east bedroom. During the periods 17 through 21 of February 1970, the Fort Gordon lab technicians were collecting evidence. Ivory testified he was present. Ivory took note of the blood stain found on top of the edge of the Esquire magazine, which was resting underneath the overturned coffee table. Ivory stated there were no blue fibers found in the living room. However, one thread was found in the hallway. 3 blue fibers in the south bedroom and 2 fibers in the north bedroom, one found under Kristen's fingernail. Ivory described how over a period of time with varying degrees of force he caused the coffee table in the living room to be overturned, and each kiss it landed on its top, not its edge. Ivory noted 8 packages of rubber surgical gloves under the kitchen sink in the east bedroom. Near Colette's head, he found a rubber-like substance that came from a clear rubber glove. In the sheet, which was lying on the floor at the foot of the bed in the east bedroom, Ivory found an entire bloody finger of a rubber glove, or such as a surgeon's rubber glove. The glove was located. Ivory stated that Dr. Neal did not move Colette's body to examine her back. He did not remove the blue pajama top to examine her chest, nor did he use a stethoscope during this examination, all of which Neal testified to have done. Ivory testified that the 6-door chest in the east bedroom had no doors open when he observed it. But the kitchen door was closed and locked, and that there were some wet pieces of grass in the living room, on the rug in the east bedroom, and there was a doll's head on the clothing of the east hallway. Ivory circled in red where he believed the grades of grass were, where he observed them. Polk told Ivory that the wet grass had been tracked in by the MPs. Mr. Robert H. Cavalry, Special Agent for the Federal Bureau of Investigation in Fayetteville, North Carolina, testified that he interviewed the accused at Womack Army Hospital on the 16th, 17th, and 18th of February. With him on all three occasions was CID Agent Hodges. Cavalry took handwritten notes and asked most of the questions. Later were transcribed, and Cavalry identified exhibits G76, G77, and G78 as being product of the three interviews. The first interview lasted 1,424 hours to 1,610 hours on February 17th. The accused stated he was under sedation. However, he agreed to the interview and appeared to Cavalry to be alert and responsive. Although the accused did appear to be emotionally upset and unable to give a coherent narrative at 1 hour interviewed on the 18th, the accused was coherent and stated that he was not under sedation. On the 19th, the interview lasted 45 minutes. At the time, the accused was very alert and coherent. Warrant Officer Robert B. Shaw of the Criminal Investigation Division testified upon his responded to Ivory's request to investigate the Warrant Officer Robert B. Shaw, criminal investigator of Fort Bragg, North Carolina, testified he responded to Ivory's request for investigative assistance and arrived at 544 Castle Drive at 04:50 hours. He then entered the premises. Shaw spoke to Major Parson, Pope's Deputy Provost Marshal. Shaw briefly noted the appearance of the living room, the dining room, and the kitchen, and down the hallway. He observed the children's body in the north and south bedrooms, noted three stripes of blood on the edge of the doorway and the hall of the linen closet. After glancing into the hall, he contacted Ivory in the east bedroom. Once Shaw had observed the east bedroom, Ivory requested him to process the south bedroom for evidence. Shortly afterwards, Dr. Neal arrived, and Shaw watched him as he checked for the victim. Shaw stated Neal used no medical instruments during his examinations, and nothing was disturbed during the time Neal was present, alluding to the fact that Colette's body was not moved as Neal remembered doing. Upon Neal's departure, Shaw returned to the south bedroom. There he looked at the fragile evidence, took notes, and made sketches and drew the body outline of Kimberly as shown in exhibit G67. At approximately 06:30 hours, Shaw participated in a search outside of the apartment for looking for footprints. He found none, and other evidence. As he approached the utility room entrance, the MP pointed out the club lying on the ground, which he had said he had just found and he had not touched. Shaw saw reddish-brown stains on it, and what believed to be hairs or fibers. Later, Shaw noted the fibers on the club were from a throw rug of the east bedroom. Because the photographer lacked the flash bulbs, Shaw placed the sticks on the ground to mark its location. He then collected the club as evidence and marked it to see exhibit A20 and G280. Investigators note the actual club, G79, was examined in the hearing room and was quite heavy for its size. Upon continuing the search, Shaw's flashlight beam and the MP's statement caused Shaw to spot an ice pick and paring knife, both bearing red-brown stains, under a bush in the northeast corner of the house. Since photos could not be taken immediately, Shaw covered the two items with boxes. Shaw instructed the MP to guard them and not let anybody touch them other than myself, meaning Shaw. Later photos were taken of the two exhibits and marked as evidence. Shaw identified exhibits G81 and G22 as photos of the scene and identified exhibit G82 as the knife and exhibit G83 as the ice pick. At approximately 0800 hours, Shaw assisted Ivory in collecting a white towel and blue pajama top from Colette's body as evidence. Shaw held in the plastic bag saw a small penknife knife with a bent blade was found in the east bedroom and was introduced into evidence. Shaw saw reddish-brown stains on it the morning of 17 February. During the considerable discussion between the opposing counsel, it was agreed that the front cover of the March 1970 issue of the Esquire magazine found in the living room underneath the coffee table, which can be seen in Exhibit GA65. Shaw testified that had noted 10 streaks of reddish-brown liquid scattered about the ceiling and the light in the east bedroom. These spots appeared to run north in a southern line, and he also stated that Exhibit G14 as a portion of rug he cut from the hallway entrance to the east bedroom, containing reddish-brown stains introduced by Shaw were Exhibits G87, G through G96, which were expanded diagrams in a chart form of each room in the MacDonald apartment, showing the floors, walls, and ceiling, the location and positions which red-brown stains were removed, and indicated further that as well as the blood type in the stain, if later identified by the CID lab. Not shown are the stains removed from furnishings within the residence. Shaw identified a piece of wood, Exhibit G86, he found outside the storage shed was used by the MacDonalds. He stated that these paints on Exhibit G86 were in the club. Exhibit G79 appeared to be visually similar, of the same color. In addition, the paint is such a configuration of design that they appear to have similarities. Following the visual comparison of the two, the lab report indicates that the paint could have the same origin. Shaw circled in dark blue in two areas where he recalled the wet spots were. Where the wet spots were, and were reddish brown in color. He also remembered seeing a Valentine's Day greeting cards in the dining room, some from the accused to his children. These can be seen in Exhibit A30, which Shaw recognized. Shaw described how the premises had been secure. Subsequent to the initial arrival of the CID, he also stated that the light outside the kitchen door was on when he first went into the rear of the house. He also noted that the lock on the outside utility door functioned properly. One officer, Franz Joseph Grobner, commanding officer of Detachment B, 3rd Military Police Group, CI, Fort Bragg, North Carolina, testified as head of the CID element at Fort Bragg. He was overall in charge of the military portion of the MacDonald investigation. Furthermore, he coordinated with his efforts of the non-military investigative agencies. He stated in excess of 3,500 people were interviewed by investigative agencies, to include 20 FBI agents, in the first week following the murders. The initial stages of the majority of people were questioned about the 4 alleged assailants. When Grabner first arrived at the MacDonald apartment on the morning of 17 February, he noticed 2 ambulance drivers inside the apartment was wearing a white jacket and blue jeans and standing outside the front door. Later, they were instructed to go and sit in the ambulance. Grabner stated that Major Paulson said that the roadblocks were in effect. Grabner does not know where they were, where or when. That day, on the day-to-day basis, Grabner received all the reports from the investigations on the MacDonald case. He recalled no statements to the effect that the MacDonalds were in a habit of domestic violence or arguments, that the accused didn't beat his children. The accused showed no signs of mental illness, and that he had not taken any drugs or was addicted to them. Grabner also testified that all voluntary phone calls received by his office about the alleged assailants were checked by investigators. These investigators were able to determine whether the individuals fit the description of the assailants and to establish their whereabouts and activities of the period in question. Of the 150 to 200 people checked, we were able to establish these individuals not on Fort Bragg the morning in question. Each alibi of the individual is checked. However, the accused never shown any photographs of the suspects. Chief Warrant Officer Benny Hawkins of the Military Police Battalion, Fort Bragg, North Carolina, testified he is a CID agent who traveled to Suffolk County, New York in May 1970 to interview a colored male, Joseph Lee, approximately 5'9" in height, 170 pounds in weight, black hair, brown eyes. He associated with a group of 3 others from the photos. The police records. Hawkins described the other 2 Caucasian males as 5'10", 180, dark hair with brown eyes, and the other one, 5'6", 50 pounds, with blonde hair and blue eyes. The other one was a female, about 5'5" to 5'6" inches, 110 pounds, blonde hair, blue eyes. The 4 were friends, ran together in a group, and they were also friends of the accused brother from the summer of '69 to May 1960 to May 1970, and lived with him and others in a house on Fair Island, New York. Hawkins stated the girl, according to the police information, to have known to dress in knee boots and a floppy hat and had a different shade wigs. To this full Ken Micah, Company A, 503rd Military Battalion, Police Battalion, Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Police testified that he was en route to 544 Castle Drive in 345 hours on 17 February. Where he stopped for about 45 seconds on the corner of Honeycutt Road and North Lucas Street. Micah was in the passenger seat and looking through the plastic side window of the Jeep. Saw a female standing in the corner. He estimated her to be between 20 and 30 years old. She was wearing a wide-brimmed hat, a raincoat above the knees, and she had pretty nice legs, he said. Was assisting the accused in his bedroom. The latter described his assailants. Micah then told Polk he had seen a female at the corner of Honeycutt and North Lucas. Micah on occasion seen the female at the corner at the time of the night. Micah on the occasion seen the female on the corner at the time of night. It was not very common, he said. When showing a composite drawing of the face, Micah stated it could possibly be the person he saw. However, he admitted that he could not identify any specific features of the girl. Micah drew a diagram of Exhibit A32 approximating the location of his vehicle and with relationship to the female he observed. He denies telling Mr. Weiss, the PMI investigator, about this incident, but he states he did tell to Colonel Crank and to the FBI, both on 17 February. Both, and he told both of them on 17 February 1970. This is when he Cosper testified that on a conference telephone call on the 16th and 17th of February that she and her husband testified by a younger daughter at 345 hours to take her to the bathroom at some time between 2345 hours and 345 hours. She was not quite awake. She heard laughing and scuffling outside her bedroom. She said she heard 2 male voices, 1 female voice, and she thought it was teenagers. She had a giggle, and she believes the voices were going in the direction of Castle Drive. When her husband came home for supper on the 17th of February, he asked if something woke him up last night. He said, yes, it did. And he said, it was laughing, it sounds like the kids next door. And I said, yes. Mrs. Cosby thinks upon questioning by the government counsel that she remembers her husband telling 2 CID agents approximately 1800 hours on February 17th that he had heard running footsteps between 1900 and 2130 hours on the 16th of February. Captain James Williams, the Special Forces Group on Fort Bragg, North Carolina testified that he is the officer who is of Operations Training Center with the Surgeon's Office. Williams worked with the accused from December 69 to February 1970 as a medical drug counselor. A medical drug abuse counselor, the accused would walk to the soldiers who requested counseling in mid-January, a lecture conducted for all the group personnel on the subject of drug abuse. During the chaplain's part of the lecture, he said he was the only person who had privileged conversation, and at a court martial, if a doctor is called to testify, that he, the doctor, would not be able to shelter an individual. Following the lecture, Williams testified that many young soldiers said, "Assume that's true," and Williams said yes. Williams stated that following week there was a noticeable drop in the number of soldiers requesting medical drug counseling. Later, Williams was told by some of these enlisted medics that they believed their men were being turned into the CID for being on drugs, and that the accused had a reputation of being a fink. When Williams related this information to the accused, he laughed. Professor William G. Wolfgang of Philadelphia College of Textiles in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, testified by a conference telephone call that he is a member of the faculty, with previous duty being a director of textile apparel research, and he had the opportunity to examine the testimony of the witness Browning and the forensic chemist from the CID lab, as well as the CID lab reports, as relative to the thread and yarns and fibers. Wolfgang stated that in order to properly compare fibers of a mixed variety, cotton, polyester, for example, the chemist needs at least a gram of the material for yarns. He needs a piece of at least a yard long in textile identification. We can actually say a lot more about where these things didn't come from than what they did. Also identifying fibers, he said, you could say it could have come from a particular source, but you cannot say with any degree of certainty that it did come from it. Chemist Browning was the same identification technology could have reference in fibers in paragraph 26 of Exhibit G7, pages 1154 to 1176. Elizabeth and Krista of Fort Bragg, North Carolina, testified that she had met Colette while they were both attending a night course in child psychology at North Carolina State University. A friendship developed between both of them. They were both pregnant and they drove from class together. Krista claimed that Colette had great respect for her husband, that Colette's pregnancy was not planned, and she seemed to be relaxed and calm. On the evening of the 16th of February, in that class, Colette raised question of what to do with their youngest child coming to bed with them at night. The professor suggested returning the child to her own bed. After reassuring her, Colette indicated she was satisfied with the advice. Chester of Pinehurst, North Carolina, testified by conference call and then on February 1970, she and her husband lived near the MacDonalds. Adjacent from the apartment of Mrs. Jan Snyder on the 17th of February, Mrs. Chester and her husband, Copton Chester, returned home from lunch and conversed with Mrs. Snyder. Mrs. Snyder told them that she had been awakened sometime after 300 hours because their daughter was crying, that she had a car running outside. She looked out the window and saw a girl with long blonde hair running from the direction of the MacDonald house, and that this girl got into a red, maroon-colored convertible that pulled away. Approximately 2 weeks later, the Chesters relayed this information to the FBI agents who came to their apartment. Mr. John W. Chester of Pinehurst, North Carolina, testified that on February 1970 he was an Army captain at 306 at Castle Drive. He was an Army captain living near the apartment of MacDonald's. And Mrs. Snyder on the 17th of February he lived near the MacDonald's and in an adjacent apartment of Mrs. John Snyder. On February 17th, Mr. Chester returned home for lunch and heard Mrs. Snyder say that and his wife present that she, Mrs. Snyder, had woken around 300 hours to 330 hours on that night of 16th to 17th February by children yelling. She had a commotion outside in front of her apartment, and that she looked outside the window, saw a woman with long hair getting some in an automobile and drive away. And Mrs. Chester was present for the entire conversation of the subject. The information. Mr. Chester also testified he was present when Mrs. Snyder related the same information. On the 21st of February, approximately 0800 hours, Mr. Chester was in bed, was awakened by the sound of Mrs. Snyder banging on the wall of their separate apartments. He asked her through a wall what was wrong, and she stated there might be someone out front with a gun. Mr. Chester went to the front bedroom, looked out, saw a late model light-colored sedan with two individuals in it. The driver had a high-powered rifle with a telescope sight, which was pointed out at the second-story level of the apartment building. He then went to get a shotgun. When he returned, the car was driving off and was 100 yards up the street. Immediately, Mrs. Snyder came over to the Chester apartment, and together they telephonically reported the incident to the MPs. Mr. Chester identified the driver of the car as was a man who did appear to be looking through the sights of the rifle. He could not observe the other individual in the car. There were other people outside at the time, but Mr. Chester did not remember how many. He drew a diagram of the area which illustrated the general position of the vehicle he observed on the 21st. We also heard from Dr. Robert L. Sadoff of the Benjamin Fox Pavilion, Jenkintown, Pennsylvania. He testified as a civilian psychiatrist with a specialty in forensic psychiatry. He examined the accused on the 21st of April 1970 and engaged in clinical psychology with Dr. James Mark, and could conclude their psychological testing. With the results used by Sadoff, he learned the goal of psychiatry examination was to determine whether Captain MacDonald possessed the type of mental state that would likely result in the kind of tragedy of killing that occurred in his family. His specific goal was to search evidence for the types of mental state and would be conductive or would allow for this type of behavior. That if he had found that the accused had a sufficient psychiatric problem and emotional disability, then I would have told them the counsel for the accused. And Sadoff's conclusion he did not possess the type of personality of emotional configuration that would be capable of this type of killing of his wife and children. With the result of behavior that I saw in him on the 21st of April, Sadoff questioned him about that, and perhaps he wasn't clear or could remember, but he was not defensive about it, except the idea that he could not remember some things, or things were very hazy. Said it is rare, and I'm asked to see a person to find out whether or not they possess the mental capacity sufficient to be able or capable of such violence. When asked, could the accused kill his wife Colette if Colette first killed the children, he said, I don't think it's a great likelihood. And later said it's highly unlikely, and the most extreme extremely unlikely from my examination. Woolsey testified that during January to February 1970, he had lived in the Hammond section of Fayetteville, and in the apartment across the driveway described three hippie-type girls. One of them named Helen, later identified as Helena Stokely. Woolsey described Helena as having brunette hair. She wore a white hat and had a stringy blonde wig. Stated that the three girls lived there approximately 3 months. And he'd see Helen a couple times a day during this period. The girls had up to 30 people living or visiting, to include soldiers and one Negro. On the 16th of February, approximately 2,300 hours, Post went to sleep, and about 345 hours to 430 hours. 17th February to go to the bathroom. He had a car come in the driveway. Posey heard laughing and giggling, so he walked to the front door. He saw Helen get out of the Mach 1 Mustang without a hat and walk rapidly into her apartment with something in her hand. Judging by the sounds, the car contained at least 2 males. Helen, after Helen got out of the car drove away. Previously, Posey had seen the Mach 1 Mustang at the girl's apartment, driven by a neat-appearing male, approximately 6 foot tall, with a mustache. Posey awakened his wife to show her that the other 2 girls in the apartment were painting the walls and the floor at the unusual time of the morning. Approximately a week or 2 later, Posey had the occasion to talk to Paul Bowman, a friend of both Posey and the girls. They were talking outside, and when Helen came up to them and said that the police had questioned her several times, apparently shortly after the MacDonald murders. She said she had been stoned on mescaline, and she was only recalled riding around that evening. She said she threw away her boots, which had a broken heel. She also said she threw away her hat, but saw the blonde wig. Bowman said Helen needed an alibi when Posey told them, "I can be your alibi because I saw her that morning." Helen kind of backed off. Posey testified that he saw Helen on the day of the MacDonald funeral services, wearing a black dress, black shoes, and a veil, and had a wreath underneath the door. Request of counsel. Posey went on August 11th at the request of counsel. He said he went to the Hammond Hills village shop to an attempt to learn Helen's full name. Posey questioned her about the MacDonald murders. He asked her, "Well, did you do it? Were you a part of it?" She said she doesn't know. He just drew a blank, but didn't think she could kill anyone because she just wasn't that type of person. John Sutton at Spring Lake, North Carolina, testified on the evening of the 17th of February. He was in Rick's Lounge at about 1900 hours or 2100 hours. He had 3 or 4 beers at about 2100 hours. At the end, far away of the street entrance, he looked at the door and saw a girl come in with a lit candle, wearing a floppy hat. She was also wearing pants. With the girl with her were 2 white men, and Sutton said he saw one Negro wearing a fatigue jacket with sergeant stripes. Sutton read an account in the Wednesday issue of the local newspaper describing the girl with a floppy hat and a candle. He stated that Scotty Sutherland of the CID, an unidentified CID agent, to report his observations to the lounge. Reported his observations in the lounge. Approximately a week later, Sutton contacted the FBI, and they stated they had the information. Dahl of Fort Bragg, North Carolina, testified she was the wife of Chief Warrant Officer Dahl. In the summer of 1969, Mr. Dahl stationed in Vietnam, and Mrs. Dahl resided in Fayetteville. She took in a female boarder. 2 of the boarder's male companion soldiers were thought by Mrs. Dahl to be involved in drug trafficking. She stated that they threatened her and her 2 children, Chris and Kim, and they took their car for their own use. Mrs. Dahl reported this incident to the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation. At a present time, a chaplain, name unknown, from Fort Bragg. She wrote her husband in Vietnam, and he returned on emergency leave and remained on reassignment to local courts at Fort Bragg. Chief Warrant Officer Roy Dahl, Headquarters Company 6 Special Forces Group, Fort Bragg, North Carolina, testified that he is the husband of Mrs. Dahl. In August 1969, he received a letter from his wife stating that 2 men had taken her car and threatened to kill her and her children. Dahl immediately came home.
he located one of the two men, Randall Foster. Foster was a soldier terminee from Special Forces training, awaiting reassignment orders. Foster blamed the other individual, Tom McCormick, for everything, but did sign a note in the presence of the commanding officer for $620 for damages to the Daw car. Foster then departed for Vietnam. Later on, Daw found the location in Vietnam of McCormick. Daw heard of the murders and noted the similarity between the children's name to that of the MacDonald children. He decided to call the CID. He then reported the incidents of the previous summer. Again, in the interest of military justice and discipline, it is recommended that all charges and specifications against Captain Jeffrey R. MacDonald be dismissed because the matters set forth in all charges and specifications are not true. There is no lesser charges or specifications which are appropriate. That appropriate civilian authorities be requested to investigate the alibi of Helena Stokely on Fayetteville, North Carolina, reference her activities and whereabouts during the early morning hours of 17 February 1970 based on all evidence presented during the hearing.
Before I start this off, these are my opinions why the Article 32 hearings held from July to September of 1970 did not result in a court-martial for Jeffrey R. MacDonald. This is not me stating fact, this is an opinion, so don't take this as gospel. There's a whole host of reasons why the Article 32 hearings held to July to September of 1970 didn't result in a court-martial of Jeffrey R. MacDonald. Not one reason really, but about 4 or 5 even little small reasons. There wasn't one reason. There's a reason why, but not like one sole reason. I mean, number one, most of all, I mean, whoever the hell allowed Bernie Siegel in the Article 32 hearings. Basically, an Article 32 hearing acts like a grand jury, be it local or federal, and a civilian grand jury, be it local or federal, which a local grand jury usually entails a state's or district attorney, depending on whichever term your area uses, picking someone from their office, or the DA or the state's attorney, someone in their office to prosecute it, or the DA or state's attorney goes in there and prosecutes the case themselves. And if it's federal, the DOJ usually has a U.S. attorney prosecute it. But the Article 32 hearings aren't just like a grand jury. It's also like a preliminary hearing, which they do a little from column A, a little from column B, which it shouldn't have been handled that way, but that's how the JAG Office, I guess, or whatever you want to call it, handles it. I guess it would be called JAG, but whatever. The prosecutor presents whatever, but in a grand jury, the prosecutor presents whatever evidence he or she wants. So it really should have just been the Article 32 hearing No witness, just yeah. You could have is the witnesses present, and maybe, but it should have been it should have been handled like this. It should have been It should have been Captain Clifford Summers, who was the government counsel, and along with William Thompson, presenting their evidence to Colonel Warren Rock, or somebody that needed to be more experienced in the law. But it should have been them presenting it to Colonel Warren Rock and Hammond Beale, and then maybe have the only way you should have Bernie Siegel in there was him presenting and refuting whatever evidence, and let him do what he needed to do to present his reasonable doubt case, a reasonable doubt. If I'm explaining it right. Basically, just look, you would have had the JAG officers in there, like Colonel Warren Rock and Hammond Beale, who was the legal advisor, and you would have had Clifford Summers, who was the counsel for the government, along with William Thompson. They both would have presented evidence as to they both would have brought forth all the evidence that they had, along with you could have had Bernie Siegel in there and James Douthat and Dennis Eisman in there if you wanted to be in there, but should have just been those guys in there. And they maybe a few witnesses. Maybe it should have been done like that. Maybe have a few witnesses that could give direct testimony that were in that house, like the MPs, the CID agents, the people, the lab technicians, the people who worked from Fort Gordon, Georgia. That's how it should have been done. None of this other stuff with people that weren't directly involved. Maybe some character witnesses like Freddie Kassab, who's in there, who basically who's basically went to bat for Jeffrey R. MacDonald, believing in his innocence. But we're not talking about that. We're just talking about it should have been the prosecution on one side, the government counsel presenting their evidence, and then Siegel and then the Defense Counsel presenting and trying to debunk and create reasonable doubt. And it should have just been done like that. And then Colonel Rock makes his recommendation. And Colonel Rock, from what I understand, was a career infantry colonel, meaning he was someone you'd want to strategize a military strike, but he didn't have the legal experience. So why did the JAG office pick him? Hammond Beale I do blame. And I'll explain why. I've just got my theories on it. Because on August 19, 1970, he and Colonel Rock went to the crime scene. They looked at some of the evidence and the things that Jeffrey R. MacDonald said that happened on the February 17, 1970. However, Colonel Rock was there. I mean, Robert Shaw was there from the CID, but all he was there to do was to secure the area. None of the CID agents, be it William Ivory, Robert Shaw, or Franz Joseph Grebner, weren't in there to show Colonel Rock that, to show them to give them the rundown of what happened. So all they got to do was secure the area. It was just Colonel Rock and Captain Hammond Beale in there. And they said they tossed, tipped, and flipped the table over, and Colonel Rock said it landed on its edge. He didn't say if the magazines fell away or fell under the table, which the CID confirms. They flipped and tossed that table 20 to 30 times. They said that it would always fall on its top. Even if it would fall on its side, the magazines always fell away from the table. They contended if it fell on its, no matter where it fell, the magazines fell away from the table. They did not land under the leaning edge, and if it ever did fall on its edge, it was usually stopped by a chair. It was usually stopped by the rocking chair in there. As well, Colonel Rock says he got on the couch and said Captain Hammond Beale, and said that he could see Captain Beale, and the lighting was adequate. None of the CID agents that very much processed that crime scene gave a walkthrough to Colonel Rock. Colonel Rock was there 2 times. They never let the CID do a walkthrough for Colonel Rock to walk them through the crime scene, let them explain in depth what they did, or even had a separate day where the CID shows Colonel Rock their findings. Now, in Hammond Beale, more than likely a good reason in 1974-75 that the prosecutors during the grand jury that Victor Warheide and Brian Murtaugh both became interested in Hammond Beale. By this point, Hammond Beale was an attorney in South Carolina. He said in some interview, I don't know how long ago, it would have had to been a few years. It could have been too old. It would have had to been in the most recent decade, in the most recent 10 years maybe, where he says, oh, he testified at the grand jury and he had words for Brian Murtaugh. He says he told, basically to the effect he told him off. Well, I looked in the MacDonald case files online to look for the grand jury testimony from 74 75. I couldn't find it. I even looked into the 79 criminal trial, couldn't find the testimony in those transcripts. They're either lost or they were sealed. I'm going to be nice and say that those grand jury the transcript of Hammond Beale's testimony was lost. It's not like this is the JFK, RFK, or MLK assassinations where, there is clearly a government cover-up in this case. This case was just about a family annihilator, a piece of shit who was a family annihilator. So there's no reason it would still be sealed 56 years later. But I'm going to be honest, I think Warheide and Murtaugh, their focus was on getting an indictment for Jeffrey R. MacDonald in 74-75. So best guess is that Warheide and Murtaugh did expose Hammond Beale for being compromised and influencing Colonel Warren Brock. So lost or things of that nature, since Victor Warheide, was focused on one thing, getting the indictment for Jeffrey R. MacDonald. But if they did expose him for being compromised and being a boozing buddy of Jeffrey R. MacDonald, they should have disbarred Hammond Beale. His ass should have been disbarred if they did expose him. And I won't step on William Ivory's toes, because him, along with Franz Joseph Grubner and Robert Shaw, did a great job processing the crime scene, keeping it so well preserved that housing unit so well preserved that the jury in the 1979 criminal trial was able to walk through there, and that was 9.5 years later. I will just say, on his September 10th, 1970 testimony, William Ivory, that was his third testimony, did testify. He interviewed Helena Stokey a couple times. Now, he did make a judgment call and never took notes. He may have seen her as a victim, but he could have checked and double-checked with the Fayetteville Police Department and the Cumberland County Sheriff's Department of who her associates were, got the fingerprints if they had them. And he should have checked and double-checked William Ivory with the FBI in Fayetteville and need be the Charlotte FBI. If they had their fingerprints of Helena Stokely on record or any of her associates and the people Helena Stokely ran around with, then had over and then they would have had copy. Maybe if they would have gotten copies, maybe if the CID would have got William Ivory would have got copies from the police department if they had them, or the sheriff's department, and then the FBI could have had those copies. They should have worked together and been on the same page. But William Ivory, I know he knew Jeffrey R. MacDonald was good for the murders and that he did it, but he should have looked into it as there was a possibility of intruders. A possibility needs to be moved either to probability or eliminated, which pretty much, had he followed up and dug in and followed up with this, he would have eliminated the possibility of being intruders. He would have eliminated the possibility of intruders, and there wouldn't have been that there. And no hate on Franz Joseph Grubner. As far as it stands, hell of a job processing the crime scene. It was preserved. Even the jurors in the 79 trial went through there. During that trial. But during the September testimony, he should have been on top of having the lab reports available. He should have talked to the CID agent or agents who sent it off to Fort Gordon, Georgia. And if they did send off the evidence, then check in and call whoever was in charge at the Fort Gordon lab. If they got this evidence, as well as telling them you should get the evidence in a day or two, then call back if you got to. If it takes 2 or 3 calls and bug bug the shit out of the lab at Fort Gordon, Georgia. If you have to, you have to. If you have to tell them that we need to analyze like now for this case, yeah, calling over and over, but yeah, it would bug the piss out of him, but Freddie Kassab had to annoy the hell out of Congress, the DOJ, and the federal courts at the Eastern District of North Carolina. He had to do all this for 4 years until he finally got something done. Okay? Okay, basically calling them, bugging the shit out of them, telling them, okay, if you got it, do it, analyze it now. If you have to call it, check in, call 2 or 3 times, like I said, do it. Freddie Kassab had to bug the shit out and annoy the hell out of people empowered to get something done. So it shouldn't be so. And you're an officer, a federal law officer, you can do it. And I can't bash Master Sergeant Hilliard Medlin. He was a career professional and had been at the CID for like 7 years at least. At Fort Gordon, Georgia, he was there for 7 years, something like that. He couldn't help that the photos turned out to be bad, that they had to go back and take new photos of the fingerprints, and they did get some good fingerprints that were readable. There were a lot of unreadable fingerprints because the dust that they had used after they had left, after they took the first set of fingerprints, the dust they used when they dust for fingerprints, the tape on them either gave away and the dust falls out or out of place, or the adhesiveness of the tape sticks to the powder and it adheres to the cracks on the surface, meaning that they're unreadable prints. As I wrote in my excerpts, when Master Sergeant Hilliard Medlin testified that he did help give the defense a little more reasonable doubt, and Colonel Rock, like I said, I'm not sure if he did or didn't understand his job, which from what I've read and heard, he did not have legal experience. From what I've said, I mean, he was an infantry colonel. Now, someone I'm really going to shit on is a Fayetteville narcotics detective, Prince Beasley. This dude had a 17-year-old girl named Helena Stokely as a drug informant. He, of course, we all know, found out that he was using her, especially when her name was brought up by a neighbor named William Posey. And if we're being honest, William Posey says, he saw her come out of the car like at 4:35 in the morning, something like that, 4:30 in the morning. Yeah, he says he saw her come out at 4:30 in the morning out of a car or something like that. And of course, then he's a witness at the Article 32 hearings, and it's because he was taking advantage of a $5,000 reward posted by Freddie Kassab for leads that could lead to the arrest of people that killed Colette, Kimberly, and Kristen MacDonald, his daughter and granddaughters. But Prince Beasley had this poor 17-year-old girl as an informant. When the possibility came up that this girl may have been in that house that night when Colette, Kimberly, and Kristen MacDonald were killed, Prince Beasley wanted to make a career out of this. You know what he should have been? You know what he should have done? His ass should have been cleaning up the streets of Fayetteville, because holy shit, Fayetteville was a shithole during this time. Beasley, from what I gathered, was a drunk and was fired because he's found in a cop car or unmarked vehicle asleep. And for nearly 13 years, this girl was filled with doubt and uncertainty that she took part in the killing of 3 people. All the way to the age of 30 years old, when she died of cirrhosis of the liver and pneumonia due to her past drug and alcohol abuse in January of 1983. And I've shared a video a couple of times of an MP describing how Colonel Rock didn't know his job. Like I said, I don't know if he did or didn't understand. But with the amount of uncertainty and the amount of reasonable doubt that Bernie Siegel introduced, the fact that Helena Stokely and her associates were not looked into, that they could prove that these people were not there, which allowed for people even for 56 years later to believe Jeffrey R. MacDonald's innocent. I mean, if these people would have been eliminated as soon as possible in the summer of 1970, then you might not have had all these people believing MacDonald's innocent. But again, with all the reasonable doubt going on and the appearance that the CID bungled up and effed up the case, which They did not. Ivory, Shaw, and Grebner did a hell of a job, and I'll go further. The MPs like Trevere, MPs, the military police officers like Richard Trevere did a good job too. Okay, that at the time, but again, with all this going on, with all the reasonable doubt, the fact that there was possibility of intruders, all this stuff at that time, and of course I can't blame. I know I'll piss people off, but I can't blame Colonel Warren Rock for writing the letter to the JAG office saying the charges against MacDonald should be dropped. And who knows if it would have went to a tribunal, if Jeffrey and got court-martialed, went to a tribunal, who knows if Jeffrey R. MacDonald would have been found guilty. In some ways, sadly, it was better that this had been done, that it happened 4.5 years later, where you had an airtight case. Which, no. Drop charges does not pertain to double jeopardy. Double jeopardy only applies if you've been found not guilty. Or, let's say you were charged with the crime and you are in prison, and if it's local charges, if it's local charges and you've been and you're in prison for something locally, the governor gives you a pardon. If it's federal, a president can give you a pardon. And when you're pardoned of the crimes, you cannot be convicted or tried for the same crime. Same if you're found not guilty. Double jeopardy does not apply to police or local or state or federal being dropped. That does not. Double jeopardy does not. They just does not. People don't understand double jeopardy. Sometimes it's so easy to understand. I'm an idiot, and I don't have any law experience. But no, it doesn't apply when local police or state or even federal or drop a charges, or if you have a hung jury or a mistrial. But one thing is for sure: if you do a retrial, it is harder to retry. From what I understand, not a legal expert, again, just a dumbass here. Just give my opinion. You can retry it. You know, if a trial ended in a hung jury or mistrial, you can retry it. The only problem is that it's just harder because you're using the same evidence, which makes chances of conviction even less. Anyway, I will document the slow but sure march to justice that led to Jeffrey R. MacDonald being put in prison for 3 consecutive life sentences. This is a notice before we get into this part. You are going to hear from Mike Malley, who was part of the defense team in the Article 32 hearings, and during the period of the defense counsel for the grand jury to the 1979 criminal trial phase. I'm going to debunk some things he says. Captain Hammond Beale, Colonel Rock's legal advisor. It's all opinion, but did he influence Colonel Rock? Did he help Colonel Rock file the recommendation that the charges be dropped? I will be doing a lot of debunking on that video, on that side with Hammond Beale, and some of it will be humorous. James Douthat, the defense counsel from the Article 32 hearing, he's going to get debunked too. And these are all opinions. Did Beale influence Rock? Did he have a hand in writing that letter, that recommendation to Major General Flanagan? Don't know. Did perhaps maybe Malley and Douthat know what was going to happen? Where Colonel Rock was leading? Where he was going to lean towards or not? This is all opinion, and they should be contained. Any opinions, negative or positive otherwise, should be contained to this segment, should be contained to the video. Just because we can dislike people who knowingly say stuff that isn't true doesn't give you the right to to confront, bully, harass, or dox, because doxing is for losers. But again, this is all opinion. It's not fact. Just some of it's opinion, but some of the stuff I will be debunking is the truth. But anyway, we're going to be hearing from these three people. Then we'll hear probably from a MP giving his opinion, pretty short, and then William Ivory talk about when he was on scene at the MacDonald house and when he was at the Article 32 hearings and all that stuff. So anyway, here we go.
As it ever does in civilian courts. So that's kind of what I did, how I got to the MacDonald case. Jeff was my roommate sophomore year in college. I got to know him fairly well. At that point, towards the end of our sophomore year, he got married, which is unusual at the time because in Princeton ordinarily did not allow undergraduates to be married. But he got married and they had a baby. And so Jeff lived for the last couple months of our sophomore year, he lived off campus. But we stayed in touch, and I came to know Colette and like Colette. And they brought around the little baby at the time, Kimberly. So I stayed in touch with Jeff until he left at the end of our junior year to go to medical school. He didn't graduate from Princeton because Northwestern would take medical students after 3 years of college if they had met the other qualifications, chemistry requirement, I think, and a biology requirement and something else. And so when Jeff left Princeton, I still kept in touch with him, but it was very occasional. I'd send him a Christmas card, and Colette usually would send me back a Christmas card. And we didn't, after Fort Bliss, I was at Fort Bliss and I had gotten orders to go to Vietnam. But before I did that, I had gotten orders to go to the infantry officer basic school, because my branch, which is Air Defense Artillery, didn't have any units in Vietnam. So they wisely thought that I would be better off as an infantry officer. So I went to Fort Benning, and I was just getting ready to leave for Fort Benning in Georgia for the infantry school. And then I picked up a Paso paper and saw the story about the murder at Fort Bragg. And I read it. There was a picture actually of Jeff. I think it was taken at the funeral. And I looked at it and I thought, no, he looks familiar. And then I read it and they had his name, and I was shocked. And I remember writing him a, dear Jeff, I'm so sorry kind of letter. I just wrote, I think I just sent it to Fort Benning, care of whatever, or Fort Bragg or something. And I think that, I didn't forget about it. It really disturbed me. As far as I knew, no. But not just, it wasn't just because I knew Jeff and I knew Colette, and I've never met the younger child, but the older girl. But the story about the murders brought up this story about these drug-crazed hippies, if you want, whatever you want to call them, and that they were the people that had happened on a military reservation. Well, that did not surprise me or anyone else I knew at all, because drugs were a big problem in the military. They were a big problem at Fort Bliss, where I was. They never became a terrible problem. But I do remember at that point, because I remember talking to some of the other young lawyers on post. We started talking about that. We started in, oddly enough, it's one of those things I remember, with the Esquire magazine of that month that had that picture of Lee Marvin on the cover that said Lee Marvin is afraid. And we read it, and we, this story about the white swan or black swan or whatever it was. But really, it was very disturbing. And it was disturbing not just because the magazine was disturbing, but because that was around us. And at Fort Bliss, that was not a big deal. And I was totally surprised that kind of stuff happened at Fort Bragg. Well, the magazine was about Charles Manson. There were about other things too, but there was about Charles Manson. But at Fort Bragg, what I read in the paper, and that's as much as I knew, this was a drug-crazed assassination, if you will, of a young family. Time went by, and I was actually, virtually getting ready to sign out from Fort Bliss and drive to Georgia, Fort Benning, when I picked up the paper again and saw that Jeff had been charged. And I wrote him a letter. Again, at that point I knew his unit. I'm not quite sure how I knew he was 6 Special Forces. But I wrote him a letter saying a couple of things. The first thing was that he needed to have a lawyer. And secondly, do not talk to the CID, period. And I sent off, the letter went by U.S. Post Office, and I'm sure it got there 3 or 4 days way too late for my advice. But by the time I got to Fort Benning and I started the infantry training, one day I was called in to some office at Fort Benning. I had to go out in the field and I had my combat gear on. And I was called in and said that I had been requested to be assigned to Fort Bragg for this murder case. I said, I don't know. And they showed me the request that had come through from, I guess it was the Pentagon, I don't know. And at that point, almost that same day, I got a letter from Jeff, which apparently had been sent one place and then forwarded another, saying that he is going to request me. And I didn't know really what to say or do, so I didn't do anything. I went out and did infantry training, crawled around in the mud for a while. But by the time I left Fort Benning, I had been assigned. So instead of going back to San Antonio, which is what my plan was, and then getting the plane to Vietnam, I drove to Fort Bragg, and I checked in. I got myself a little room at the visiting officer's BOQ. And I checked in with 6 Special Forces headquarters. Then I said, I showed them my orders, and I said, can I talk to Dr. MacDonald, or Captain MacDonald? And they said, oh, sure, and they took me over there. Somebody escorted me over there to his BOQ, and there was a guard at his door, and there was a young officer there who turned out to be one of them. Whenever he left his room, he had to have an escort officer, and the escort officers that were assigned to him were just the nicest people. They were all friends. Right away, I couldn't comprehend Jeff ever doing this. But I didn't know anything about it. I knew the CID had charged him, and it just, nothing made any sense to me. But one of the first things that did make sense to me was these are his guards, his escort officers, who are his friends, who are acting like we like him. He's a nice guy. And I kept thinking, that's what most people think, that I would think about. And that's the first time that I really started thinking, even before when we walked out and talked for a while, that's the first time that I ever really thought, this has really got to be wrong. I don't know why it's wrong or how it's wrong, but why would Jeff MacDonald do something like this? And I kept saying, to me, it makes no sense, because I know the guy, and I've known him, and these guys know the guy. So anyway, I remember going out. Jeff opened the door, and we shook hands, and I said, I'm here, and why am I here? And Jeff said, we can't talk in here, because the place is probably bugged. I don't know whether that's true or not. I suspect it probably isn't true, but that was Jeff's mindset at the time. He was very suspicious, and rightly so. So I remember going out to my car, Ford Fairlane car, and I turned the air conditioner up as much as I could. And we sat in the car, and I told him, I said, I don't really want to talk about the case right now. Says, I'm not quite sure, even though I've got these orders, I'm not quite sure that I really am your lawyer. So we talked in general about his life and, what had been happening. And he started telling me a little bit about the CID interview, and I said, I don't think we need to go there. And we just sort of talked around things. And I remember he started asking me, I remember one of the questions he asked, it stuck in my mind because it just stuck in my mind. It sticks in my mind today. He asked me about the death penalty. And I said, I think, because I wasn't sure, but I said, the Supreme Court had stopped the death penalty across the board. And I said, I assume, but don't know, that includes the military too. And Jeff said, how do they execute people? And I said, they hang them. There's a manual for it. Like everything else in the Army, because I had seen it. I had seen it in the library at the Staff Judge Advocates at Fort Bliss. There's a manual about how you hang people, how you hang prisoners. So I told him that that's how they do it. And I said that let's don't talk about this now. And I remember giving him a little speech saying that if I'm your lawyer, because he told me that, he'd met Bernie Siegel, the civilian lawyer from Philadelphia. And I said, I'm barely out of law school. I've never tried a murder case. I said, I'm not going to try a murder case. You know that. That's what Bernie's for. I said, I'm here to help. I said, that's what, if I'm going to be on your legal team, I'm a helper. I am not making any decisions. I am not going to be responsible for anything. But I will do what I can to help. And I will tell you this. I told him this then, and I've reiterated over the years. I said, I will never lie to you. I said, if you want to know what's going on, and if I know it, I'll tell you. And I will try my very best not to be overly pessimistic or overly optimistic, but whatever it is, I cannot, because of our personal relationship, I just can't,
in this particular case,
get into this like a lot of lawyers
without having to actually go
but should do.
Court martial.
And that is try to, keep the client happy and move things along. I said, I
Brought
just
the
can't do
charges
that.
in.
And he said,
I
fine.
was persuaded to drop them so that I wasn't going to make a big stink about this. There were certainly no search warrants or anything else that had been involved. Now, actually, it was and probably still is a job. He liked it. He liked the running. He liked the parachute stuff. The 6th Special Forces group, maybe the other Special Forces groups, were going to compete in a boxing match, a boxing contest. Jeff he was the sort of doctor for that too, and I think they were going to go to Russia. I think that was one of the things they were going to do. And of course he was the doctor. So when people came to talk to him, for whatever medical reason, that's the first guy they went to. And one of the things that did come up, and I'm still not quite sure what to make of this, but it's true, in the military at that time, I don't know whether it's true today, but at that time there was no doctor-patient confidentiality privilege. And that was because the doctor was not just a physician tending to his patient. He also was a person whose job was to keep the unit healthy. And if somebody in the unit came to you and said, I'm a drug user, the doctor not only could, he must report that, because that deteriorates the unit readiness. And Jeff apparently did inform on several of his patients as drug users. Jeff was never embarrassed about that. And that was something that, the career military, the lifers, they just took that for granted. A lot of the soldiers didn't. A lot of the soldiers thought, you go to a doctor, you tell him, I've got syphilis, or the doctor will cure you, and you ain't gonna go tell your mommy or go tell your commanding officer. But yes, he will. And so there was some thought, and again, like the lawyers in this case, the defense lawyers never exactly knew how to play this out. But there was certainly talk about, there was some animosity towards Jeff by some soldiers or some ex-soldiers, because sometimes those soldiers just got booted out and they hung around. As I said, they hung around Fayetteville. I mean, if you're familiar with Harvard Square in the old days, there are a lot of people who kind of hang around Harvard Square who aren't Harvard students. Well, there were a lot of people who hung around Fayetteville who weren't military, at least anymore. They were girlfriends or wannabes or whatever. There was apparently really some animosity towards Jeff by some people. Now, the Defense Counsel, we tried to look into this, but there were so many other things that we had to do. We could never pin that down. But that certainly was the story that was going around. And that's as much as we did go through, we being me and the other lawyers. When the Article 32 started, we went through Jeff's story very, very, very carefully because we knew he was going to testify. We wanted him to testify. He didn't, unlike President Trump, whose lawyers just probably shit in their pants every time they think that he sits down with Mr. Mueller. We were very confident that Jeff's story was not going to be successfully challenged. We knew what the CID had said. We had the CID transcripts, and we knew what the CID was saying. And like all good lawyers, we were preparing Jeff for these kinds of questions. And so over several days, we went over Jeff's story over and over and over again. I mean, not beating him to say, no, you said this before, you got to say that. We never did that. We didn't have to do that. We just wanted to make sure that he understood that these questions couldn't get him angry, that these questions couldn't get him frustrated, that these questions were going to come and he better be prepared to deal with them. But on the nights that I would go over and just talk to him after work, no, we didn't talk about that. Those were more kind of just friendly, I mean, literally friendly as friends talking. And that's why I said, as time went by, in my own mind, I became more and more convinced, if I needed convincing, that, the ultimate question is, did he do it? Well, I could never answer that 100% sure, but if the question is, do I believe he's the kind of person who would do this? The answer is absolutely not. Do I believe that he's capable of doing this? The answer is no. That's what those things, those visits did for me, is make me comfortable that I'm not talking to a crazy person. I'm not talking to a drug addict. I'm talking to an old friend that I know pretty well, and I'm not wrong about this. I first met Bernie probably a week or so after I had gotten there. I met Jim Douthat right away, and Jim and I were talking about our various frustrations because both of us Jim had more experience as a military lawyer than I did, but we both knew that if we could do it right, we could help Bernie, because we didn't even know Bernie, but we could help Bernie really by demanding all of the stuff that the CID had, or the prosecutors had, because I think by that time they had assigned two JAG officers to be the prosecutors. So we talked among ourselves, and I don't think we actually wrote anything at that point. So we waited to see Bernie, but we were trying to get ourselves, Jim and I, sort of positioned to say, we can really find out a lot about the government's case other than what we know. Like, what are the reports? What are all this stuff? And when we first met Bernie, that's kind of where we wound up, is saying to Bernie, because I'm not quite sure Bernie knew, maybe he did, that an Article 32, people call it like a grand jury, but it isn't. It's a full-out, it can be a full-out discovery process for the defense to find out what the underlying charges are and what underlies those charges. And we knew that we could help Bernie really get a lot of information before the procedures actually started. And it seems to me that was one of the first things that we talked about when Bernie came down there. Because Bernie was, he was in Philadelphia, and he would not spend more than a night or a day there at a time. And so we would talk to him a little bit, and he'd say, okay, do this or do that or do this. So at that point, Jim and I started writing or demanding access to reports, to photographs, to all the stuff that we believed we could get. Obviously, what we had was the
CID transcripts. I think we had those, but we didn't have anything else. And they certainly weren't going to come and offer them to us. So we basically said, okay, fair's fair, we get to see him. And that's what we did. You know, Bernie would periodically come down and we'd go over stuff, and that's how the preparation proceeded. But that's what my first recollection of Bernie meeting him. He had a reputation. I mean, Jeff and Jeff's mother, it was a friend of Jeff's mother, I think, who actually hired Bernie. We knew he had a reputation as being really one of the upcoming criminal trial lawyers in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania. It's one I've ever seen. It was pretty typical of sort of the form. And Article 32, if you just look at what Article 32 of the Uniform Code of Military Justice says, it has a description of what it's supposed to be. And it's run by an officer appointed by the, quote, convening authority. The convening authority is usually a general officer, but it might be a colonel, it depends on the size of the unit, who is the one who formally prefers charges. So a lower level person, a company commander or battalion commander or somebody, brings the charges to the staff judge advocate saying, we want this guy charged with this crime. If that passes the staff kind of review, it goes to the convening authority, who appoints a Article 32 investigating officer. That's what he's called, an investigating officer, to investigate the allegations. And only if investigating officer approves of the allegations formally does the convening authority then convene a court-martial, which is actually the trial. But when the investigating officer is appointed, his job is to investigate. It's much more like a European, I think they're called investigating magistrates. He isn't necessarily confined to a particular format, but in general, because he is an officer and he has been appointed, he has the authority to call witnesses and question them under oath. And when he does that, the accused has a right to be present. Well, the accused, if he has a lawyer, the lawyer has a right to be present too. And of course, if there is going to be a prosecution, usually the staff judge advocate or whoever the legal representatives are for the convening authority, they're present too. So an investigating officer in an Article 32 starts a procedure that is like, it can have the trappings, not necessarily a full-blown trial, because the rules of evidence don't necessarily apply. Hearsay can come in, all sorts of things can happen. But the difference but what does happen is the convening officer, if he's doing his job right, will find out from witnesses, and they might be policemen, they might be the commander, they might be the superior officer, there might be lots of people, but he will find out, is there a basis for this charge? And while he's doing that, defense counsel, the defendant, is sitting there listening, and the prosecutor is sitting there listening, and if they have lawyers, which they, in this case, certainly did, they're listening too. And if the convening authority wants to, he doesn't have to, but if he wants to, he can take down verbatim transcript and have a court reporter there. And in this case, investigating officer, not only did he have this process going, he was assigned a legal advisor who himself was a staff judge advocate certified lawyer who had actually served as a military judge in other cases. So in our Article 32, we had the trappings of a full-blown trial. But it was not a full-blown trial in the sense that the ultimate decision was guilty or not guilty. The ultimate decision was, is there enough evidence to refer this matter to trial? And again, when the defense lawyers started this process, we looked at this, in particular Jim Douthat and I, because we were more familiar with it at the beginning than Bernie was. We looked at this as just a great way to find out what the government's case really is, besides this crap that they said, oh yeah, you killed your wife. That is so different from a federal grand jury or a state grand jury, where if the defense counsel goes and knocks on the grand jury door and says, can we come in and listen, you'll be arrested and not just laughed at. It's much different than a grand jury, because the grand juries are secret. and they must be secret. And the defendant has absolutely no rights to know anything until the grand jury presents an indictment. We knew, we being the defense team, we knew we could do a lot. And it only after a while, when we started actually getting some of these evidence, before the hearing actually started, because at some point we would send these letters to demand this or that. And if we didn't get it, we'd go to Colonel Rock, because the investigating officer has the power to order things. I mean, not only is he's a full colonel, he's been ordered by the commanding general to do this investigation. So if there was any foot dragging about giving us photographs or CID lab reports or stuff, and there was some foot dragging, you go to Hammond Beale, the Colonel Rock's advisor, and say, Ham, we need this stuff. And he'd go to Colonel Rock, and if he agreed, Colonel Rock would basically say, give it to him. And so we, Defense Counsel, long before the hearing started, knew an awful lot about the case. I mean, as the hearing went on, Bernie was so good about drawing stuff out. We learned stuff as we went along, too. But walking in there, I'd never been in a process before where you knew so much about the other side's case. That's what civil trials these days are all about. But criminal trials certainly aren't. And in the military Article 32 proceeding, people gripe about the military justice system all the time, but that works very well as it just basically is a check on fairness. Yeah. But the normal Article 32, for one thing, it's not usually, in most articles, there's enough here to support the charges referred to trial. But this case, because the Defense Counsel, as I said, I want to toot our own horns, the Defense Counsel essentially said to the Article 32 officer, look, we're not rolling over here. We're staking our client's life on the fact that we want to know what's going on here, because we think if we know, you aren't going to be able to determine there's enough cause to refer it to a court-martial. That's how it ultimately turned out. But at the beginning, as I said, at the very beginning, before we ever started the process of actually doing the hearing, our goal was simply, we want to know what they have, and we want to know it before they start presenting evidence. And that's what happened. I don't think so. I don't think anybody saw this coming. I certainly think that the two captains in the JAG that were the prosecutors didn't see it coming. And probably they didn't see it coming because it really was unusual, because most of those things don't happen that way. But it was part of, as I said, it was Jim Douthat's and my instincts to say, let's do this, let's really do discovery here. But it was Bernie's instinct when we finally got a fair amount of this stuff before the hearing started. It was Bernie's instinct to finally say, you know what, there's nothing here. And we can show that. And but that's a whole different ballgame, because if all we want to show is, there's the physical evidence is kind of weak, the hearing officer can say, well, yeah, but that's what a court-martial's for. I'll refer it to trial. But if we can show not only is the physical evidence, the government's evidence weak, but it's crap. And, we've got a client who has a story that makes sense. And that was Bernie's final instinct, was that let's do that. And that's what we did. Yeah. Well, and it's the other way around. We started with the idea that we're going to dig into the evidence, the government's evidence. And once we started doing that, we came to the idea that it's weak, and we're going to show how weak it is. And once we do that, we are going to show that whatever that evidence is, however weak it is, doesn't apply to this guy, because this guy could not have done, or should not be thought of as the guy who can do it. Now, ordinarily, that part of a case, the defense wouldn't really want to do that at a preliminary stage. You don't want to open up your client to cross-examination on the record and tie him up. I mean, that's why President Trump is not going to go sit down in front of Mr. Mueller, because you contradict yourself once on the record and it's on the record. You can't undo it. But we wanted to do that. But that came later. That was an evolutionary process once we started down the road of knowing that not only do we know a lot about the government's case, but we now think we can do something with it. We can tear it apart. And as I said, the first part of it, the knowing stuff, that's more Jim and me. The second part and the third part is more Bernie, the tearing it apart, and Jeff. That part of it is something I certainly would have never thought of, because I mean, I would have thought about putting Jeff on the stand, but one of the things Bernie did was he said, because he had Jeff evaluated by this forensic psychiatrist, Dr. Sadoff. And, you know, in most criminal cases, including in the Army, you can't use a psychiatrist to prove somebody's innocent. You can't say this psychiatrist can come in and say, you know, I examined this guy and he's not the kind of guy who's going to kill people. All you can use a psychiatrist for is to come in and say he's crazy. He's crazy because, you know, he's insane or whatever it is. But Bernie's instinct was, in this particular setting where we're not playing by the rules of evidence and the government is clearly not going to produce I mean, that was one of the things, again, that Jim Douthat and I spent hours at, was trying to figure out how they're going to prove a motive. That's why we interviewed a lot of these. I mean, I personally interviewed a lot of these people that Jeff, you know, talked about, his friends, his family, his former patients, to show that what kind of a guy he was. And I also spent time interviewing, you know, people that might say, well, you know, because we knew that Jeff had run around a little bit, and we knew that Colette probably knew that. But I spent a lot of time talking to some of Colette's friends about, you know, was she unhappy? Was she murderous? Was she furious? No. So between Jim and me, we kind of developed this whole idea that there is no motive here. And once there is no motive, Bernie had the idea of saying, because the next step is, he's not the kind of guy to do it. Well, I could say that, but it would sound a lot better if Dr. Sadoff says that. And that's what Bernie said, that's what we're going to do. Jeff was furious. Well, he was even more furious when Colonel Rock, as Hammond Beale, the legal advisor, pointed out to me, Colonel Rock said, I'm not going to let you guys bring in your own psychiatrist and not have an Army psychiatrist tell me whether this is crap or not. So that's where Colonel Rock ordered him. Didn't order him. He suggested that Jeff be evaluated by an Army psychiatrist. And it wasn't just a suggestion. If he wasn't, Dr. Sadoff wasn't going to testify. And Bernie didn't hesitate. He said, yep. I mean, that is one of the few times where I yelled at Jeff, because Jeff said he wasn't going to do it. And I yelled back at him. I said, you don't do it, you're screwed. He said, Colonel Rock is going to be so pissed. I was speaking for Colonel Rock, but I was speaking for Colonel Rock because I knew, because Hammond Beale, the legal advisor, had told me privately, you better do this or else. And so I yelled at Jeff, and I told him, I said, you get your ass up there. And they sent him an escort officer, and Jim Douthat went with him, and they spent 3 days at Walter Reed. And again, to nobody's surprise, at least not to mine, Colonel Bailey came down and testified. And he said, well, I can't agree with Dr. Sadoff that it's probable that he didn't do it. All I can say is I don't find any evidence of psychiatric problems or psychosis or anything. Well, that's pretty much what we want. I mean, and I am pretty sure that went along. I mean, one of the things that people keep saying is, why would Jeff kill his family? And the government faced that problem. They said, we don't have a motive. We don't have to prove a motive. And that's because they couldn't. That's because people like Joe McGinnis made one up. He was taking too many sleeping or diet pills or something.
In his own handwriting, in notes prepared for his own attorneys, he goes into great detail about his consumption of a drug called esketrol, which is no longer on the market. It was voluntarily withdrawn in 1980 because of dangerous side effects. Among the side effects of this drug are, when taken to excess by susceptible individuals, temporary psychosis, often manifested as a rage reaction. Here we have somebody under enormous pressure, and he's taking enough of this esketrol, enough amphetamines, so that by his own account, he's lost 15 pounds in the 3 weeks leading up to the murders.
Now wait. According to the note, which I've seen, 3 to 5 esketrol, he has taken. We don't know if he's taken it over a period of several weeks, or if he's taken 3 to 5 escatrol a day, or a week, or a month.
We do know that if you take 3 to 5 escatrol over a month, you're not going to lose 15 pounds from doing so.
I never stated that to anyone, and I did not, in fact, lose 15 pounds. I also wasn't taking escatrol.
We ate dinner together at 5:45 p.m. It is possible I had one diet pill at this time. I do not remember and do not think I had one, but it is possible. I had lost 12 to 15 pounds in the prior 3 to 4 weeks in the process using 3 to 5 capsules of escatrol spansule. I was also
3 to 5 capsules for the 3 weeks.
According to this.
Right.
According to this.
And that's a possibility.
Then why would you put it down here that there was even a possibility?
These are notes given to an attorney who has told me to bare my soul as to any possibility so we could always be prepared.
So but you've already told me that you didn't lose 15 pounds in the 3 weeks prior.
I don't think that I did.
It's in your notes. I had lost 12 to 15 pounds in the prior 3 to 4 weeks in the process using 3 to 5 capsules of escatrol spansules. That's speed and compazine to counteract the excitability of speed. I was losing weight because I was working out with the boxing team and the coach told me to lose weight.
Mike, there's no question there's a possibility that I took the pill. Nowhere in there does it say I took it.
If you were on the boxing team and you were in good shape, and we know how you take care of yourself, one has to say, look, why would he be taking off 12 to 15 pounds in a period of 3 to 4 weeks, again, in your own handwriting?
But if I did take off those 12 to 15 pounds over 3 to 4 weeks using 3 to 4 tablets of escatrol, that's not abnormal. That's a normal thing. The problem is, you're making it sound like a person who's honest and writes honest notes to his attorney for any possibility is guilty of a triple homicide.
But there is no motive. I mean, you look at anybody who's ever looked at this case, and lots of people have done it. There is no motive, and never has been. And that was to me, that was the ultimate good thing about the Article 32, is we could put on evidence that there is no motive, including psychiatric problems. Well, the very first thing that he assigned me to do, I just, trying to get the reports and things, he sent me up to Long Island, because even then Bernie was talking about, we want to show Jeff's not the kind of guy who does this, but we also want to know maybe he is. So Bernie sent me up to Long Island. That was the good thing about it in those days. If you wore a uniform, you could fly free standby. So I flew up to Long Island. I flew up to MacArthur, whatever that place is on Long Island. And I rented a car, and I had a list from Jeff of his friends. And from those friends, I got other people. And I went around and talked to him. I said, well, have you ever seen Jeff mad? Have you ever seen Jeff do this? And the answer is no. Everybody liked Jeff. I mean, some people, you could tell some people were kind of jealous of him because he went to Princeton and they didn't. But there was nobody who said, oh, no, he's a split personality, or he's kind of crazy, or he cheats on Colette. Everybody knows he's been cheating on Colette all the time. I mean, you didn't find any of that. And the other thing, my other task, because Bernie early on caught on to Freddie Kassab. Bernie always thought of Freddie as an ally, and so everybody did, including Jeff. But Bernie wanted to know how much of an ally he really was, and he sent me there. He said, go talk to father-in-law and the mother, Freddie and Mildred, and see. And I did. I mean, I spent a very long afternoon at their house. It was, all the drapes were drawn. Mildred said almost nothing. She sat in the corner like a specter almost. But Freddie was a very voluble guy. I'd met Freddie once, I think, but I told him what I was doing and why I'm there. And he said, Freddie had this thing early on about Colonel Kromanik. Colonel Kromanik was the provost marshal of the post, the head cop. He was in charge of the police. And because it was an open post, you could drive in and out of it. And Freddie and Colonel Kromanik apparently made it, right after the crimes, he made some kind of press release, or I think he talked to the press, but he never closed the post. And Freddie was just fixated on that, but it was all Colonel Kromanik's fault. They made him close the post, and he started in on Colonel Kromanik And then he started in on the CID, and how could they do this? And everybody knows Jeff's innocent. I kind of put my foot in my mouth, but I felt I had to do it, and I still do. I said, Freddie, we're not, I mean, remember, this is the point where we're just starting to think about discovery. We're not thinking about a full-blown trial at this point. But I told him, I said, Freddie, the lawyers here, Jeff's lawyers, are not going to try to prove him innocent. What we're going to try to do is find out what the government's case is and pick it apart so that the government can never prove he's guilty. There's a difference. Freddie said, no, there isn't. And Freddie lit into me about, he's innocent and we're going to show that. And I'm not going to rest until, the world knows that. And I kept trying to tell Freddie, I said, maybe that's that's my view too, but that's not what we're doing. Never was. And to be honest about it, I am honest about it. One of the sideshows of this whole thing was the Article 32 is closed to the public. I'm not sure whether that's in Article 32 or whether that's a regulation, but anyway, it's closed. But Mrs. MacDonald and Freddie wanted to be in there. And one of the things that Bernie assigned me to do, and I did, I wrote a brief. I went to the Court of Military Appeals. I didn't personally go. We filed a brief with the Court of Military Appeals arguing that this ought to be opened because Colonel Rock wouldn't do it on his own. And apparently Hammond Beale had told him it's not, generally these things can't be opened and they're not going to be opened. So we went to the Court of Military Appeals to get an order to open them. And one of the reasons we were doing that was because Freddie was so insistent that he wanted to see. Well, later on, Freddie sort of thought the lawyers were trying to hide everything from him. It couldn't have been less true. We were trying to get him in there. And we wanted Mrs. MacDonald, too, because she really wanted to be in there. And then, of course, the Court of Military Appeals kind of shrugged their shoulders and said no. And it stayed closed. And so, later on, when Freddie became suspicious, that was part of his suspicion. They kept me out. They wouldn't show me the transcript. They wouldn't. Well, that's just crap. That was just crap. He was wearing a hole in the ground and drinking. Yeah, that's what he was doing. He was out there not every day, but most of the days he was out there. And he would talk to the press was out there too. So Freddie had somebody to talk to. And of course, Bernie would come out after every hearing day and talk to the press too. And, and those are the sorts of things I was always nervous about. I would never do that. It wasn't my job to do it, but I would never do it. But Bernie loved doing that. It was ex parte because the prosecutors couldn't do it. And Bernie never lied to anybody. He told them a real story, but he always told them with kind of a positive spin to it. And Freddie was there listening. So for a long time, Freddie, he was angry that he wasn't in there, but that wasn't our fault. That was their fault. That was the Army's fault. Of what? Mildred? Mildred was she was creepy to me. She didn't say much. She seethed. You could just tell she was so angry and bitter. But Freddie did all the talking. Mildred was to me, she was just a very unpleasant person, mostly because there was no warmth there. There was nothing to sort of make you want to get close to her. Freddie was different. I mean, Freddie wasn't my kind of person. At some point, Freddie really got on my nerves. But at least he was outgoing and passionate. And for a while, you could kind of sympathize with him. He really seemed to be torn by this whole thing. Mildred just was bitter. I mean, that was my impression of her. Well, yeah, I was going to get to that. That was one of the questions I asked because they were all, these people that I talked to, they said did what they were supposed to do. They planted doubts, because sometimes they would ask questions, and these people didn't, they would answer truthfully. They don't know anything bad, nothing bad about Jeff. And then the CID would say, well, but did you ever know that? And at that point, they said no, but then you start thinking, maybe there's something I don't know. And that I did discover that through talking to some of these people up there, that they had been around and instead of just asking questions, they asked questions that lawyers would call leading questions. Or they would ask questions and then imply that we know something you don't know, so if you don't know anything about this, that's just because you're ignorant. Well, as I recall, they kept asking about, did he run around a lot with other women? Did they know that that was one of the things they kept talking about. And the other thing that they asked about a lot was drug use, because they had heard, and a lot of these people had told them that Jeff's brother had been known to use drugs. And did you know that Jeff's brother did this? And we never knew that. And then they would say, well, did you ever hear that Jeff was using drugs? The question was, did you know that Jeff was using, but did you ever hear that? Well, somebody told me that, so maybe you. I mean, that was the kind of stuff that was going on up there. In most cases, I did not get the feeling, the impression, whatever you wanted to call it, that the CID had really placed a lot of doubts in these people's minds. But they were looking, and that's what they were looking for, was marital infidelity and drugs. At least that's my recollection.
Yeah, if they thought.
Well, it did come up. Now that you mention it, it did come up. And I think the basis of that was both Jeff and his brother, they lived in Patchogue. And both Jeff and his brother, summers, I've never been there. I've never been on Fire Island, but they drove taxi. I will tell you where McGinnis got that. I guess since McGinnis had it, I guess I can just talk about it. When Jeff was sent to Dr. Sadoff administered, I can never remember, it's the Minnesota something or other multi-phase personality test. It's very long. It's the one that the reporters kept asking Trump's doctor, why didn't you give him this instead of this little silly test you have? Because this is a big, valid test. And the report came back from the psychologists after that. The people who administered, because Sadoff didn't administer it himself, he sent them to some psychologists who do these things. The report came back that some of his answers indicated a tendency towards homosexuality. That's all it says. Well, I don't know, but my guess is it's almost impossible to take that test and not have a tendency to something about it. But does that mean you're homosexual, or does that mean you're a chronic liar, or a psychopath? And that is in that. My guess is that's where he got that. And it's in that psychologist report to Sadoff. Bernie told me once, because I think I asked him about this. I said, did you ever talk to Sadoff about this issue? He said, oh yeah, Sadoff said it's bullshit. There's nothing there. And that was the end of that. He would say, because Hammond had made very clear, I don't think Colonel Rock did this, Hammond made very clear at the very beginning that the rules of evidence do not apply here, and that we're going to let people testify about whatever they want to testify as long as it's relevant and as long as it's not way out of bounds. Every once in a while, Colonel Rock would whisper in Hammond's ear about something, an answer or a question, and Hammond would whisper back in his ears, and Colonel Rock would, could you repeat it, or I don't need to hear any more about it. He'd stop you from doing stuff. But basically, he sat and listened. He did not ask a lot of questions, and the questions he did ask often were to Ham, and they were off the record, I assume. Well, I'm not sure that he thought of it that way. I mean, I don't want to speak for him because he certainly didn't speak to me. He gave me no impression that during the hearing and that he viewed us, the lawyer, or the prosecutor, as anything other than people who had to be there who were doing their job. And he gave no impression at all that he felt any obligation to come out one way or another. So I don't think he really was thinking that this is, the Army's on trial here. I mean, as much as Bernie tried to put him on trial, Bernie was pretty good and pretty clear about putting the CID on, putting not even the prosecutors. I mean, Bernie would try to embarrass the prosecutors, but they weren't the targets. The targets were the CID. And the way Bernie was trying to do it, what he was trying to do was clearly make Colonel Rock think, you know what, your people have let you down. And that's how it played out too. I mean, Colonel Rock did not seem to be, defensive or irritated or anything else. But what the message was that Bernie was trying to convey, we talked about this, is we're not trying to put the Army in. That's what got us so mad about Freddie. Freddie was all over the place. Everybody's guilty of it's the Army against Jeff. Well, Bernie said, no. We're going to put the CID on trial because they're the people who botched it. I mean, it wasn't General Flanagan or it wasn't you, and we're going to show you that these people did a bad job, and that's not what the Army wants. Yeah. Well, how we started with that. That's what we started with. We knew. I mean, we figured out pretty early on. We need to get the lab reports. Whatever they didn't have all the lab reports at that point. We knew that too. But we knew that to challenge them, we needed the stuff, and because you couldn't take their word for it. And that's where we started. That's what we started doing. Yeah, I didn't know anything about anything until I started reading it and then started talking to Jeff about it. And then, of course, started talking about to Mike and all the other people. It really was disturbing to remember where we started with that interview, which to me seemed just wrong. I mean, just from a point of view of being an investigator, it's just not the way, to me, an investigator ought to start a case like this, with this kind of, smirky little view of life. We know stuff you don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, I think that it happened because there was some pressure. It was a big deal. The press was there all the time. I think Freddie had already started his tirades about incompetence of this and that, and I think they thought we got to wrap this up quickly. CBS Evening News knows about it, and that's not what we want. And my guess is there was a fair amount of pressure on Grevner to get it done. The other thing, my theory is everybody knows when there's violence in a family member did. I mean, that's a police given. So, why spend a lot of time doing more? And my guess is, and this is just a guess, is the other thing is they had no idea what real defense counsel could do, because they generally walked into court and, it's like the FBI. They walk into court, everybody knows that the guy who was accused of did it anyway. And so they have an authority that nobody else has. Well, it is scary, but if you ever watch a criminal trial where an FBI guy testifies, this one, is the trial of these technicians who made these scientific discoveries up got great deference because they're FBI technicians.
It's Don Ball.
Yeah. Mr. Which way did the needle go in? Well, who cares? Okay. Well, the coffee table is something that I take some credit for myself, because it was such a big deal. I remember reading the interview, and of course we were not privy to actually kicking the table over or anything, but I kept listening to, thinking about what Jeff's story was. This is all going on in the living room. And I thought, what? I'll bet you if somebody's standing near that coffee table and you kick it, that person's leg or some part of that person's body will stop it from rolling over. And I mentioned that to Bernie, and I don't know where that went, but I know that Colonel Rock got the point, because that's what he did. And the other thing about the coffee table was they, if you listen, Bernie was very funny about this. If you listen to what they were saying, Bernie would stand up and demonstrate it. He would stand up and there would be a coffee, table, and he'd go, bang! And it looked silly what he did. But that's what they were saying. That's what we did. We hit it with all our might. We did, and never stopping to think that there was all sorts of stuff going on, but there wasn't somebody there standing kicking the coffee table over. And I, as I said, eventually, that was one of the things that I tried to point out to Bernie was, this too makes no sense. It's information that's taken so far out of context that it's not even information anymore. Oh, we looked at a lot of crime scene photographs. I mean, we looked at everything from the bodies to the knife outside to the stuff on the floor. When you looked at some of that, you just knew that it had been, it was a mess. To try to make something out of it, something truly coherent out of it, like they did, made no sense either. And when you started reading the lab reports and started interviewing the MPs, you realized that those photographs had nothing to do with the crime scene. They were parts of the house after all those troops had trooped through. Some of them probably was where stuff lay, and some of them weren't. But who knows what? I mean, it was very difficult to tell. And that was the best part about talking to somebody like Sergeant Micah or Spec 4 Micah, is at that point you started saying, you know what, the witnesses tell you more than the pictures do. I mean, to go back to Errol, his view, I mean, to be a little bit gruesome, but the pictures of Colette with her stab wounds, the idea that you can somehow or another take those stab wounds and put dowels in a dummy that sort of looks like her stab wounds and come to a conclusion makes no sense at all. None. But they did it. I believe so. Yeah. Yeah, there were several prints that were they couldn't lift them, or they ruined them as they lifted them. I don't remember all the details of that. My granular memory isn't quite that good without reviewing the whole thing. But I do remember that there were fingerprints that were lifted that they couldn't lift them. They can smudge them or something while they were lifting them. Well, the law is, I do remember that. I think Jeff missed it at some point. Somebody told me, and one of the MPs told me that they knew where the law was, that they'd seen, I think it was an ambulance driver, take it. It was lying on the floor. And I'm not quite sure whether it was ever recovered. I think it was recovered. Yeah, I know. Well, as I said, that the problem that Ivory and Grebner and the other CID people had was the MPs. They came after all the MPs were there. They didn't know, and they didn't even know until later what the MPs were doing or saying. I never understood that as a motive. I mean, I know that there was some story. I never quite got the story. Jeff's story made a lot of sense to me. He didn't want to sleep on a wet bed, and the kid got in bed and went to bed, and he didn't want to sleep there. The idea that somehow or another that enraged somebody, I never even thought about that as a serious discussion. We didn't even try to I don't think we even tried to deal with that. It was, it was a fact of life. The bed was wet. The kid wet the bed, and that was that. I don't think he walked away. He was badly injured. I mean, it's true that they did not stab him or kill him. He passed out, and I think that they sort of took that as they did their job, or whatever they were doing. And he was the last one standing. He wasn't standing anymore. Why do any more? I don't get into their minds. I really don't. If you take the premise, which I do, that these people were seriously drug-addled people, I don't know why. That's why those kinds of questions I can't answer. I can't even imagine answers. Talk about who? Ken Micah? Okay.
Yeah, do you remember what came to you?
Yes, I do. I remember it very well. I was by myself in that back room. It was before the Article 32 started, and I was back there looking at, I think we'd gotten lab reports or something, and I was going through them. And it was getting late. It was late in the afternoon. It wasn't dark, but inside that little room, and I actually I think I was outside, and a young soldier walked up and said, "Are you one of the lawyers?" And I said, "Yes." And he said he'd met Mrs. MacDonald, I think in the PX or something, and talked to her, and she said that he ought to come talk to me. And I said, "Fine." And I don't think we even went inside. I think we just stood out there, and I said, "Well, what do you want?" And he said, "Well, I'm the first guy who walked in the house." And I didn't even know that at that point. And then he started telling me, he was the first guy there, and on his way there, he had seen this group of people. He talked a little bit about it. And I said, "Well, you know what? I think you ought to really talk to Bernie Siegel." I said that it's very important. And I said, "I'm not going to sit here right now and take down a statement or anything, but I want you to come back when Bernie's here," which I think was going to be the next day or something. And he did. And I think Bernie and I think Jim was there, sat down with him, and he went through what he went through. That's where he said that he had seen these people on the way to the crime scene, and that he went inside and he was appalled at what he saw. He went to all the rooms and was appalled at what he saw. And I can't remember all the details that he said, but those are the things that stuck in my mind. But the one that really popped out at me was he saw the 4 people. Now, he didn't say, that he knew exactly who they were. He said he just saw them. They looked like the people that Jeff had described. And of course, that was very exciting to me and to Bernie. And it was exciting that we found out that he was the first of many who traipsed through that house. We kind of knew that, but he was the first one to really tell us how many people were there, what happened, how many people were there. Well, I don't quite remember all the details, but he said that the people would, some of the people would come in and look around and run out again. They were so upset. He was upset. He said he'd never seen anything like it. But he went to all the bedrooms and he saw all the bodies, and it disturbed him a lot. And he also, I think he told me that he tried to tell some of the other MPs not to go in, but there were so many of them that some of them did and some of them didn't, and he didn't quite know. He didn't keep track of who went in and who didn't. He just knew that more people than he did. And the other thing, as I said, I told him, I said, the first time I met him, and also when Bernie was there, I said, this is very important, and you're probably going to be a witness in this. And he said, "I really don't want to be." I said, "Why is that?" He said, "Because they're really going to come down on me." And they did, apparently, too. Yeah. Well, I didn't see that. I didn't know, and that he had already told them that he saw all these people running in. All he did was he told me, "This is what I saw, and I think I ought to tell you." Mrs. MacDonald said, "Yeah, I ought to tell you," because apparently the first person he tried to talk to was Mrs. MacDonald, and I'm not quite sure how he recognized her, but she was around a lot, so people knew I think he did. He said he thought it was there was 3 men and a woman with a kind of a floppy hat, but it was not very detailed. But I think he did mention the floppy hat, yeah, because that's what caught our attention. Because by that time, Mr. Posey had already showed up and talked to Bernie, and so we were already looking for the girl with a floppy hat. That was before we came across Helena Stokely, but that was part of our little discovery of where we were going with the case. Yeah. Yeah, I think that was, yeah. Well, I think Bernie, I'm not quite sure exactly how, but he knew where we were. And he got in touch with Bernie. I think he came to our little area, and Bernie was there. I don't think I was there at that particular moment, but I was there pretty quickly afterwards. And he told that story about his girl that he knew was sitting the day of the funerals. The day after the murders, was sitting in her long black dress and with a flower with a wreath and acting suspicious, and he told the whole story, and eventually she started hinting that she was there. And he said he knew her not real well, but he knew her well enough to know that she was into the scene, as they would call it, that she did drugs, that she was an informant, that she was into witchcraft, she was into all this stuff. And so it didn't surprise him that she might have been involved. And I think that's as much as he saw her come home. And
she's wearing a floppy hat.
And that's actually where we got the description. Bernie got a sketch artist to do that thing, and we showed it to him. And he said, "Yeah, that looks like it. And so basically the floppy hat and the long black dress and the odd behavior, the mourning, the mourning behavior, he was truly convinced. Not necessarily that she did it, but that she sure knew a lot about it, or seemed to know a lot about it. I'm sorry. Oh, he basically threw up their handle on it too. So we don't know. I don't know either. Our theory, which we wanted to at least float out there, was, well, if nobody knows where it came from in the house, then it didn't come from the house. Who else might have brought it in? Well, there might be these strange people who carry candles around. I don't know. Yeah.
That there was fibers under the hair.
Yeah.
Ripping.
Right.
Were happening.
I don't know. I don't know what it's all attributable to. I mean, if you, again, because I've tried to do this a long time ago, I'm not sure that I could do it again, but again, if you try to, track Jeff second by second by his telling of the story, it's kind of hard to know exactly where he is at any particular point, because he's not quite clear on it. And again, it's one of those things that if you've been whacked on the head and stabbed, well, I'm not sure I'd be quite clear. I don't know the fibers. I don't know how to explain all of it. I just don't. The hair is, again, because we now know after all these years, some of it's still unidentified. I don't know what that means either. I know what the government says. It says, well, kids come in the house, other people come in the house with those kinds of things. Everybody's house has. I mean, this house probably has a fiber of your hair or something somewhere in the house. I don't know. That's the government's theory. And I'm not ready to do a case. And we're talking both about the Article 32 and then the trial. When your case is, we can explain everything. You failed. If that's your case, you failed. Well, yes. Again, because it's been 40-some years, I can't tell you the details right now, but he was awakened on the couch and he found these people there and he started fighting with them. And at some point they pulled his pajama shirt over his head, ripped it. He felt stabbing. He wasn't sure what it was. He got hit on the head and he passed out. And when he woke up down the hall, he saw, I think first he went into the bedroom and saw Colette. And he tried to give her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. At that point, to me, it's possible, but it doesn't explain it. If he rolled her over, some of the fibers might have come off. I don't know. It's possible. Then he went to the other two bedrooms and he found the kids. And he tried to resuscitate them. But at that point, he's fuzzy, because he is fuzzy. And he went to the bathroom and looked at himself and tried to figure out what's going on. And then he called said people have been stabbed here. I forget what he said. And then he basically passed out again. I mean, that's my recollection in general of what he is. Yes, I wrote that. I can explain it because, I would say it's not hyperbole. An explanation. It's wrong to come up with an explanation of something that you do not know. And that was the case in the CID at the time. They did not know what they were talking about, but they thought they did. And out of that came a theory that isn't even supported by their own evidence. It's made up. I mean, when Earl Morris first started talking to him, and we knew when he gets towards the part about finding Colette and the kids, particularly the kids, he starts breaking up, and we didn't know whether that was going to happen. It happened. He started breaking up. And I have to confess, I stopped looking at him because I was looking directly at Colonel Rock to see what Colonel Rock was doing. And Colonel Rock was just looking. He showed no emotion. He was listening very carefully. He showed no emotion. And I, at that point, thought, maybe Colonel Rock isn't a human being. I don't know. Because I certainly was moved by the whole thing. But on reflection, as I've said earlier, Colonel Rock was not an emotional guy. And he conducted that hearing, I won't say it's by the book, because it wasn't by the book, but it was by his version of the book. Everything has got to be out there, fair, and testable. That's why he let Bernie do what Bernie did. I mean, some judges would never let Bernie get away with that. But Colonel Rock, I think, saw that this was really very effective, that these people were now, the people Bernie was cross-examining, were now rethinking what they had just said. And I think when he was looking at Jeff, he was thinking the same thing. I want to know but he didn't say that. He just looked. And as I said, I stopped looking at Jeff. I didn't want to look at Jeff. I didn't want to watch him cry. But I did want to see Colonel Rock. And I was a little surprised that Colonel Rock showed no emotion, period.
How about Ham?
Ham was touched. You could look at Ham and see that Ham was touched. Well, to me, it was a circus. It need not have gone the way it went. They, legitimately speaking, I think legitimately they wanted, because they had found hairs that we then knew they couldn't identify. I mean, originally they thought they identified everything and found everything, but it turned out their lab people said, no, guess what, can't do this. So they wanted Jeff's body hair. And Jeff didn't want to do it, but I don't think Jeff had a vehement opposition to it. But Bernie and Danny Eisman, Jeff's associate, did, and they wanted to make an issue out of it. Never quite sure why, but they did. So they sent me off to Judge Algernon Butner, I think his name was, who was the district judge at the time in some little town near that. I remember driving all morning to try to get a temporary restraining order. And the judge was very nice. I still remember he was an older guy, and he was very stuffy, little old Southern gentleman kind of guy. He listened to what I had to say, and because it was totally ex parte, and he listened to what I had to say, and he said, well, young man, I think not. And that was the end of that. And so I went back and I told Bernie, I said, the judge, we're not getting a TRO. And that's when Bernie and Denny went and kind of threw their bodies in front of these MPs or whoever was supposed to do it. Somebody from Womack Hospital, I think, was going to do it. And he wound up on the ground and wore a neck collar and himself into paper. But they took the hair anyway, and it didn't matter. It was totally irrelevant. It was a true sideshow, and that is one of those things I am glad I did not participate in, except for trying to get it stopped with the district judge. Well, it did, because it was in the paper. It showed poor Denny Eisman on the ground, and Bernie was saying, they threw him on the ground. I'm not sure how it cut. I mean, Bernie thought that it was going to be advantageous to us by showing what thugs these military people were. But I never thought that, and I still don't think that. Because the audience was a bunch of military people, and they aren't going to get upset about the fact that some MP throws a civilian lawyer on the ground. I mean, to do something that's completely lawful. So I never thought of it as anything other than a sideshow.
What's your impression of Bill Ivory?
Of who?
Bill Ivory.
I've never seen his book. My impression of Bill Ivory was he was a conceited, stuffy, uneducated, self-important man. He was way over his head and not only didn't want to admit it, he thought he was really a big-time crime stopper. Of all of the three of them, I didn't like Grevner or Shaw or Ivory, but for different reasons. But Ivory just grated on me because of the three of them, was the one who was most kind of smug about, we're in charge here. We know what happened, and don't you ever try to cross us, because we know. And you say, know what? Yeah. Well, I felt the case was going our way pretty much when I asked to be relieved of duty and sent to Vietnam, which was just the prosecutors wanted to put on their little bit of rebuttal. And by that time, I wasn't sure what Colonel Rock was going to do. In fact, I won't say I was surprised, but I wasn't sure he was going to dismiss the charge. But I was pretty sure that he was going to say, convey, if not in writing, at least whisper in the general's ear, you know what, there's not much here. I was pretty sure about that. And Ham never said that. But Ham's job, I kind of knew Ham's job because I was a judge's law clerk too. Ham wasn't a law clerk, he was an advisor, but he had one of those functions of the judge can't talk to you directly, but he can send out his little emissary to tell you, maybe you want to think about this. And Ham would do that. And towards the end, Ham was pretty clear that, the CID is not, actually he never talked about the CID, he talked about Summers and Thompson, the other prosecutors. He said, they're not doing a particularly good job here. And he said, I think Bernie's doing a pretty good job. And I took that as meaning, yes, he is. And that's why I did not want to get stuck there. Well, on the stand, and again, you've read the transcript, so you know better than I do, but my recollections are that Kassab basically said what a wonderful father Jeff was and how much he cared for the kids and how much he loved Colette. He was unambiguous about Jeff's devotion to Colette and his family and how much Kassab loved Jeff. He was, and I think that was probably true. Jeff was more important to Kassab than Colette was because Jeff, unlike Colette, would actually try to make friends with Colette and Mildred had a very rocky relationship, according to Jeff. That's all I know. But apparently that was true. And Jeff was a real catalyst in bringing Freddie into Jeff's family because Mildred was not particularly a warm, loving person. And Colette sometimes didn't really want Mildred around. But Mildred came with Freddie, and Freddie loved being around them. And Jeff liked having Freddie around, too. They were very big buddies. And I don't think there was anything fake about that. That was true. Yeah. And that report was in that file. I don't think up until that point, anybody else but the lawyers and Sadoff had seen that report. But when Jeff said anything goes, that's what McGinnis did. And that's how McGinnis found out about, McGinnis knew about the diet pills, but he read stuff that he had not been, only the lawyers really had talked about. And we kind of thought, well, there's no reason to sort of bring any of this up. The diet pills, I think the government brought up, but that they never did. And the only reason, again, that I think now it's a matter of public knowledge is McGinnis knew it. And Jeff let McGinnis have it, so everybody has it. Well, I have to say that I feel betrayed by Joe McGinnis. I talked at great length to Joe, and Joe never wrote me letters saying, I believe Jeff 100%, what a terrible thing has happened to him, but he pretty much told me that. And I never wanted Joe around in the first place, but I came to like him. But you like him kind of like you like a sick puppy. He's there, he's needy, and you finally say, okay, he wants to be friends, I'll be friends. That's the way Joe worked. As I said, I know how Errol feels about Janet Malcolm, but I don't feel quite the same way, because I thought she treated me fairly well. But those letters that Joe sent to Jeff were true betrayals. Those were just out and out lying, nasty betrayals. And he has every right, I think, to feel that he was betrayed by Joe.
Jeff feels betrayed by other people, maybe even me, but not to the same degree. But I think that's because over the years, and it's taken years, Jeff's taken a beating. And that's one of the things. Jeff never thinks he's going to take a beating by giving an interview or a press, and he has. Jeff always thinks he's going to schmooze people into believing him because he's such a likable guy, and he is, but people don't necessarily believe him all the time. And he now takes that. I'm not sure how this started, but he now takes the mere questioning of him as suspicious, that you're not on his side. And that's wrong. But I understand where he's at, and I understand that's how he feels. I'm sorry about that, but that seems to me he's changed a lot. Of course, being in prison for all these years, but it's not just being in prison, it's being sort of disbelieved. Over time, people start thinking, well, he's lost these trials, he's in prison, this book, shows what an awful person he is. And I understand why he is very suspicious of people now. He certainly is.
It's hard to be when...
Right. Well, I'm not so sure he hasn't been able to tell his story. She certainly hasn't. But as I said, I think he's reluctant now to tell hardly any story, because whatever he says now, somebody will say, well, we heard that before and nobody believed you. Once that quote, nobody believes you, becomes common knowledge, why bother anymore? And not only that, why bother? Why not suspect that people are trying to get you to do it again just because it makes you look bad? I get that. No, the other three associates I met was he did something that he didn't have to do. If he had wanted to, he could have simply said, well, it's not a very good case, but it ought to go to trial. But to actually put your name on paper and say the charges are wrong is something, he went, from my view, a little bit beyond what he needed to do, but what he felt was right. And again, because I know very little about him personally, just what I saw, that seems to fit what he is. He was a full bull colonel. He had no place to go. He wasn't going to be a general. He was respected. He had an Army career. He's going to retire. He basically had no reason to fear anybody. But he also had no particular reason, unless he really thought so, to give Jeff and us this particularly strong wording in his findings. The charges are not true. No, I was in Vietnam.
Well, how'd you hear about it?
I heard about it from the Stars and Stripes. Because
of just that it happened. And in the beginning, I heard Jeffrey MacDonald's story. After a few days, I began to hear that the CID or the MPs didn't believe his story and discounted everything he said and went off on their own scenario. I didn't know. I had gone to Fort Bragg in December of '67. And at the same time over there, new JAG officers were coming in. And Bill more than I really had more experience trying court-martial cases than anybody else on the post. Nobody at JFK had any experience trying court-martial cases. I only did because I'd been up at Corps. And so we kind of figured if they didn't bring in somebody from outside, they'd probably get us. And we were right. And so we kind of acted accordingly because we wanted the case, whether it was prosecution or defense. We didn't have any. I guessed if I were involved, it'd probably be defense, but I didn't know. And Bill being at the 82nd, he was totally out of the court-martial jurisdiction, except he was on the same post. And he didn't know what he would be. Everybody was talking about the case at all times. And the JAG office was getting reports, and we were paying attention to what the CID said, the MPs, and we were gossiping, for want of a better term, about the case. After a period of time, I was told almost surreptitiously that I was going to be assigned to represent Jeffrey MacDonald. Well, then I really started paying attention. And I did have friends in the CID, in the MPs, and I didn't pump them for information, but my ears were certainly open when I would see them. And you have to realize that at 18th Corps, they did all the prosecution for the JFK Center and everything else, and that was a very, very, maybe the busiest court-martial jurisdiction in the Army. And so the CID, the MPs, the investigators were always up there, and they were used to us, just like, because we did both prosecution and defense, and so we would talk back and forth, what's the latest on this, that, and the other. I really started to learn that after a week or 10 days, it appeared that the Army was going in one direction completely. I was on TV, they were looking at everybody, but in actuality, they were only looking at MacDonald. And that was pretty evident from what we saw that they were doing and what we actually heard on the ground. And that never changed till this day that I'm aware of. We discussed it again just over a cup of coffee of the JAG officers, and we assumed it was because, one, he was there, two, he was alive, and three, he was a family member. And I'm not sure they were smart enough to look outside the room. They didn't believe anything he said, and never did. And from my estimation, they only looked at the evidence superficially, and they looked at it from one perspective. This went on for a couple of weeks, and I think the murder was February the 17th, because I just looked it up. I couldn't have told you a week ago. Throughout March, for want of a better term, they were going back and forth and back and forth. And I heard sometime in early March that I would probably be defending Jeffrey. I heard they were going to charge him in the first week of April, I think. I think it's about the first week of April they were going to charge him, and that I was going to be assigned his defense counsel. What they did in the Army is if somebody was charged with a crime, they assigned a defense counsel. They assigned a prosecutor and a defense counsel. I was going to be the assigned military defense counsel. And I'd already known that was going to happen. But I heard that about the first week of April, and I think I found out one day, and then there was an appointment set up for him to come in and meet with me the next day. And I remember that very clearly. Well, at first I was a little nervous because I didn't know what I was meeting. And I'd done nothing but read about this in the newspaper for weeks. And I didn't know what kind of client I had, but I was determined to represent my client as best I could. And at that time, I was a little paranoid. And I took him and the Air Force Blue Angels or whatever they are was at Pope Air Force Base. And we went down to Pope Air Force Base because I wanted somewhere private to talk to him. I wanted to find out what he knew, what he said, and what he was like. We spent the whole day watching planes and talking. And I started to formulate my idea of what had happened and my ideas about him at that time. I liked him. He was a very nice person. He was easy to talk to. He was affable. He was kind of gullible. He was pretty naive, to be perfectly honest. I don't think he realized that the military had been going after him for the last month or so. I don't think he had any idea. And he didn't hide anything from me. He never did. And I liked that. If I asked him a question, I got an answer. It was an honest answer, and if later in the conversation he remembered something else or contradicted himself, he did that, and I liked that very much. As an attorney, well, the worst thing you can have is an innocent client, because then you really worry that you'll mess it up. But as an attorney, you want your client to tell you everything there is. If a client won't tell you, you have an almost impossible time putting together a case. Parties involved. I was told a couple of weeks before he was charged, as I recall, that I was probably going to be assigned to defend him. And after that, I began to feel like I was looking over my shoulder because I was concerned about the CID or somebody else watching over me, especially when I got named as counsel and it came out. No, I've never seen it used in any other situation, but you've got to realize this case, as we used to say, I would go home every afternoon and turn on Walter Cronkite and see what I did that day. And, my fish tank, and actually Jeffrey's fish tank was famous. It was on Walter Cronkite 3 or 4 times with the fish going back and forth and as they talked. But this case had so much publicity. It had everything. It had Ivy League school, doctor, Green Beret, wife and children homicide, Fort Bragg, you name it, it had it. And it was on the headlines every day. on the TV and in the newspaper. And the pressure was on the Army to perform, on the CID and the prosecutors to perform. And I didn't trust everybody I should have trusted that I was right. Well, they weren't that young. The chief investigators, I was old. I was 28. I was old at Fort Bragg, seriously. But the CID officers were, the senior ones were my age or better. And they were professionals, and they'd been in there. They weren't very professional in the way they acted, in my opinion. They weren't very competent in how they did things. But they needed to investigate this case, and they didn't need to lose it. And they didn't need to have anything come out that was adverse to the Army. Now, I'm talking about the investigators and the MPs and the CID. I'm not talking about the commanding general or the command of General Tolson at 18th Corps or General Flanagan at JFK Center and the people that they worked with. That's a different deal. All they wanted was it done right. Army had taken some terrible black eyes, and I'm sure that the commanding generals said, do this and do it right and don't get us any black eyes, which is not what they did. But again, I repeat, the generals who commanded everything, from my point of view, acted appropriately and stayed out of it to the extent they could and only got involved to the extent they were supposed to. His story is the story that everybody's come to know. He had gone to Hamlet, North Carolina, which is not too far from Fayetteville. It's down there where the racetrack was. I can't even remember the name of the other town, but he worked in the hospital there. And as I recall, he said he was an emergency room doctor. This was pretty standard fare for doctors, and he was not busy. So he just worked, I think, a midnight shift, but he had very little to do, so he got a full night's sleep. And he came home and did what else he did. He said his wife was, I don't know what subject she was taking, but she was going to night school. And she went to night school, so he was home babysitting. And she went to night school, and then it was a rainy, foggy night. It was the kind of night something like this would happen on, if you were going to put it. It was really a bad night. I remember it well. And she came home, and they watched a little TV, and she went to bed. He said he went in, and one of his daughters had gotten into bed with her and had wet the bed, and she put her back in her bed. He went in the living room where they had a long, flat couch to sleep on the couch. At some time in the middle of the night, he woke up to the noise and confusion, and there was this group of people, there were four that he I will say identified, he described, and he fought with them, and then at a later time he woke up and saw his children and his wife and tried to minister to them, and the next thing he knew, he was in the hospital. That's a quick summary of what he told me. Well, I've lived with that story for 48 years, and I haven't doubted it. I really didn't doubt him then. Well, let's put it this way. I was testing him because I wanted to know. I didn't know whether to doubt or not. And for the first few weeks, when I would talk to him, even though I didn't look like I was paying attention, I was, because I wanted to see if there was a crossed wire or there was something left out or things changed that were not normal to change. And I soon came to the point that I was testing what he said happened as opposed to what the CID said happened, and finding out that what he said made sense and worked out. What they said, in my opinion, didn't. And so I came to quickly not doubt anything he said. I don't remember when I first met him, but I met him and was with him off and on throughout the thing. I remember them both. And Mr. Kasab, during the hearing, spent a number of days in our office back. He was absolutely an advocate, and so she was too. How was he assigned? In the Army, a defendant had the right to request an attorney. I was the appointed counsel, and Jeffrey had the right to request an attorney. And I'd set up with a friend of mine, Bill Thompson, who was over to 82nd, to request him. And he and I had been at Fort Bragg for a couple of years. We were good friends, and he was, in all candor, probably the best trial lawyer at Fort Bragg, present company included. And we had talked back and forth. And well, at the last minute when they charged Jeff, they said he was not going to be available. And Jeff said, I've got this good friend who's smart as he can be, and named Mike Malley, let's request him, and we did that. And for me, that was fine because I already knew we were going to have civilian counsel. I wanted somebody who was Jeff's confidant and friend to bolster him up. A new friend, for want of a better term, but I wasn't somebody that could help him out for what I knew he was going to be going through in the next 6 months. Mrs. MacDonald, had a friend named Mr. Stern, as I recall, who lived in New Hope, Pennsylvania. And she called him and said, what has happened to you? What do I do? And he said, I'll get you the best criminal lawyer in Philadelphia. And that's how they got Bernie. and they called Bernie and retained him. Bernie came down to Fort Bragg and met with me, and I remember that quite well. And fortunately, again, I really grew to like Bernie and respect him, and he was a very good trial attorney. Well, it was kind of interesting. I'd tried court-martial cases for a couple of years, and I'd had a couple of instances where I'd had civilian counsel. And I know this surprises you, but at 18th Corps, the prosecution and the defense attorneys did their best. Maybe we were young and maybe we didn't know what we were doing, but we did our best to fight for our clients. And I'm thinking of one case in particular, I'd had civilian counsel who just wasn't worth shooting. There was some civilian counsel that were really great that would come out there and try cases. Bernie and Dennis Eisman were flying into Raleigh, North Carolina, and I told them I'd meet them at the airport in Raleigh. And I wore my uniform, I remember, and drove up there to get them, and we sat down, and I was going to take them to Fort Bragg and show them around. And I didn't know what I was getting into. I had researched them as best I could. We didn't have the internet then, but I found out I still had friends that practiced law at different places. And I had a good opinion of Bernie's abilities. I didn't know Eisman. I didn't know him till I met him that day. And Bernie is very affable and very intelligent, and I immediately got along with him. And so it was a short period of time, the two of us got so we could work together and trust each other pretty quick. And I enjoyed working with him at all times. He's a good lawyer. Well, Mike and I, if you've ever been to a big law firm, you have a senior partner and you hire some junior people to do all the work. Mike and I were the junior guys. And we were there at Fort Bragg. The good thing was we had Mike's brain and we had my background because I knew where everything was at Fort Bragg. The military had also provided us with a specialist who was a typist, so we had a clerk. They gave us an office in the same building where the hearing was going to be held, so we had a private office. And Mike and I did the investigation and prepared the case, for want of a better term, and gave it to Bernie, and then Bernie would say, well, do this or do this. He was the guiding hand on the strategy and the tactics, but Mike and I were the feet on the ground, and it worked very well. Because fortunately, everybody got along and everybody worked together. Well, I don't know how to directly respond. We needed to find out what happened. We tried to get, and we ultimately got, the witness statements and whatnot from the various MPs, and we tried to put together what happened. We were fortunate we had Jeff, and he could help us some. And then we tried to figure out how to investigate, and Jeff knew who the neighbors were, and he knew who his wife's friends were and things like that. So we started going around the neighborhood talking to people like that. We thought we didn't have the resources that the Army did, but I'm not sure the Army had any resources they used, to be perfectly frank with you. But we started investigating. One ploy we used, people loved to talk to us because they would get a little bit of gossip, and so they would talk to us. And I don't think Mike and I were very intimidating. And we put in, as I recall, there were two ads in the paper. One was for $5,000, and I thought we had another one where we gave our phone number and whatnot. And we had people that would write us sometimes crazy letters and sometimes information that would give us leads. And we met a lady that lived in the neighborhood. Can't remember her name as I recall it. I don't know. But she did something like she sold Tupperware or something like that. She knew everybody. So we gave her little bits of information. She'd go out and gossip with everybody. And he'd call us back up and say, go see Mrs. Smith at so-and-so. She might know something. and nobody was intimidated by her. And the other thing that was very helpful for us, nobody was intimidated by Mike and me. We did the best we could. We didn't know what was going on. And just by dumb luck, we would go to a witness and we would say, what happened? And they would tell us, and we would say, now, when you said bear, did you mean B-E-A-R like an animal, or was it B-A-R-E like no clothes? And because we didn't know, we finally discovered, and somebody, I think more than one person told us, they came forth more with us than the MPs because we weren't trying to prove it. We were not only not trying to prove anything, we were trying to be as clear as we possibly could, and we engendered trust. And we got a lot of information that way. And it actually was useful because we talked to witnesses that the CID never talked to, which was amazing to me. And we also talked to witnesses that they had talked to, who they'd irritated the witnesses. I can remember. It misquoted a witness, and they would write up the statement, and we would have a statement from somebody from the CID. So this is what CID said you said. I didn't say that. And they just were not very sophisticated, and it helped our investigation. I don't think they deviated from their immediate first thoughts. I don't think we had to try to figure out what happened. And it was very helpful. We would take what Jeffrey MacDonald told us and see if it could be true. They would never see if it would be true. And we discovered a lot, and some of it was very damning to their case. In our ignorance, we were fortunate in having to uncover the facts ourselves. One of the things I remember that was one of the highlights, if you want to know the truth, and I still look back with great pride, for want of a better term, the government had certain articles of faith. They had certain pieces of evidence that couldn't be overcome. And one of them is in the photograph of the living room where Jeffrey MacDonald was on a sofa. In front of him was a rectangular coffee table, and in the photographs it was laying on its side, and it was top heavy. Underneath it were a bunch of magazines, and they put on a witness, and he testified that they were tried 1,000,000 times and it would never fall that way. It was too top heavy, blah, blah. And this was a great piece of evidence that showed that the whole scene was staged. And we couldn't figure that out to save our life. How could that have happened? Because we kind of believed him. And Mike Malley and I were looking at the photographs of the house. And I think it was a green shag rug on the living room floor. A rocking chair on a rug, it'll make indentures where the rocking chair went. And if you take the chair and you sit it exactly where you normally have a rocking chair, you can see that that's where it sat. But in the pictures, it was turned around sideways. And we figured, wait a minute. What happened is the coffee table hit the chair, spun the chair around. It stopped the momentum. The magazines fell, and the coffee table landed on top of them. And we did all of that theoretically, but we were sure we were correct. So we asked permission. We'd never been allowed to go in the castle scene of the crime. And we asked permission to go into the scene of the crime. And Mike and I told Bernie about this. And so Judge Rock, or I say Judge Rock, Colonel Rock, said, all right, we're going to go in there one afternoon at 1 o'clock, but I don't want any discussions while we're in there. If you have a question or a thing, just put it in writing. He tried to run a good show, and he really did. And we'll come back. So Bernie and I went in, and the first thing we did is go straight to that chair and turn it over, and there was an arm of the chair. It was a modern kind of chair, and there were like there were 3 dents in it, and 2 of the dents had furniture polish in it. One of the dents, the biggest one, didn't have any furniture polish in it. And if you looked at the table, there was a dent in the side of the table. We said, aha, this proves what we said. And we got Colonel Rock and said, Colonel Rock, will you please come look at this? And we didn't argue, we just showed that, and we drew it up. We had taken a tape measure. So we did the length of the arm and where these dents were located. So we went back to the courtroom, and we told Colonel Rock that our theory was the table had hit the chair had stopped the momentum, the chair had spun around, and that's how everything got. But you got to realize the CID had testified this was impossible over and over and over again. I don't know, a month later, something like that. Colonel Rock had an officer, a JAG officer, Hammond Beale. He was a good lawyer. He came up to me, he said, now, Jim, you tell your people if they laugh, you're dead. Don't you laugh no matter what we say. You just stand there and you tell everybody here, what are you talking about, Ham? Don't say a word. So we all stood, and Colonel Rock came in. He'd gone over there, put the chair where we said, put the table where it was, kicked the table the first time. It landed exactly like in the photograph. And we didn't laugh. And the funny thing about that was, later we got back in the premises, and we looked at the arm of that chair, and there were like 7 or 8 dents on it. So the CID had gone back in there after Colonel Rock and tried it himself, which proved to me 2 things. 1, we were right. And 2, the CID never did it before we did it. I don't know if they ever tested it at all. I'm sure they did, but they never thought about hitting the chair. And that was a great revelation to us and took a lot of wind out of their sails. The other thing, which was very dramatic, at least for me, and it's always bothered me, of all the Army people involved in this thing, there was a specialist for Micah, who was without question the smartest, hardest working, intuitive policeman around. I think he was from New York, and I think he'd been a policeman before he came in the Army, and he came in to get experience. And he went to the scene and did everything correctly. He was the only one. But they got a call from the CID head or the MP headquarters for him to proceed. They were on patrol to that address. I think he was a passenger and somebody else was riding in a Jeep, and he called us a blue light. They didn't have a siren on, but they had a blue light on the Jeep. And they came up to the stoplight, which was in the middle of the night, was blinking orange. And they were going to turn down to the left to go to Castle Drive. And there were some bushes over here. And this is where there was a filling station and a small shopping center. And he looked over in the bushes, and there was a girl hiding in the bushes with a floppy hat and a raincoat on. Well, that's kind of unusual, 3 o'clock in the morning at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, in the rain. I mean, it's very unusual. But he couldn't stop because he was on a code blue or whatever it was. So he went over there and he gave artificial respiration to Jeff, and he was the only one that did everything right. I mean, he really did. And when Jeff was removed, or when he got the story from Jeff about the description of the 4 intruders, one of them was exactly the description of the girl he had just seen 2 blocks away. And I mean 2 blocks on the way to the scene. And he told the lieutenants that. And then I don't think they sent anybody to hunt for, but he went back, I was told, to the office, and he filled out a witness statement, and he put that in the witness statement. They made him take it out of the witness statement, and the witness statement that we got didn't have that in there. So we went to the hearing, and we met with him, and he got a lot of information. And the last question Mike and I used to always ask, is there anything else you can think of that we hadn't asked you about that you would like to tell us about this? And everybody always said no, or most of the time. Well, he did too. So he testified for the prosecution, and he never mentioned this girl, never mentioned it. Well, he was too good a man to let that pass. And I'm not sure how he got the word back to us, but he got the word back to us about what he had seen and the fact he'd been told not to testify to it. I think he was either our first or second witness we called, and the prosecution just went through the ceiling, we called it. We hadn't put him on a witness list. We said, he's your witness. We're just calling him back to the stand. When he testified, Colonel Rock didn't like that because Colonel Rock was a very honorable man. He really didn't like that. He said, well, Mike had testified about seeing this girl, and he testified that he'd been told not to tell anybody that. And Colonel Rock, I can't tell you what, if anything, he said, but I knew the look on his face, and I didn't want Colonel Rock mad at me, I promise you. I'll tell you, when I told Bernie, he asked me that question. He said, just like his name, you can count on him. Peter built the church on a rock. When Colonel Rock was appointed, I knew him. How do you do, sir? That's about it. But he'd been on court-martial panels. When a panel will sit for a number of court-martials, when you get a new panel, you try to find out what you can about the people on there. If somebody's got a predilection in one direction, you want to know it before you try a case against them. And so we kind of knew he was a known entity to us. And he was known to be smart, honest, straightforward. And I remember telling Bernie, if I were a general, he'd be on my staff and I'd do everything he said. And in fact, it was because he was the hearing officer, is one of the reasons we decided, one of the main reasons we decided to try the case in the 32, because we knew that General Flanagan appointing Colonel Rock, he wanted to know what happened. And Colonel Rock was going to find out what happened, and he was going to report back to Flanagan, and Flanagan was probably going to do what Colonel Rock said. And another, I'll give you some idea. We did statements. If I interviewed you, as soon as you left, you go out the door. Sometimes we'd have you on tape. Sometimes we wouldn't. We'd just be scritching. Sometimes we'd have you on tape. Sometimes we wouldn't. We'd just be scribbling notes. Mike and I would both regurgitate every fact we could. He's got sandals on and no socks. Every fact we could possibly think of, we'd make little notes, just scribbles. And we gave these little summaries to Bernie Siegel, so he would know who he was talking to, because Bernie hadn't interviewed any witnesses before they got on the stand. And I remember Bernie said, Jim, you didn't give me anything on Colonel Rock, and he's the most important person in this. And I said, I don't have to. His name is what he is. And I mean that in the highest esteem, And he was good. He ran a good show. I didn't know him as well as I did some other JAG officers because he hadn't been there that long. But he was a JAG officer from 18 Corps. He was a good lawyer, and he did a very fine job, I think, advising Colonel Rock. You've got to realize the position those two were in. And they ran a good show, and Hammond Beale, I think, did a good job. Well, if you walked outside the hearing room, there were 6 or 8 or somebody. You have to have an independent officer appointed to hear the evidence to make sure there's enough evidence to take it to a court-martial. And so usually it's pretty perfunctory. You go to the Article 32, you listen to the evidence, the defense doesn't say a word, and there's a report written by the 32 officer and it's sent up. In this case, we determined to try the case there, but it's just a preliminary hearing. It's just one step, and the 32 officer writes a written report, and he gives it to the court-martial convening authority with his recommendation. And the court-martial convening authority, in this case, General Flanagan, can accept the report, and then he can take whatever action he wants to. He can dismiss the charges, which he did in this case, or he can refer the charges on to General Court-Martial. It's just a preliminary hearing, safety valve. I interviewed them. I don't remember, and they testified. I don't recall that. I mean, I remember them testifying. I remember interviewing them. I remember them testifying, just generally speaking in the normal course of things, but I don't recall interviewing them with Colonel Rock there as such, other than in the Article 32 hearing itself. It wasn't until Colonel Rock was appointed. And you got to realize it was based on his intelligence and integrity that we decided to try it completely. And in fact, if you may not remember, but we tried to have an open hearing where the public would be involved. That was denied to us. But because we wanted an open trial, we wanted to try the case. And I think it dawned on the prosecution. JFK Center is separate from 18th Corps. And JFK Center is going to do what JFK Center is going to do. Commanding General Flanagan is going to do what he's going to do. And he's going to try to do what was right just between you. I mean, he's going to stand up for his officer, but he's going to try to get to the bottom of any crime. It dawned on them, it dawned on the prosecution, if they didn't put on a complete and full case, Colonel Rock was going to rule. And it dawned on us the same way, and we had faith in his abilities, and I'm sure that Cliff Summers and Bill Thompson, in talking about Colonel Rock, had exactly the same opinion. Well, when we started investigating the crime scene, we had the advantage of Jeffrey MacDonald could write us a roadmap of where every piece of furniture was and this, that, and the other in there, even though early on we didn't have photographs, but we soon got them. And we started looking at the witness statements and hearing what the prosecution, when we talked to the investigators, what they were basing their case on, and it was garbage. I mean, I talked about the table going over. That was a big deal for them. And it took us a while to refute that. Another thing they talked about was there was a white flower pot, and it was sitting up on the floor. And they said, see, that's a staged scene. It would never sit up. Well, we agreed. But we talked to some MPs and found somebody that said, yeah, I picked it up and put it over here. And they never, I don't think they interviewed everybody that went in the house. I don't think we ever interviewed everybody that went in the house because we couldn't find out who everybody was. Every time we would talk to somebody, we'd get them to list everybody else that they saw in the house. But there was at least one person that nobody ever knew who they were. And the flower pot was a glaring example of evidence they thought was important. We had a witness who said, no, I picked it up. It was laying on its side. The table was another one. There was just things like that Jeffrey MacDonald's wallet It didn't have much money in it. But 2 or 3 investigating MPs saw it sitting on a table or whatever it was sitting on. It disappeared. They later found out that one of the ambulance drivers stole the wallet from the crime scene, took the money out of it and threw it away. And somebody found it and turned it over to the commanding officer. And it became obvious to us that the crime scene was a circus. And the only person that was not a clown in that circus was Michael. Some of the other MPs did the best they could and whatnot, but Micah was the only one that was in charge of anything. The rest of them just stomped around and had conflicting stories. It was amazing how they would conflict in details that normally wouldn't be important, but in a crime scene like that were important. Was he the guy that came to pronounce him dead? Okay. I mean, the name is vaguely familiar. There was a great to-do about, especially Jeff's wife Colette's body, and the fact of where it was positioned and where he was and whether she was covered or not. They took photographs, but when we talked to the MPs and the various people that were in the place, they would say, I came in and the body was, I'll put it this way, pointing due north. And the photographs showed him pointing west. Well, then Neil came in and said he turned him over and turned him back over. We had other people that came in and said, I saw Colette's stomach exposed. The CID said, oh no, she was covered with a cloth. Well, yes, she was covered with a cloth later by somebody who was trying to be polite. I can't remember who, but we determined that the crime scene had been, amongst those 15 or so people that probably went in there, the crime scene had been altered. And you really had a very, very difficult, if not almost impossible task to reconstruct the crime scene unless you went back to the original testimony by the original MPs, and some of them did give pretty good testimony. Yeah, vaguely, but we were trying to make sense out of the photographs. And as I say, they didn't necessarily jive. It became, the more we looked at it, the more we were not making fun of, but we were appalled by the investigation and the evidence that they put forth. The only thing to do was to go after that evidence because it was so shocking. If they were going to base their evidence on something that was, you could tear down. And you could tear down with the rest of their evidence and the testimony of the people who had actually done it. That was the way to fight that case. And we did. They were dramatic and Micah was dramatic, but I think it was just layer on layer of refuting the prosecution's evidence. We had one situation, and I shouldn't smile, but we had a good time doing some of this stuff. The government put somebody on as a witness, and as I recall, I think he was the coroner for Baltimore, Maryland. And he got on the witness stand, and he testified that Jeffrey MacDonald had received injuries which could only be superficial and never would have hurt anybody, and he was stabbed exactly where it wouldn't hurt him, and he went on and on. This is the most damning testimony we ever heard. But as he testified, he kept pointing like this. And we sat there, and the rules were that only one person was designated to try the case, and Bernie was trying the case for us. The rest of us would sit back there and think, hopefully. We kept looking at that, and Bernie, I remember turning around and saying, let's stretch this out till lunchtime. We stretched out the cross-examination till lunchtime and then asked Colonel Rock if we could go to lunch, and we had to meet with somebody, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. We ran out of the place and got a medical book, and this is what a lawyer does if you're ever on a jury. We asked the doctor all the questions, I won't say in Latin, but in medical terms. Where was the wound in the 7th, I remember, if I'm not mistaken, the 7th intercostal space? He said yes. That was all we needed because that's where they put a tube in to take the fluid off the lung or the air off the lung. So what he thought was the wound was what had been done in the hospital. So we just led him right down the path, and we said, would you like to see MacDonald? You've never seen him. And we pulled up the medical records, and that was pretty dramatic because it just wiped out everything he had done. And it also wiped out a lot of the credibility of the prosecution to put somebody on that would testify that way. That's correct, yeah. Yeah, it proved that he had inflicted wounds that that a doctor would know were not serious wounds, and we basically turned that on his head, as I recall. I remember the name, but I can't tell you what he testified. Okay, he was backing up our contention that the wounds that the evidence came in that the wound that Jeffrey MacDonald suffered was in an area that it could have easily, by going left or right just a little bit, have punctured some vital organ, and it would have been a very serious, if not fatal, injury. And that's the testimony. I remember it was Jacobson that did it, but I remember we got that evidence in. I don't remember specifically. He had, I'm subconsciously looking at the left. He had wounds, I think, to the chest, and that's all I can tell you. I mean, it's been so long since I've looked at him. He was hard fought, but all the way along, we felt we were doing well with the evidence, and part of that was probably because we had such contempt for some of the investigators. We didn't believe them. I should admit that. But once we got further down the line and we were able to disprove some of the things that the prosecution had relied on so heavily, the case at that time was not as sophisticated as it could have been. It's not as sophisticated as it would be today because we didn't have DNA and we didn't have all that. But once we started to cut the feet out from under him, we began to feel pretty good. And we began to, not that Colonel Rock would indicate which way he was going, but you can tell what somebody's thinking by the questions they ask. And he would ask questions and request this, that, and the other from us. I remember that usually psychological testimony comes in to prove somebody's crazy. We wanted to bring it in to prove he was not crazy. And we wanted to have the evidence come into the record. And what Colonel Rock did is say, okay, but if you're going to put in that evidence, then I want him examined by an Army doctor. And so we agreed, and we went to Walter Reed Army Hospital. We went, Jeff and an escort officer. Now, Jeff had to have an escort officer everywhere he went. Stayed at the Walter Reed Inn and went over and met with a Dr. Bailey. He was a major or lieutenant colonel, I don't know. And we talked and entered into an agreement with him. I came to really respect him. He was good. He was, quote, the Army's guy, but the agreement was that Jeff would absolutely, totally cooperate with him. But anything that he said that was factual would not be divulged to the prosecution or anybody else. In other words, if he said it was 2 a.m, he wouldn't divulge it. Jeffrey said it was 2 a.m. But he would use that fact, and he might be able to say, Jeffrey said it was a certain time, but that wouldn't help the prosecution. So Jeffrey was free to be open with him, and he was, because I would go in there, I would take Jeffrey in there in the morning, and they would call me, and I'd go pick him up in the afternoon, because he was not supposed to be out, although he was out at night drinking. He didn't drink, but the escort officer and I did. But I could tell the sessions were going well because Dr. Bailey, and I'm sure that was his name, he didn't have any more. He would say, we're coming along fine. I'd like to spend another day and do this. And the only thing that we refused to do, and he didn't disagree, he agreed. He said, would you let him take sodium amythol, I think it was. And we said, no, I don't want him to relive that experience. And Jeffrey's pretty anti-drug anyhow, to say the least. And Dr. Bailey said, I agree. I'll just ask you the question. We got along well with him. He was very good. In fact, when he came down to testify, as I recall, he called up and came over and had a beer before we went over to see the Army people. But he's very good and very thorough. Once we stayed in New Hope, Pennsylvania for about a week, and Dr. Sadolph's office was Doylestown. I thought that was my Revolutionary War. Doylestown, okay, it's somewhere up north of Philadelphia, I don't know. And we went over and I met him. Surprisingly enough, I didn't have half the FaceTime with him, I guess because Bernie and them knew him, that I did with the Army doctor. But he did complete testing, and they both basically came to the same conclusion. They didn't differ very much. Well, yeah, I'm not sure that I remember it being very dramatic, because I think by the time, as you said, they knew Sadoff we wouldn't put him on if he wasn't going to say we wanted him. And by the time that the prosecution had to put their doctor on, who was, I guess, chief of psychiatry at Walter Reed, I don't know, he was up at Walter Reed was the hospital. They knew what he was going to say. And so they didn't want to highlight what he was going to say, because he wasn't going to say anything that was bad about Jeffrey. He didn't. He wouldn't say Jeffrey didn't do it, but he did say basically, I shouldn't be quoted, but that he didn't think he was capable of doing it, or something to that effect. And that's been a long time ago, so I may be fudging a little bit. It was, and but it had to be done. We were trying our case then. And as I recall, we talked about it. One person, Bernie, who was by far the best trial lawyer going, had to present our side of the case, and one person had to present the government side of the case, unless there was somebody was out of town or something like that. So we had to designate. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure I did, and I think Michael Malley did. When Jeff got on the stand, we left the room, as I recall. And the idea was, I'd been with him for months, every day, and we've become friends. I'd been the lawyer that was defending him. And we didn't want him to be able to turn over and look and see somebody had been defending him all the time. We wanted him on the stand by himself. We wanted him to be vulnerable. I know that sounds funny, but we did. And I left. I didn't see him testify. I hear he did a very good job, But again, I didn't watch it. I mean, Bernie and them said he did a fine job. I guess I read the transcript, but I'm not sure. At that time, I was kind of the opinion that unless he really goofed up on the stand, that we put on a good case. And I think he put on a good case, and I didn't think he was going to be caught up in any cross-examination by Cliff Summers. I really didn't. A month, 6 weeks, it took a while. A little tense. We were just waiting, but it didn't surprise me, because I knew that they were going to coordinate all the evidence and look at it and go over it and over it. Colonel Rock had been given a job that was the headlines of every paper, and he was going to get it right. And so that didn't surprise me. We kind of heard it was coming down, and every now and then we'd get a whiff of what was going to happen, but we didn't know. No, we would just, if I saw Hammond Beale walking down the street or something, hey, Ham, how you doing? He might say, oh, doing fine, Jim. But he was openly friendly and nothing improper in any way. We knew they were working hard on it, and all we could do was sit and wait, and we did. He did that. In the closed hearing room, he was pretty definite on. He had, for want of a better term, had gone along with what we said, and he said it ought to be investigated. And I think that was probably why it took him a long time. He was going through making up his mind, and I remember him. It's kind of funny. I remember him saying that, but the bottom line is what we were waiting for, and that's what I was waiting for, which was he's recommending the charges be dismissed. And I knew if he recommended that to General Flanagan was going to. And I'm told through the grapevine that he and General Flanagan had a long discussion. Colonel Wright did his report, got everything up, and then he reported to General Flanagan. That was not what a lot of Army people wanted to hear. But again, they followed what they felt the evidence was. Well, yeah, Helena was kind of interesting. Well, we were, it's unusual that you would try to point out not only that somebody else did it, but who that person was when nobody else knew it. I can't remember how we came upon a guy named Posey, but somehow or another we came upon him, and you got. And we found people that had, in the neighborhood, that had corroborated to our satisfaction. Helena, she had told other people that she'd been involved and she had been there. She didn't say she did it, she said she had been there. She seemed to know too much about it. And we found people in the immediate neighborhood that had seen a group of people that were hippies in the neighborhood, so there was some corroboration in our mind. And we finally figured out she was the one. And she ran around with a group of people that met the description, and especially with her blonde wig and her floppy hat and her boots and all that she apparently wore all the time. She fit the description of the person that Jeffrey MacDonald described and Micah described. I can't remember how we got the evidence in there. I guess it was Posey we put on the stand. He testified that he'd seen him come back. That's exactly right. It's been so long. You got to prompt me, because I guess we put Posey on, and he testified about what he knew about her strange doings, and not only before the incident took place, and how I think he moved. If I'm not mistaken, he was scared enough. He and his wife moved, but that he saw him in the early morning hours coming back in to her place. And then later, her strange activities around the funeral, and she didn't testify. She would not testify, and I don't think would talk to us at that time. Later, she did, after the Article 32, they did talk to her, and I'm advised, I wasn't there, but I'm advised she admitted to a number of different people. And I thought, and I mentioned earlier, I remembered, maybe I was wrong, that she knew things that were in the house that other people, that I didn't know. And I had studied whatever photographs I could, but I didn't know there was a hobby horse in the house. And then she testified later, or she said that the phone rang in the middle of all this, and they found somebody who corroborated that. And she said she brushed her hair with a hairbrush, her wig with a hairbrush, and they found long, blonde, synthetic hairs in that hairbrush. And they didn't, to my knowledge, match anything in the house. So you could, to a certain degree, physically put her in that location. Okay, I may too. You didn't think I could stand up, did you? I didn't think I could stand up. You know, we showed him, we had the medical records, we had them all marked and everything, and put them in, and he felt rather foolish. General Flanagan dismissed the charges, and they gave Jeff the option. He could either stay in the Army or he could get out with an honorable discharge. By that time, he decided to get out, and he left Fort Bragg, I'll tell you, in December of 1970. And the case was basically over. Every now and then I would get a call from the CID or somebody about one or two things. But not very often. It was over by the end of the year. And Jeff moved to California. He got hopefully on with his life. The CID and the FBI and whatnot, most of the CID kept investigating the case, trying to prove he did it. By that time, they were really mad at us. And I understand why. I think they came down to cover their tail, just to be perfectly honest with you. Mike Malley was going to Vietnam, and I hadn't seen what he wrote since he wrote it, but he had a couple of pages of allegations, which I thought were true, and he sent them to General Tolson, who was a 3-star commanding general of 18th Airborne Corps. He was a court-martial convening authority. There's a proper way to make a complaint, and he copied me on it, and I wrote a letter to General Tolson just saying I had information that I'll be happy to provide anybody investigating the investigation or anything else, just saying I was prepared to come forward with whatever I knew. Later, within a month or two, I was asked to talk to some CID officers, and I remember doing it over, if not the same building, close to where the BOQ, where Jeff was. And they had a room much smaller than this room, and I was interviewed by 2 CID officers, and you had a transcript of an interview by me, which I had never seen before. Never seen the transcript. It's got a lot of misspellings and a lot of typos and whatnot. When they were interviewing me, I remember looking down, and there were air ducts between the rooms, and I could see that the air duct was stuffed closed, so there wouldn't be any sound coming in. So I knew they were taping me. There wasn't any doubt in my mind. And the funny thing was, they didn't like what I was saying. And every now and then they try to lead me. And you don't have half the transcript. You don't have a lot of the stuff I said. Because I remember one way that it ended, the 2 guys were sitting to my left, one almost in front of me and one to my left. And there was a specialist best we can. There was amazing friction. And part of it, I think, is the CID just were in over their head. I mean, as I pointed out before, the only outstanding investigator I saw was Micah. He did everything corrected. But I think Summers and Bill Thompson. But it's interesting, Bill Thompson, who's unfortunately deceased now, when Jeff got convicted down in North Carolina, he called me and he said, Jim, I don't believe this. There's not enough evidence to convict him. I remember. Determining what they'd done. But the labs just didn't seem to have a clue of what was going on. If the FBI had investigated it, it would have been a different ball of wax. In my opinion, the FBI would have investigated it thoroughly and come up with their own conclusions. And if they felt Jeff was innocent, they would have said it. And if they felt he was guilty, they would have said it. This is about 3:30 in the morning on the 17th of, or morning of the 17th of February. I think they walked in the door. They said he did it, and they never looked back. I don't think they ever tried to figure out what was going on. But as I say, to this day, I bet you can't find a list of the people that were in the house that night. I bet you can't find witness statements from all this. They just did one thing and one thing only. And they didn't try. We tried to see if what Jeffrey said was correct. And most of the time when we did, it was proved to be correct or possible, like on the table of they just never did. I'm just amazed. I mean, they should have investigated everything on both sides. Vaguely. Well, this was more than soiled because I don't know how many witnesses said that a shaggy rug or whatever it was moved and put over the body, and everything was changed around. And once you do that, it's almost impossible to undo it. You can't do it. And I don't know why I can't believe they just didn't seal the house off and let the investigators in. I remember. Well, it was interesting. I had, of all things, a witness from Roanoke, Virginia. There was a warrant officer who lived right over from Jeffrey's house, who was from Roanoke, Virginia. And the night in question, I remember him telling me, he was doing a model airplane or a model boat or something, and he had the windows open so the fumes would go out. And he heard people, and he looked out the window and he saw this weird group of people heading towards Jeffrey's house. It was the middle of the night. He went on to bed and then woke up the next morning and everything happened. He never told anybody, but he had a brother who was a lawyer with Hunt & Williams in Richmond. He drove to Richmond, he told me later, and gave us a complete sworn statement because he was concerned they would hold him over, and he was ready to get out of the Army. Nobody knew this, and a year or two later, I was at the Commonwealth's Attorney's office here in Roanoke, and that's where the bar library was. You went into the bar library through their office, and the secretary came in and said, "Hey, my husband was at Fort Bragg, and she told me that story." And that's where we found him out. And so we had a witness put in a group going to Jeffries, and I had told Bernie, and they must have listed him as a witness because an FBI agent came up here to interview him. And we went out to a motel, I forget where, and I sat there as the attorney. Couldn't I?
Well done.
I've forgotten where. I have no idea who or what that was. But he was up in a bedroom, and whatever model he was working on, he'd finished it or just about to finish it, and he'd painted it, and the paint smelled. And so he opened the windows on the corner. And when he opened the windows, he thought he heard something. He looked outside, and he saw 3 or 4 people. I remembered him saying, like in choir robes or robes you'd wear when you graduate or something like that, but they didn't have on a shirt. And they had candles, and they went by his house, and I think he walked to the other one, and they watched him go over towards MacDonald's. He said, "That's strange, but this is Fort Bragg." I said, "You never know." He went on to bed, and then the next morning he heard about that, but he didn't want to testify. People, I remembered him saying, like, in choir robes or robes you'd wear when you graduate or something like that, but they didn't have on a shirt. And they had candles, and they went by his house, and I think he walked to the other one, and they watched him go over towards MacDonald's. He said, "That's strange, but this is Fort Bragg." So you never know. He went on to bed, and then the next morning he heard about that, but he didn't want to testify because he'd have been put on hold, and he'd still be at Fort Bragg. Now, as I recall, he said that his brother was a lawyer with Hunt Williams, which is a firm in Richmond, very good firm. And he went up there and told his brother that, and his brother had him do an affidavit in detail. So if he got run over by a truck, they'd have some testimony. And he also, that would confirm that he didn't make it up a week later. And so apparently he had an affidavit that he could have used to bolster his credibility. And then he didn't say anything. He told his wife he didn't say anything to anybody else till I happened to run into her in the bar library. There were, I do, but I don't remember 1970 in the investigation and prosecution and the Article 32 hearing before Colonel Rock at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, into the death of Captain MacDonald's, or Dr. MacDonald's wife and 2 children. My name is James F. Douthat. In 1970, I was assigned to Special Warfare Center in Fort Bragg, North Carolina, as a JAG officer, and I was the assigned counsel to defend Captain Jeffrey MacDonald in the prosecution of Captain MacDonald for the supposed murder of his wife and 2 children. Well, the Article 32 was scheduled on what they call Smoke Bomb Hill. That's the old section of the JFK Center, and all the buildings there were these Second World War wooden buildings like you saw in all the movies in the 50s. If you came in the front door, you came into a large room, which is the hearing room. And when I say large, it was 25 feet wide and 30 feet long. I'm probably wrong with that, but it's a good size room. Plenty of room for 2 desks for opposing counsel, a witness stand, and for Colonel Rock and his assistant. And behind that, there was a small office that was my office. And it was, I say small, it was fine for what we needed it, and it had plenty of room for storage of files and to work and this, that, and the other. And out the back, there were long steps that went down because it was on a hillside. And it was this white U.S. Army issue 1945 building. It was clean, it was nice, it was functional, it worked fine. I think it was open to the public for, as I recall, we asked for it to be open. And we started in the morning, it was open all morning long, and we had like 1 or 2 witnesses. And then in the afternoon, they closed it to the public. And we argued about that back and forth. I think we after they closed it to the public, we took a recess and we argued back and forth as to try to get open. It ultimately was not opened again. Around the outside all the time. Never got involved in that. Yep. Well, I always marveled about the hair because the prosecution or the government wanted hair samples. And we discussed it, and if they had, in our opinion, properly filed the motion to do it, it had been granted, and he'd have been ordered to provide a hair sample. We went to the federal court. I didn't do it. I was there when they filed it, but I didn't sign the pleadings in the United States District Court for the Eastern District of North Carolina, objecting to it. And that was Judge Butler. And he said, basically, it's not my argument to go back to the military court, which was absolutely correct. For whatever reason, the government did not pursue all their legal remedies. They pursued them somewhat, and then they pursued actively and physically, which at the time I thought was kind of stupid. It illustrates their frustration. I mean, I think they could have gotten it by an order of the court, an order of the immediate appeal to the United States Court of Appeals, Military Court of Appeals. I think that's the right name, or whatever court they had to go to do it, but it never happened. Colonel Rock may have ordered it too. Well, they got it. I was not there when that took place. Mike Malley and I, we were going to meet him, and we had somewhere we had to go to do something, go to the PX, go to do something. And we went off in one direction, they went off in another, and that's when the altercation took place. I heard that the MPs stopped the car, and that Bernie Siegel, Dennis Asman, MacDonald, and maybe somebody else, and of who I can't remember, were in the car, ordered them out. And then, as I recall, Iceman got out and said something to the MPs that were doing it, and I'm told that they threw him on the ground. And I don't doubt that. I'm sure he would have irritated him enough to throw him on the ground. But he was smart enough that he wasn't going to start a physical altercation. He also wasn't very big. And he was thrown to the ground, and his glasses were broken, and Bernie was pushed up against a car. And after that, I was not there, but I think they ended up at Cape Fear Hospital. And I had some photographs of it, coming out with their hair disheveled, and I almost kept a straight face every time I looked at them. I think Jeffrey was smart enough and had been told, you just stand there and do nothing. Jeffrey had been counseled on that stuff. You know, it's interesting you bring that up. It made me think. I hadn't thought about this in years. When we went to Walter Reed Army Hospital and we stayed for Jeffrey to get his psychological evaluation, we stayed in Walter Reed Inn. They had a little bar down there who they were talking to, and we found out to a certain degree. We were talking to more people than they were, and we were getting better results, I believe. I'm not sure. I read something about that. I think it was, don't hold me to it, but I think it was the fact that it was a grass lawn like in front of my house today that was wet like today, and there was not enough grass tromped in the house. But that's not correct either, because the MPs tracked grass in there all day long, so I have no idea. We thought it was important because we wanted to find out what happened. We wanted to find out what it looked like right after it happened. We would talk to one witness, and they would tell us everything. And I'll use as an example the white flower pot that was sitting up. That was a big deal to the prosecution, and we wanted to know how it got from laying on its side to sitting up as it was in the photograph. Well, to do that, we would ask somebody. It took a while for somebody to say, oh, yeah, I picked it up. But then it dawned on us we wanted to find out who was in the house. So we would ask you who was in the house that you saw, and you would give me 3 names, and I'd ask the next person the same thing. We were trying to get a list, and I think we got up to a dozen or 15 people that were in the house, including a next-door neighbor, one of whom came in to identify the bodies, but another one who just came in, he said, I don't know how many MPs tromped through to see everything. And there was one person, as I recall, they never identified. I mean, nobody ever figured out who he was, because we asked everybody who was the guy. He was dressed somewhere like a red shirt and something like that. Nobody ever knew. And we thought that was pretty important. Not that that person did anything, but they could have. But somebody stole Jeffrey MacDonald's wallet. And that was kind of interesting in the middle of a homicide investigation, right in the middle of the crime scene. Again, it helped us reconstruct what the scene looked like. It was important from our standpoint and from the government's standpoint. The orientation of the bodies and whether they were covered or not covered. And some people said one thing and some people said the other. But the first ones in the door were the ones we wanted, and we finally got to them. They were some of the first in the back door. The other people were trying to get in the front. I think they went around to the back. And again, I think I've already said, I thought I'd forgotten Severe's name, but I remember him more by name than anything else. I remember Micah more specifically. But they came around and went in and attended to their business very well. And then a trail of people kind of stomped through. The government had gone on the premise that MacDonald had staged the scene. And some of the issues that they used to illustrate this, or that, quote, proved what they said, were the white flower pot, table that would never end up on its side, the orientation of the bodies, and certain fingerprints and footprints and this, that, and the other. But a lot of those things were disproven because you'd have a CID officer who testified what he saw at 4 in the morning, but you'd have 2 MPs that were there at 3 o'clock and they saw something different. They're the ones you had to believe because they were the first on the scene. And there were large things that you wouldn't forget that would be imprinted on your memory. So we wanted to disprove what the evidence, quote unquote, of the prosecution attempted to show. You couldn't trust it. You not only couldn't trust the evidence, but there was testimony the evidence was ABC, but if we went to the original source, the evidence was XYZ. So we wanted to disprove the evidence. Then we wanted to also prove that you couldn't rely on a lot of the evidence because it had been changed. And to me, the first thing you do is secure a crime scene, and that was not done. It was really just a herd of people just tromping in and out. I mean, ambulance drivers, MPs, CIDs, neighbors, people they don't know who they are. And I want to say we had 15 people we knew were in that house. I think they wanted to say he was on drugs, but the evidence was contrary. One, he was pretty anti-drug, to be honest with you. I mean, he truly was. And everything I heard about him before it happened and everything I knew about him after I met him. And secondly, if I'm not mistaken, they took blood samples from him and tested him and tested Colette too, if I'm not mistaken. There was just no trace. I think it may have been a trace that she had a half a beer or something like that. I don't quote me on it, but it was nothing. I mean, there wasn't anything to it. And they had the physical evidence, which, well, Bill wanted to be either the prosecutor or the defense counsel, just as I did. And what had happened is I had a little lead time. So I had sent a written request for him to be assigned to the 82nd Airborne where he was. And the 82nd Airborne had nothing to do with this investigation. So they basically were going to approve it, or maybe they had approved it. And I also, candidly, if Bill wasn't going to be on my side, I didn't really want him on the other side. He was my good friend, but still, this was love and war, you know. But I wasn't surprised when they didn't assign him to me. And I wasn't surprised when they assigned him to the prosecution, because he was a very good trial lawyer, and he'd had more experience than any other trial lawyer on the post. Since you had to fight a little bit back and forth, but not really. I was used to fighting back and forth. I was bothered by Micah's first testimony, and I believe he gave a sworn statement that said he had seen somebody that met the description. Not it was the person, but it met the description up at Maloney Village, which was the shopping center. And I was taken aback that I got the second version and not the first. And I'm not sure that we got cooperation as such, but we ended up getting, I think, everything. I don't think we got the first. I think the first statement he gave was destroyed. I heard about it, but I never saw it. I got the second one, which basically was the same thing, except it deleted any reference to somebody at Maloney Village. Say that again. Well, he was, as I've said, I think he was a very good policeman and did a good job. Did, in my opinion, maybe the best job at the crime scene that night. And the prosecution wanted to put him on because he was credible. And they put him on, and he testified what he saw and what he did and this, that, and the other, and he was a good witness. Sometime thereafter, we found out that he had seen on the way to Jeffrey MacDonald's house at the corner of where Maloney Village is, which is about 2 blocks from Jeffrey's house, a filling station and a small shopping center named Maloney Village. He'd seen a girl that met the description of Jeffrey MacDonald that gave him. He'd seen this girl hiding in the bushes or by the bushes, but he hadn't testified to it. And that was for somebody on the way with a blue light and an emergency thing to see somebody just like Jeffrey told him as he's laying on the floor. So he came to us, or he got word to us, and he knew that. We talked to him. We called him back as our first or second witness. And it was a pretty good move. Colonel Rock, who's a very honorable man, did not like the fact that fact was left out the first time around. I could see it in his eyes. That was the purpose. There's no question. But that did set the tone. And they should have, if you're a trial lawyer and you got some really bad evidence, you're much better off to get it out on your side of the table and then make light of it or somehow counter it. And they didn't do that. They did just the opposite. They thought they were going to hide it. And I thought that hiding that was not proper. Came up with a what? A motive. No, I haven't heard a motive yet. I hadn't heard a motive yet. They came up with a child wet in the bed, and that's pretty normal. I've had a couple children, and that's not consistent with anything else I know about Jeffrey MacDonald or anything I ever heard anybody say, and isn't much of a motive for murder. Yeah, oh yeah. But if you know a motive, I'd be curious to hear it, because I've never heard it. Well, give me a call. Well, you wouldn't think this would be the case. Bernie, who was my friend, and an attorney I thought was a really good attorney, great cross-examiner. But this was back in the 70s. Bernie had lapels out to here and a tie out to here, long hair, he looked just like Kunstler. He had a South Philly accent, and you would have thought that Colonel Rock would not have liked him. But on the other hand, Colonel Rock, and I knew this, was a really intelligent man, and he didn't look at what the width of the lapels was. He looked at the person, and so Colonel Rock easily got through to Bernie, and Bernie got through to Colonel Rock, and I think they got along well. And if I'm not mistaken, when the thing was over, I shouldn't say this, but I think Hammond Beale or somebody said, well, maybe we ought to get together and have dinner some night, not talking about the thing, because we were not fighting with Colonel Rock. In other words, Colonel Rock didn't hold him to any account because he didn't look like a West Pointer. I'm not sure the same thing held true in Raleigh, North Carolina in the Eastern District. I'm not sure that the jury and the judge and the prosecutor saw through Bernie. They should have had probably Wade Smith lead the charge more than he did. Bernie was probably as good a lawyer as he was and as good a person as he was. He's probably not the guy to try a case in the Middle District of North Carolina at that time. But we didn't have a dinner. We talked about it. We would have enjoyed to have, I didn't realize, if I heard that, I'd forgotten. Oh, we did, well, good for him. But from everything I know about Wade Smith, he's a really top lawyer down there in every way. I've never heard anything bad about him. And he probably should have been more of a lead counsel in that case. That's what I've been told, and I don't know. No, we never did, other than we we looked into Colette's mental health only and talking to her friends, and we ended up talking to a bunch of her friends. It wasn't a direct inquiry, but it was a thorough inquiry. You knew Colette, was she happy? Oh, yes, she was, And we uniformly got the response that she was pregnant, she was happy, she was glad to be at Fort Bragg because it was a nice place to be, and there were a lot of young people, and she was getting along well. And we found the girl that she had given a ride to school with and talked to her. And she said the same thing. She was in a good mood that night, happy, and people in the classroom, she was in a good mood and happy, and nobody saw anything bad. And it's interesting. I don't think the CID ever asked. I don't think they ever tracked down who lived next to the girl that she rode with. And it wasn't that hard to do. But that's the kind of thing we were forced to do ourselves, which meant we remembered it. But I don't think the CID bothered to find who Colette rode to school with that night and who came back with her and what her mental state was. To my knowledge, they never did. I never heard anything like that. I didn't look for it. But I would have thought I would have found out something because of the people we talked to. Most of the people we talked to were their friends or their girlfriends or somebody that Jeff knew would come by to visit him, and we'd be there and we'd wander out, and they would say spontaneously, oh, they were, how well they were together and this, that, and the other. We didn't ask them because it was pretty apparent we got spontaneous comments from friends. And we contacted some other people that were not at Fort Bragg, too. I think Mike Malley did that more than I did. Oh, no doubt. Well, he theoretically had it a day or two before the murders. Jeff had been working in a hospital, and somebody had come in with a bad drug overdose. And the end result was the police were called, and I think the two soldiers that brought him in were arrested, if I'm not mistaken. But anyhow, there was some altercation back and forth, and Jeff had gotten the reputation, or they had said that he was bad for drug people, and there were people after him. We tried to trace them down, and I can't remember that we were particularly successful. We kind of honed in on Stokely later. But there was an altercation, and we were of the opinion at one time that this may have been payback because these people had been picked up and gone to jail, and they were going to be in trouble both with civilian and military authorities, so maybe they had come over there to pay Jeff back. I don't know. No, Harrison? I shouldn't laugh. But Jeff was a doctor.
Technically, I was the legal advisor to the Article 32 officer. The Article 32 officer was appointed by the general. That was his job to investigate and make a recommendation to the general as to whether the charges should go forward. I, on the other hand, was there as his legal advisor because they anticipated that the accused, MacDonald, would have civilian lawyers and the government had lawyers, and Colonel Rock, of course, was a special forces guy. He's not a lawyer, but a really smart guy. He's probably in his 50s. He was a full colonel and took the job very seriously and wanted to see that justice was done. So I got to be his legal advisor. I was the luckiest guy in the world. I mean, where else could a young lawyer like me get a chance to be a part of probably the most famous murder case in the history of certainly the Army? Maybe. But I'll tell you one thing, it was really quite an honor. I mean, I couldn't believe my luck, particularly after my little trip down at Fort Polk, of getting a chance to become the legal advisor. It was great. Well, like I said, when I got to Fort Bragg, I think I'd come with a message for the staff judge advocate who was my boss, full colonel, who told me that there would be no more of this foolishness like happened at Fort Polk with me and the general down there. And he said he was going to make sure that none of that happened again. I would not be a judge up there. I said, well, okay, whatever. I said, I've got 2 years to go. I'll be glad to do whatever you tell me. So he then proceeded to stick me in the basement of the post headquarters, a place down there with no windows and just a little teeny office. And that was my existence at that time. And everything was fine. I just go to work, do my thing. And one day the general happened to come down there, a 3-star general that ran the place. And we got to chatting, and he wanted to know what in the world I was doing down there. And we talked, and eventually it turned out that he had to have a report written for the Department of the Army, at least his recommendations about drug use and how to deal with it in the military, and asked me if I'd help him, if I would write the report for him. I said, sure. And lo and behold, it got adopted by the Department of the Army, and that made the general look really good, and he was very appreciative of my service. So from then on, it didn't make a difference what the staff judge advocate said about me. He liked me, and then several months later is when this horrible murder took place involving MacDonald and his 2 children. And so the general very kindly asked me if I was interested in being the judge, or what's called the legal advisor, to the Article 32 officer. The difference is that as a judge, you're the one who is in control of everything. Whereas with a legal advisor, my job was to advise Colonel Rock, who was the Article 32 officer. He was a full colonel, and his job was to investigate and make a recommendation to the convening authority, the general, as to whether this case ought to go forward with actual trial. That's why jeopardy didn't attach, and that's why they ended up trying him later, 10 years later. So of course, naturally I said, yes, Lord, I felt very honored that I got selected to do that. And I think I was the envy of every lawyer out there because everybody wanted that job. It was a great one. And so we're off and running, and I got to do it. Oh, well, they don't have really fancy facilities, or at least not in 1969 they didn't. Most of the base was still just old World War II type buildings, wooden buildings. And I don't remember specifically where it was. It was just a small building that probably held 40 or 50 people at the most. And it was packed with press the entire time until later on when it got closed. So it was very small. Acoustics was terrible. It was just typical old wooden building, and it was set up so that Colonel Rock was up there, and I was sitting next to him, and then the defense table and the prosecution table were in front of us, and they had a little place there for the witness to sit. And they recorded, of course, verbatim everything that was said at the 32. Remember, but I know there's a verbatim transcript that somebody typed, and that was assumed was a court reporter, but I don't know. Well, this is 1969. The Manson murders had just happened in California, which was involved in this case, at least it felt like it was. There was, of course, this is a huge military base. A lot of demonstrations going on. Everybody hated the war. Everybody was against the war. And of course, we were the war personified, being at Fort Bragg. And so, we were constantly being confronted by demonstrators, et cetera. That, of course, remember, the fort was wide open. There wasn't like it is today where everything's gated and you can't get in without a pass. Back then, anybody could come on the fort anytime they wanted to. That's how we believe that the murderess and her friends got on the fort that night that it happened. It had to do with what can we as the Army do to deal with these trainees and military personnel that are using drugs while they're on active duty. We had to be able to deal with the problem. So how do you solve the problem? How do you deal with it once you have the problem? And so it was basically just kind of a guideline for commanders of how to deal with these problems when they arose. It's a very general type layout for suggestions of how to do it and how to try to get them help medically. That was called for. So it was not a great work of art, I assure you, but it was good enough for the generals to get recognized for it, and that was great. Well, we really didn't know, and acting nuts with all these demonstrations, and they were totally against the war in Vietnam, that was for sure. A lot of crime, yeah. Well, robberies, rapes within the military, a lot of disrespect to their senior officers, which is just uncalled for in the military. I mean, you just couldn't do it unless you were a judge, but that really wasn't disrespect, just a difference of opinion, let's just put it that way, okay? Because I remember when people would come back from fighting over there in Vietnam, the people would look on them. They were not welcomed as heroes and, gee, thank you for your service. It was, you're nuts, what the world are you doing over there fighting a stupid war like that? And that was the general mood of the public of how it was. And of course, we didn't have any choice. We were drafted, we had to go in. We had to fight whether we liked it or not. Or we could be a deserter or something. There was plenty of those. A lot of people were deserting, going to Canada to avoid having to serve in that war. It was a very unpopular war. Well, I said, look, I'm an American citizen. I'm glad. I love my country. And if they say I've got to go fight and do whatever I got to do, I'm going to do it. I don't argue with them. That's the law in the country, and so that's part of my duty as a citizen. I got to accept the law as it is. I might not approve of the war itself. However, I'll go do my part and I'll fight in it if I had to. Yeah. And of course, I remember, I can't remember the My Lai massacre happened before or after us, but my Lord, what a terrible black eye for the military having allegedly killed all these innocent civilians over there in Vietnam. And it was just terrible. I mean, you just couldn't even fathom somebody doing something like that. I don't even remember the name of the guy, Lieutenant Calley or something like that. And there was a major somebody. And so that looked pretty bad. And then here we are over there fighting and losing them. We weren't winning anything. Every time we turned around, we were getting our tails handed to us. So it was really a sad situation. Yeah. The My Lai, right after it, yeah. Because I know ours was pretty long, but I think theirs was longer. I think I was getting most of my information from the paper and the TV and about these hippies supposedly coming into the house and attacking MacDonald and his wife and killing them. And then, of course, you heard the other side of the military part where the CID and the MPs putting out stories that were just the opposite, that it was MacDonald that had done it. So, you kind of wondered, who to believe, but it was kind of hard to believe MacDonald had been a part of something like this because, I mean, not only was he a Green Beret physician, a Princeton man, but, happily married with 2 kids. I mean, that kind of guy just doesn't go around slaughtering his family as a general rule. It doesn't mean it couldn't happen, but it just didn't make sense to me, but I was open. I mean, that's what I was there for, is to give the colonel advice on legal rulings. But I sat there and heard every bit of the evidence that the government had, and it was pretty sad. It was just not enough to convince anybody that he had done anything. Yeah. I don't remember. I saw that when I was trying to refresh my memory, and I went back and read some of the Article 32 stuff. There was nothing in the paperwork about those. I mean, it was the actual Bernie actually questioning those witnesses before the trial. I think what happened, if I recall, is that I think that he made a request that he be allowed to interview these witnesses. And of course, we didn't see anything wrong with it as long as they wanted to. You can't force a witness to talk to a lawyer before, but if they want to do it, that's fine. And I think we said it'd probably be I think Colonel Rock ruled that way, that that they'd have a right to talk to them, and so I'm sure they did. I don't specifically remember too much about that. Yes, yeah. It seemed like they were holding everything back and from the defense and not giving them what we hoped was going to be a free and open exchange of information so that the defense could then prepare and get ready for trial rather than waste all the time. Because when you get a hit with the first time in a trial, you sometimes have to take great recesses to give a chance to let them read the stuff if there's recorded statements or something that they could have easily given to the defense to start with. In most courts, particularly civilian courts, that's a routine thing as part of your discovery. They have to give it to the defense. But we do know of cases where they hid stuff from them. That's talking about the prosecution hiding things from the defense. It happened in the MacDonald trial, apparently, which was 10 years after my involvement. But anyway, I thought the CID and the MPs had bumbled the whole job. It was a disaster because you got to remember, excuse me, the night it happened, it was like 3 o'clock in the morning or something like that, pouring down rain, freezing cold. And initially there was probably 6 or 8 MPs that just tracked through the house, and it poured down rain was all over the place, picking up things, putting the phone back on the hook. Okay. So there was serious questions about how they had bumbled the whole thing. And that was what was so frustrating, because you've got to preserve a crime scene in order to get to the truth. 3 o'clock in the morning. Most of these MPs were very young people that had never seen a dead body in their life. And you can imagine the shock when they walked into, because they were called to that headquarters. I don't remember what the reason was, but anyway, somebody was dispatched to go over there. And when they did, it was MacDonald they called, that's right. And when they got there, when they walked in the back door, it was apparently the door they went in, first thing they saw was Colette MacDonald laying on the floor dead. MacDonald was there next to her, and both the young kids were in their beds, and they were both murdered. So pretty scary, and you can imagine these youngsters, they were probably panicking just a little bit, and they started tracking through the house, looking and putting things like the phone back on the hook. I think there was a knife that somebody picked up. MacDonald's wallet was on the floor initially. Somebody walked off with it. I don't think they ever found it. So it kind of destroyed the credibility of what was to be coming later on at the hearing. Because how could you believe that these people are professional investigators when they screw up a crime scene like that? And of course, there was all kinds of blood all over the place, and people had put their hands on it, and the clothes had a lot of blood on them, and they'd moved the bodies and moved the clothing. It really challenged the credibility of the witnesses and the believability of what they had to say, because it seemed like they had destroyed the crime scene by what they did. I didn't stop them from moving forward, and of course eventually the CID showed up, and that's the Criminal Intelligence Division. They're supposedly the super cops, I guess, and they didn't do a whole lot better than the MPs did with the way they handled all this. So, but anyway, that's what happened, and it was sad. What was the CID what? Well, their explanation was that since they couldn't find anybody else in the immediate vicinity right after the thing happened, there was only one person that could have done it, and that was MacDonald, because he's the only one still there that was living. And so they decided that he was the one who had committed the murders, and that's what they focused their investigation on, is to prove that, which is what they failed in doing, in my opinion. But yeah, I remember a little bit.
Now, Ham, we know that there were no intruders. We're dealing with drug-crazed hippies, right? True, there was nothing disturbed in there. If we're dealing with people, a group of hippies, there's nothing disturbed either in the living room. The lamp was undisturbed on the end table. The Valentine's Day cards, look at how small, look at how, small this apartment complex, this housing unit is on Fort Bragg. That's the living room, and there's the dining room. And there's 4 people there, and there's supposed to be a struggle ensuing right on the couch, and him trying to get up, and people moving around and punching him, and crouching and punching him, and you got another intruder with a piece of wood, a baseball bat as he put it, whacking him on the head, and then he stabbed, and there's supposed to be all this, and yet the only thing disturbed around here was a table. The only thing disturbed here was a coffee table that looked like it was staged. The lamp didn't fall at all. Was upright, and in the living room, then you got in there they were on this end table in the dining room. There should have been the Valentine's Day cards were up. They were undisturbed. They were standing on an end table in there. Those things should have been laying flat had there been a disturbance of some kind in that house of 5 with 4 people and one guy trying to spy. And then of course you had a china cabinet in there. Plates should have fell out or something. There should have been a bigger mess. And yeah, the CID did look for them. FYI, they looked for them again in the CID reinvestigation, and they found that there couldn't have been in there. There couldn't have been there. Shoot, some said they weren't anyway. When they talked to them, that they weren't there anyway. But let's get back to Hammond Beale being a member of the Jeffrey R. MacDonald fan club. He probably played meat sticks with him.
A little bit Micah, particularly, because he was, I think, the first one that testified. And I think that he recalled that when he arrived, that the back door was open and that he came in. And of course, I think his boss, Tavere, whatever his name was right in front of him. And they came in and they saw Colette's body there on the master bedroom floor, and MacDonald was on top of her, if I recall correctly. And I think he devoted most of his time to trying to help MacDonald. That's what it seemed like he was doing. I think he gave him some, resuscitation, because he kept coming in and out. And apparently he had suffered wounds, and I think he testified that he had wounds on his body and eventually had to be hauled off to the hospital. Of course, Colette was dead. Both the children were dead. And he testified to what he observed there on the crime scene itself, such as the coffee table in the living room, which is the story about where MacDonald supposedly was on the couch asleep when these intruders came in. They killed all those people and came back, attacked him, and the coffee table had gotten knocked over and it was on its side rather than all the way over on its top. There was a flower pot that was on its side that got stood up by all the influx of the people coming in. There was, can't remember, a robe or a blanket or something that he remembered seeing, but yet in the pictures that they took right after that, it wasn't there. There was just all kinds of inconsistencies that he observed, and it really started to raise questions in your mind. Well, gee whiz, what were they doing? Who was moving all this stuff? And apparently, it was like the telephone. I mean, where's the telephone? Normally you have it on the cradle. Of course, it's not like phones we have today. So I guess somebody had to put that back, and the coffee table was on its side. The flower pot was tipped over, and I guess somebody had to sit it back up, correcting how things ought to look, I guess. But that's not how they looked, apparently, when the attack took place. So all that raised questions in my mind, I can tell you that. Eventually, I think he said he went back to take care of MacDonald some more, and then the people from Walmart Hospital came over and hauled him off to the hospital. That's right. That's right. And yet the photos had him on there, if I recall correctly. I don't remember that much in detail about that. I just remember somebody had, apparently her midriff and a part of her breast were exposed. And I guess somebody, one of the cops, had to cover it up for fear that somebody would perhaps see something they shouldn't. I don't know. But somebody did, because apparently that's not the way they remembered it initially when he testified. So I guess somebody just moving things around. Of course, I think the pajama top belonged to MacDonald, if I remember correctly. And all he had on was just his bottoms. He had stab and puncture wounds from the knife that the attackers had stabbed him with. Anyway, sorry, I can't remember. It's only been 49 years. Yeah. Well, I insisted on doing what I thought the general wanted us to do, which was to have a hearing that was open and a free exchange of information. It was like pulling eye teeth to get the government to give any evidence to the defense ahead of time. And it was just horrible. And every time it would come up and I would have to make a legal ruling on it, I would insist that they produce whatever it is we need to produce, and let's get on with this, because we're wasting an awful lot of time. And maybe that's why it took so long to have the 32, I don't know. But I think eventually we did get some of the evidence produced. I don't think they produced it all, because apparently there was a lot more that came out at the trial 10 years later that we never saw. Great. He was solid as a rock. Full colonel, been in the military probably 30 years, and was a commander of some special forces, and was literally straight as an arrow. And his whole thing was, we're going to do this right, and we're going to be fair to both sides, and we're going to get all the evidence in, and then we're going to take a look at it, and then I'll make my report to the general. He wasn't, Lord help me. I don't think that full colonels that are commanders of special forces units have any feelings, okay? That was the impression I got. They are really tough as nails. And so it was just simply a matter of, Bill, I want to do this, or you need to make a ruling on this, or whatever. He would tell me what he wanted done, and it would get done. I think that probably the only time I really saw any emotion out of him was the time when we went to the quarters where the murders took place. And this time it was without all the accompaniment of the CID and all the rest of the people. Just went over there as he wanted to try this little experiment with this table. We'd had all kinds of testimony that the CID guy had bumped into the table and kicked it and knocked it over, and every time it was so top heavy it would flip all the way over on its top. Not one time, according to the CID, did it ever land on its side. Of course, don't forget that's how it was sitting when they arrived at the crime scene initially. And I mean, he couldn't have been any more determined that that was a scientific experiment that he had done. And not only him, but several other CIDs had done it. Every one of them all landed on its top. So the colonel and I went over there to the place. Of course, the colonel just bumped into it, and how did it land? Land on its side. And he said, he kind of laughed, and he said, so much for that theory, because obviously that showed that perhaps that the CID wasn't quite as much of an expert as they thought they were. So I think that at least that piece of evidence, the quality of it went way down after his little experiment with it. Yeah, I think so. I think that was the biggest thing. And I think MacDonald, when he testified, I think it moved him. That somebody of his education, his experience, his relationship with his wife, that he could possibly have gotten so enraged that he'd kill her and kill his 2 kids. I mean, that's just beyond belief. I mean, I've gotten mad with my wife before, but never mad enough to kill her. And I just can't imagine somebody doing it, although I'm sure it probably does happen. But the kids, come on now. You know, what did they do? They didn't do a damn thing. And it's just incredible to think that he would have killed his wife and 2 kids. I think he even said that on one of those TV shows that he was on, that he was interviewed. Jeffrey, yeah, that why in the world, what did I have to gain by killing my wife and 2 children? Absolutely nothing. His life was going fine. He was doing really well and doing what he wanted to do. So I think that was about the only time I saw any emotion out of him, because he was really straight-laced. Colonel Rock, yeah, he kept the emotions out of it and just would deal with the facts, just the facts. And he was very good at what he did. So I was absolutely convinced that he was not guilty of a thing. We identified the murderers, Helena Stokely, got her address, phone number. She's a civilian, lived downtown Fayetteville, part of the hippie scene down there. Her 3 buddies that were with her, they got their names, their addresses. I mean, it was all there. And it was exactly the way he had described it. And if I recall correctly, we even had testimony she had admitted that she had done it, or there was something weird about the day of the funeral, that this Helena Stokely had some kind of service at her house about being so sad she was draped in black. And what's she got to do with these people? She didn't even know them, supposedly, you know? But yet, that really did raise some interesting questions. And MacDonald was believable. The evidence was believable that he didn't do anything. Nothing wrong. That was my opinion. Of course, my opinion wasn't very important, but Colonel Rock's was. And Colonel Rock sure believed that, because I think in his report, he said that there's just not sufficient evidence to charge him with anything. That's why he was let out of the Army. Of course, then he became his own worst enemy, apparently, sadly. I can't remember. Yeah, I remember the name, yeah. It seemed like the defense called, that's how it came up, yeah. Yeah, Posey was some neighbor. He was the one who testified about that service, or whatever you want to call it, that she had. And it seemed like to me that she might have mentioned that she was out there at the time this happened. Okay. Well, and he had nothing to gain or lose one way or the other. He was just a civilian living in Fort Bragg next door to her. Fayetteville, living next door to her. But yeah, I do remember that name, and you mentioned it comes back. Never, not one time. How did it happen? Because that would then make them look terrible. They had already decided who did it. That was MacDonald. Nobody else. And that's their whole investigation was geared towards convicting him or getting charges brought against him. And so why would they want to then go and point the finger at somebody else? It just made me feel like they weren't interested in the truth. They were just interested in making themselves look good at that point. That they're the ones who chose to charge him with it. And so let's just look at that evidence and disregard anything else. Now, I remember faintly Colonel Rock asking somebody, why can't the FBI get involved in this thing? CID has no jurisdiction over a civilian. So why can't we get the FBI involved? And we were told the FBI refused to get involved because the crime scene was so screwed up by the MPs and the CID. And I believe that. I do. Now, I think later on the FBI did get involved and it went to trial, but I don't know a whole lot about that because I wasn't there. I faintly remember that, and I remember that she was known to the local police down there as being part of this hippie culture and a weirdo and a drug addict and all that. Okay. I'm sorry. Oh, brother. You know. Yeah, he was the one, that's right, that testified that he'd seen a woman with a floppy hat pouring down rain 3 o'clock in the morning out there on the fort, which is really weird because what in the world would somebody be out there dressed just like the hippie that he described that had just attacked him, and he saw him just a matter of probably within an hour of the attack itself. That was pretty dramatic, Coffeeton. Well, you know, if it hadn't happened 49 years ago, I would probably be able to remember it a little better. All three of those things, I think, had a dramatic effect on Colonel Rock's ultimate recommendation charges be dropped. I think he was convinced, I know I was, that MacDonald was not guilty of a thing, except being in the wrong place at the wrong time. He was very lucky he didn't get killed that night. Granted, his wounds were not nearly as bad as Colette's and the kids, but they were bad enough. I think he'd suffered a collapsed lung and some other things. And of course, I remember one of the most silly points that the government tried to argue at the 32 was that MacDonald had self-inflicted these wounds that caused his partial pneumothorax by putting a knife in a door and closing the door so it would hold the knife there and then backing up into the knife, causing these wounds. That did get a rise out of MacDonald. I mean, out of Colonel Rock. He couldn't believe that they were arguing such foolishness because nobody is going to do that because they might kill themselves, you know. There are a lot of vital organs there in that part where those stab wounds were. I think we had some doctors testify to that it's just something that you just couldn't take a chance on because you could very well kill yourself. Plus, can you imagine, you know, putting the knife in the door and then backing up to it? It's kind of ludicrous, and I think that had a lot to do with it. Some of this is coming back to me. I apologize, I didn't mention it before. And of course, MacDonald was a very compelling witness because he was articulate, he was very educated, and he was a good Army man. That's what you loved about him because, you know, most doctors would never get close to the special forces because those are those people that do jump out of airplanes and they got to have a loose screw anyway somewhere, you know, to do that kind of stuff. But to have a doctor of his stature to want to be part of that really spoke volumes of the kind of guy he was. And I think that had a lot to do with how Colonel Rock felt about his ultimate decision. And of course, all this stuff hanging out there about Stokely and everything pointed to her. And yet nobody bothered to ever even go and do anything about it. And it was sad. And of course, that's why he was cut loose from the military with no charges. And then you can only imagine the shock I felt. I don't know about Colonel Rock, I haven't talked to him since, I got a subpoena to the grand jury, 1974, to go to Raleigh. And I was practicing law here in Columbia at the time. I went up there and I thought to myself, what in the world could they possibly want my testimony before a federal grand jury in this case? Because I was just a little old legal advisor to the 32 officer. And I got up there, and that Brian Murtaugh, whatever his name was, the prosecutor, asked, his question to me was, well, what did you do to influence Colonel Rock to write his report that way? I said, not a damn thing, thank you. I said, captains don't tell colonels what to do. I said, I was just a legal advisor there, and that was my job. He said, well, it's obvious that you were very much involved in all this, and that's the reason why he got cut loose. And I said, nope. I said, I didn't know MacDonald from Adam's house cat, and my job was there to rule on the evidence. And I said, I heard it all. I said, and I'm not an idiot. I said, there was no evidence that was compelling to believe that any charges should even be brought, much less that you could prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I said, we did identify who the murderess was. I said, that's where you ought to be guiding yourself, but I said, do what you need to do. Well, anyway, he put me before the grand jury, and I testified, and I told him what my opinion was, and it didn't make any difference because, 5 more years later, I read he's on trial, and I could not believe what I was seeing. And then to be convicted, that was just unreal. And to this day, my heart still goes out to him and his family because, I mean, it's just a horrible miscarriage of justice, in my opinion. Yeah. If I recall correctly, the defense said that they had psychiatrists that would testify that they had done their interviews and talking to MacDonald, test and whatever, and they were going to testify that under no circumstances was MacDonald even capable of having committed the crimes, in their psychiatric opinion, which was pretty compelling, you know. And of course, the government said, well, that's just a bunch of baloney, you know, that we haven't had any psychiatrists check him out. So Colonel Rock, in trying to be fair, said, okay, fine. Let him go up to Washington to Walter Reed, and we'll have him shrunk up there by the government's ranks. And he told me to go with him. So, of course, I accompanied him up there for that. And he was shrunk all up by the government psychiatrists, and they all came to the same conclusion, that he couldn't possibly have done it. It wasn't in his psychic, his makeup, which I think was pretty compelling as part of the eventual results of throwing the charges out. Pretty bad. Very much so, yeah. He didn't want anything to do with it. I mean, most people, I guess, I know I would be. Would somebody want to shrink me up? Forget it. But I guess he realized how important it was, and I guess Mr. Siegel probably told him that he needed to do it, Siegel being his lawyer. And so he finally acquiesced, and it turned out, I thought, in his favor. No, I don't remember that, but I probably did. Mike said I did, and that's probably what I said. Yeah, because I think that, if anything, I was just trying to convey the message that I thought that the defense needed to know, which was, gee, you boys need to play along with this and let them go ahead and do what they needed to do. Again, being part of that transparency and openness and giving Colonel Rock access to all the information he might have needed. So, and they got the job done, but apparently it didn't help. I don't know whatever happened to all that psychiatric testimony. I doubt it even came into the trial in Raleigh, but it may have. I don't know. I wasn't a part of it. Yeah, well, that was the only thing they could find was the fact that he'd had an affair with some gal, some one-night stand down when he was at one of those courses in San Antonio, I think. But you know, I mean, been married to her for, 5, 6, 7 years, and they had 2 beautiful children. And other than that, I don't think there was any problems. That certainly is no reason that he would have killed his wife and 2 kids. That's absurd. I don't really remember. I think it was, yes, the children wet the bed. Yeah, that was the reason. That's right. You can imagine how Colonel Rock and I both redacted to that. Is that what you do when your children wet the bed, is you murder them? I mean, that is a bit of a stretch, particularly when you're talking about a guy as smart and as educated and being in the field of saving people's lives, not taking them. That was absurd. But that was their only argument they had for his motive in killing his wife and 2 kids. You're right. Yeah, something like that. But so what? I mean, you don't kill your wife and kids because of that. I guess you could, but I didn't buy it. I don't think Colonel Rock bought it, and I don't think the general bought it. Siegel, I thought he was brilliant. I thought he was really a good lawyer. You could tell he's one of these high-priced guys. I think he was from Philly at the time. I think later on he moved out to San Francisco, I guess, and did something out there. But you know, I was still a young lawyer, and I hadn't seen that many great lawyers like him. I'd seen that guy from Darlington that was a great. I seen a trial when I was in law school. I went to the court and watched this guy try this case, and it was just incredible to watch some fellow with that experience try a case, and that was the way it's supposed to be done. And I thought Mr. Siegel was a bit wordy on occasion, but I thought he really did a brilliant job with what he had. His little assistant Eisman, I wasn't too impressed with him. He fulfilled the role of a lackey and a runner more than he did lawyer. Okay, that was my opinion, but I thought Bernie was really good. I don't think he played much of a role. I remember that he wanted to be a part of the defense team and actually be a part of it, and I think that the colonel said no. I don't remember what the reason was, but I just remember there was something about that. One of the interesting things was that, you know, all these hearings in the Article 32 were open to the public. So therefore, the father-in-law, Freddie Kassab, the wife of Colette, the mother of Colette was there. They all sat around the front row. They were his biggest supporters throughout the whole thing. Jeffrey's mother was there the whole time. And of course, the press was there. My Lord, we had more press than you could shake a stick at. And back then, it's not like it is today. All three major networks were there, and every day they were reporting on what was going on. And I think that at some point, somebody decided, that's enough of this. And so I was ordered by the general to close it down. There weren't going to be any more public hearings in this thing. And I remember that Bernie appealed that thing. It's the only way I got in the Court of Military Appeals decisions was I was named as a defendant in that when he tried to get that reversed. And the Court of Military Appeals upheld it and said that it was proper. The general had a right to close it if he wanted it closed, so didn't have to have it open. I think they didn't like what they were seeing was happening. I think the government probably is the one who said, gee, we're getting a black eye here because the stuff is going out is not in our favor. So maybe we ought to just shut it down and make sure it doesn't go out anymore. That was my guess. Yeah, it is. And you know, they were so used to doing things their way. And just like I remember when I first started in the military, and it was really hard for me to believe there was a whole lot of justice in their justice system, you know, but I saw it firsthand in MacDonald, and I know justice was done in that hearing because just the way the general wanted it done, the way the colonel wanted it done, and it was wide open, and everybody got a chance to say what they need to. All you got to do is look at some of those objections by Mr. Siegel. They go on and on, page after page. He was very wordy, and he could say a lot. And he was a kid. He never tried anything like that in his life. But he held his own. Okay, he did all right. He lost, but he did okay. I don't know whether he had any role in the ultimate trial, but probably not. So I don't know. I just thought that for once the military got it right and the civilians got it wrong when they convicted him. I just thought it was just terrible. And I don't think there was any justice up there in that trial, at least from what little bit I know about it. I wasn't present, but some of the things the prosecution did in that case, from what I've read, were just nothing short of horrendous. The prosecutor ended up getting disbarred for withholding evidence from the government, from the defense team, and some of the threats that he made against Helena Stokely, who was called to testify at the trial, because she'd admitted that she had done it to a number of people. And then all of a sudden, after the prosecutor got through with her in in his office, talking to her, threatening her, all of a sudden she couldn't remember nothing. And I think it hurt the defense considerably. Huh, Freddie? credit? Yeah, and he was the biggest supporter, I thought, that MacDonald had in the whole trial. I mean, because he was apparently some well-to-do guy from Long Island or someplace, and that's where I think Jeffrey was from, was Long Island. And he and his family just were totally in support of MacDonald. There's no way in the world he could have done it. That was their opinion, and he did testify. But yet, when the military cut him loose, and he went to the West Coast and just became an ER physician out there, I think he started living a lifestyle that probably was not conducive to somebody who had just lost his wife and 2 kids. And then he went on some of these TV shows and just didn't act like the grieving husband who had lost his wife and 2 kids. And as a result, it really got Kassab all worked up, I think, and he had some powerful friends in Congress, I think. The next thing you know, he has gotten MacDonald indicted because he just turned 180 degrees. He was convinced that MacDonald had killed his stepdaughter. Wasn't even his daughter. He did, because otherwise it would have died a natural death. I mean, it would have been the end of it. I don't know. I can't imagine a civilian, just a person, has that much power they could actually get somebody indicted. But he sure did. I give him credit. No. I didn't know that. Well, then he shouldn't have been sitting on the front row cheering, you know? I mean, if he's such a good, he was convinced that MacDonald didn't do anything for the whole time 32 went on. But then after it's over with, all of a sudden now his great investigative skills determined that he was just wrong the whole time. Well, that's ridiculous. There wasn't any new evidence that had come forth. Never knew it ever. He was just that kind. Everything he played close to the vest, and whatever he thought, that was his opinion. He asked me to write parts of the stuff that had to do with legal stuff, but as far as what his ultimate conclusion was, that was his business, none of my business, and obviously he didn't share it with me. I think it was pretty emotional, because you got to remember, I mean, he is... Oh, well, I don't know, and Lord help me. Of course, all the parties were there, and probably it was packed with CID people and law enforcement people. And if I recall correctly, I think it's just that he read it. I think that's how it came out, or I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe he sent his report on to the general, and the general made his ruling and dismissed the charges. I don't recall. I really don't. But if he did publish it, I guarantee he had one heck of an audience there, and it would have been very hard for him to have gone against the government, because he is the government. He's part of the government. Colonel Rock is. And for him to make a ruling that flies in the face of everything the prosecutors had wanted is not supporting his command and not supporting his other people that are there to keep law and order and blah, blah, blah. So it had to be pretty hurtful for him. But I think he was satisfied that based on the evidence he saw, it just wasn't there. I know, I don't recall that, but he may have, but I just don't remember. And nothing ever came back on me. I mean, because I was nothing. I was just a little old captain, you know, just doing my job. Well, 74, yeah, they thought all of a sudden I was a big shot, you know. I was important, you know, but that was so silly. And there was no contact. I got out in 71. There was no contact between me and anybody in the Army from 71 to 74 till that prosecutor called me. Nothing. I've never talked to MacDonald since this thing's been over with. Recommendations. In the interest of military justice and discipline, it is recommended that 1, all charges and specifications against Captain Jeffrey R. MacDonald be dismissed because the matters set forth in all charges and specifications are not true. There are no lesser charges and or specifications which are appropriate. That just means, oh, you want me to just keep reading it rather than interpret it for you? Okay. And then secondly, that appropriate civilian authorities be requested to investigate the alibi of Helen Stokely, Fayetteville, North Carolina, from her activities and whereabouts during the early morning hours of 17 February 1970 based on the evidence presented during the hearing. That was it. Well, I think he hit the nail on the head when he said the specifications are not true. The specifications were that Jeffrey MacDonald had murdered his wife and his 2 kids. And it was very clear that based on the evidence that they had, that they were not true. They had not committed those murders. And that's what the colonel was trying to put forth here. And by saying there's no lesser charges, you know, a lot of times you'll have like murder and then you'll have voluntary manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter, which are lesser included offenses. But in the colonel's opinion and mine, there were no lesser charges or specifications that were appropriate. So in other words, he didn't believe there was any reason to hold this fella and move forward with any type of charges. And of course, the request about investigating Stokely, well, based on everything that was said, the finger sure pointed at her as being one of the 4 people who had committed the murders. And he was like I felt, somebody needed to investigate it. And of course, the military had no authority over her, could not investigate it. So obviously the civilians would have to do that. And that was why they recommended that the civilian authorities do it. So they weren't true. That's right. Probably trying to make the law enforcement part of the military feel less guilty for having screwed this one up. So we just call it insufficient evidence. Of course, John can call it whatever he wants, but if he's not going to pursue it, then the charge is dismissed, and that's the end of it. Or it should have been the end of it. Should have been. I've had, I don't know how many people ask me, well, why didn't jeopardy attach? Well, it didn't attach because we never had a trial. If we'd had an actual trial, then jeopardy would have attached, and they couldn't have brought it. But this was just a 32, which was like a preliminary hearing, you know, before to decide whether or not sufficient evidence exists to move forward with the charges at all. Yeah. And a lot of people do with 32s. They don't go into all that. In fact, they hold a lot back to use it at trial to surprise the prosecution. But you talk about trying the case at the 32. That's clearly what Siegel did. I mean, he had challenged every piece of evidence they put forth. His cross-examination of the witnesses was extremely thorough and really very well done. I thought it was just great. He destroyed the credibility of most of those witnesses. He didn't make that big of an impression on me, obviously. He was just one of the main CID guys. I'm just trying to remember some of the stuff that he testified to. It just doesn't come back to me, but obviously he didn't make that big of an impression on me. He didn't make that big of an impression on Colonel Rock, and he certainly didn't make that impression with the convening authority, the general. So I would say that he did his job, whatever that was, but didn't do a very good job. Sorry, I can't remember more detail about that. You're lucky you're getting this much. Till 71, I don't remember. Yeah, really. And they reopened the Article 32. And when was that? Right after it? Huh? No. Yeah. Well, I think about this, reopening the investigation, at that point there wasn't any investigation to reopen because it was over as far as the military was concerned. It obviously had to do with Freddie Kassab and he must have gotten somebody involved shortly thereafter. I don't know. I got you. Well, that's interesting. They obviously it worked. It took them 10 years to get there, but it worked. That's horrible. It seemed like there ought to be an end to the matter once you've had this thorough an investigation. And that Article 32 was nothing. That was not short-sighted or left anything out. We covered everything under the imagination you could possibly, every theory. I just can't imagine what else was there to do except try to help the government save face and how they had bumbled it, I don't know. Yeah, they had a lot of theories, yeah. Well, it's because they couldn't decide on what happened. They couldn't explain it and certainly didn't have any motive. So, and I remember they stuck with that wetting the bed theory of that's the reason why he did it. That's absurd. And I think Colonel Rock thought that was absolutely ridiculous from what I remember about it. His reaction to that was like the table. It just seemed like every time they'd come up with some theory, they'd end up shooting themselves in the foot, and I think that's why he ended up reaching the conclusion that he did. No, yeah, it's all over the testimony. Darn if I remember, it seemed like it was forever. It took a long time by military standards, because most of the time, 32 doesn't last but a day, maybe two, maybe in all the 32s I ever participated in, maybe two of them lasted more than 1 day. Most of the time it's just cut and dry, the government just putting on just like a bare bones case, just enough to get the charges sworn, get them going to the court martial, and then you just roll on. The defense normally doesn't do much of anything at the 32. But this case was different because this one, they unloaded on him and challenged him. He was a smart lawyer, I thought. And don't forget, this was a good way to get discovery, too. That's another thing I think Siegel was doing, is he was getting all the evidence he could humanly get that the government had that they hadn't turned over to him. That's a good way to get it. Let's have the 32 officer order it be produced. That was just clever, just very, very smart. Yeah. It's like pulling eye teeth to get them to do anything, because they were trying to, guess what? Think about it. They learned about hiding evidence from the defense at the government's case in the military, and it carried over to when you got to the civilian courts, and they're prosecuting him, and they did the same thing again, withholding evidence from the defense. I couldn't believe when the Supreme Court of the United States did not grant cert, with certiorari, which is a way of saying, okay, we think an error was serious enough that we're going to take a look at it. They wouldn't even grant cert in the case. I don't think they ever have. I don't think they've ever even, not one time they ever heard this case. They always just defer to whatever happened in the lower courts. but not enough to overturn it. But not enough to overturn the conviction. No. Because we wouldn't be sitting here talking if that had happened. I really feel for him, boy. I mean, he's been in prison now for a long time. Lost his wife, both kids, is licensed to practice medicine, his career as a military officer. That's not what our justice system is supposed to be about. I felt like we get it right. MacDonald we got wrong. And it just breaks my heart. You know, quite a bit. I still got people always asking me about it, you know, and of course I go back and read these books every now and then. You know, there's been 4 or 5 books, and I think Earls Morris got it right with The Wilderness of Heirs. I thought that was a great book. And hopefully what you're going to do is going to be even add to maybe finally finding some justice for him, because he does not deserve to be in the federal penitentiary. They need to let him out and let him go and get on with his life. There's not much left now at his age. So I'm sure he's about my age. So anyway, I love what I do, and I'm so grateful that I still can do it. It's sad. It really breaks your heart. It really does. And although I haven't talked to MacDonald in all these years, if I could, I'd just say I'm sorry that our system let you down so bad that you're still in prison over it. Because I'm really convinced that he's not guilty of a damn thing. Same thing. I think he was convinced, so was the general, that there was not sufficient evidence. And I'm going to tell you, from what I understand, I wasn't at the trial. From what I understand, what they put forth at the civilian trial in district court, that the evidence was not a whole lot different from what they had presented at our place, although they had expanded upon it and tried to polish it up and make it look like something it wasn't. But still, they were able to convince at least 12 people he was guilty. At least 12 people he was guilty. No. And that's not what our system's all about. Our system is today, under our rules, it is supposed to be transparent. The discovery, particularly in criminal case, is supposed to be wide open. It's supposed to be able to give everything and anything the other side's got so that everybody can get a fair trial. Because all we're after is just the truth, because that's what the verdict should be based on. It's what it stands for. Verdict is just a Latin word for verdicto or something like that, which just means to tell the truth. That's all. And you can't do it if you don't have all the evidence. And when one side's able to hide some from the defense and then they get a conviction, it ought to be overturned, because that's just not fair. It's not playing according to the rules. You talking about fatal vision? Oh my goodness gracious, what a joke that was. As I understand it, it was based upon a book written by Joel McGinnis, who was an author that MacDonald had hired to write his story. And I believe he hired him back when he was still in the Fort Bragg area. I think that was still going on then. And I think he hired him to write the story. And instead he turned on him and wrote it like MacDonald was guilty. And that's what they made this movie about, with half of Hollywood there to star in it. And it really is hard to erase that impression that you get from watching that movie. Because if you watch the movie, you'll be convinced that, gee whiz, he's guilty. Well, that's because of the way it got twisted around by what McGinnis wrote. Of course, McGinnis ended up paying the price. He got sued by him for breach of contract and ended up paying MacDonald a lot of money. But so what? It didn't do him any good. Still in prison. Oh, man, he's the one that he played Kassav, if I remember correctly. And yeah, how can you not believe Carl Malden? I mean, he would never play anybody that wasn't telling the truth. Jeez. Now that's the power of that industry, that I guess when you make these movies, it's really very powerful. They were very well acted, but that's what you were getting. You were getting acting of facts that weren't agreement. That's right. Absolutely. I never got to meet the gentleman. Don't think I ever missed anything. He never bothered to call me. I guess he knew it wouldn't do any good. That was the first time I knew anything about it. It was when I got the subpoena in 74. Traveled up there to good old Raleigh and gave him my testimony. Boy, it did a lot of good. For MacDonald, it didn't help at all. But whatever. Now, I didn't hear another thing about it until 5 years later when I heard he was on trial. I couldn't believe it. I watched on TV, and, you know, they were reporting on it pretty regularly, I think, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, I had an interest in it. Absolutely. I don't know. I can't believe the Supreme Court never granted cert. Some of these grounds that he was asking for a new trial on were pretty solid, you know. Most of the time you would see him grant cert when you had such an egregious set of facts that they were dealing with. But not this time, and I don't know why. The Supreme Court has to do what they got to do, I guess. Yeah, that's right. No, the state had nothing to do with it. He was indicted by the federal grand jury, tried in the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of North Carolina, convicted, went to the Fourth Circuit. They upheld it, and then they denied cert. And of course, in the meantime, after that, I'm sure there was several other hearings that went up. But again, nothing, never got any relief. And I understand it's still up to the Fourth Circuit now, but it seems like it's been there a long time and they haven't made any rulings yet. My guess is they hope he's going to die and they won't have to make the ruling. And that could happen. Oh, well, early on, I didn't have an opinion. I kept an open mind, you know, I wanted to. I wanted to see what the evidence showed. But that's just my nature of being a lawyer, you know. I mean, it just, particularly when I'm sitting in a role as like a judge, it's not my job to decide these cases until you get all the evidence. You know, we have judges a lot of times will instruct the jury when they take a break. You're not allowed to talk about the case now. You can't talk to your fellow jurors. Can't call home. Can't go home, watch it on TV and see what's going on. You have to wait till you get all the evidence. Then you can make the decision, because that is only the appropriate time that you should make a decision. So I kept my mind was open the whole time. But of course, as you went along and theories the government was putting forth got shot down, pretty soon it was all on the defense side of things that were right, and everything was wrong was on the government side. So it was pretty easy to reach that conclusion. I think probably halfway. It's pretty obvious that the quality of the evidence they had was really pathetic, and it was getting worse, not better. And they did not recover from many of the attacks that Siegel presented to the quality of that evidence. I thought he just did a masterful job at what he did. Well, I think it's the biggest travesty of justice I've known of in our judicial system. I think it's horrible to think that this guy is still in the penitentiary for charges that are not true. That's pretty bad. And I'm glad to see that at least he's apparently still got a fighting chance, although the light gets dimmer and dimmer each year as it goes by. No doubt in my mind, Helena Stokely and her three little buddies came on to Fort Bragg because it was open. 3 o'clock in the morning, I imagine they were high as kites on drugs. They came into MacDonald's quarters, killed his wife, then came down, killed the 2 babies that were in the separate bedrooms, and then came down, got in a fight with MacDonald, who fought him off, and they finally ran off. He suffered wounds from the attack, finally collapsed on his wife, finally called EMS and got him out there, and that's what happened, I think. I don't think he was guilty of killing anybody. I don't think he could have. Just like this shrink said, couldn't have done it. I believe him. And it's very rare do I ever believe anything a shrink says, but that particular one confirmed my belief that he was not guilty based on the evidence I saw. What was the purpose of using it, the statement that they took? Was it to impeach something he was saying, or, oh, I got you, because he was so evasive? Okay. Well, why didn't they just testify to it? They certainly could do that. Who took that? Who did that interview? Grabner was an idiot. He's the top dog. You know, in the military, it's you get promoted, the dumber you are. The Peter principle, you remember? Yeah. And I was never impressed with Grabner, although he was really impressed with himself. I remember he really thought he was a super cop. I mean, how in the world could you possibly ever come to any conclusion? In fact, he's holding this thing, and he says that somebody kept stabbing. That's how he was defending himself. And I think then they try to say that it was because he had it over her and he was stabbing her through it. That's just beyond my capability to even fathom how in the world you could argue something like that. I don't think it showed anything. I try. Well, he clearly saw her breast and her midriff. I remember him talking about that. But yet the photograph, I think, had it all covered up, and he didn't remember it that way. He remembered it opposite. That's right. Well, I'm no doctor, but to me, a partial pneumothorax is pretty damn severe. I mean, it can cause you to die.
Right.
From what I understand. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Honey, can you die from a partial pneumothorax?
Can you die?
Yeah. She's a pharmacist by training. Yeah. So. You know, and of course, I think the silliest thing was the backing up into the knife, and that's the way he got his wounds. That was the most absurd. Somebody testified to it, I guarantee you, because there was a bunch in them. All three of the deceased had a bunch of stab and puncture wounds, but MacDonald only had just a few, comparably. He did what? Oh yeah, I read about him coming in and doing that. Yeah, there was even people who, according to the cops, were there that they didn't even know who they were.
Right.
Which, yeah, I told you what my theory was. Not sure it wasn't one of the assailants that just stuck around to see what was going on.
Right.
I mean, certainly is as plausible as their arguments, you know.
Right.
But you're right, and of course the cops seeing the floppy-headed woman and out in the rain and whatever 30 minutes an hour beforehand. No, that was a police officer's story. He saw these people. Yeah, that's right. There's any significance to it, other than the fact that it just stunk. There was blood on it, if I remember right. Right. Well, it had the article about Manson, and of course, it was written on the headboard. Killed the pigs, it was all in blood like it was with the Manson murders. And I guess their argument was, well, he was just reading it. That's where he got the idea. So, you know, and here's even a drop of blood on there to prove it. But I think it was obvious the reason because of the article about Manson in there. This is some witnesses that MacDonald called. I remember there was a bunch of that, yeah. That's right, because she was pregnant, I forgot that. Well, what's his motive? I mean, if the government's right, what did they argue in the trial? That mad enough to kill her? I think the knife clearly was not part of theirs. I don't think they own that, if I remember correctly. The club, I don't think anybody could tie that up to belonging to the house later on.
That's right.
The neighbors, my God, why you want to be killing somebody making all that racket, you know? Bernie was good.
You know what? That's what it's saying.
Is that because of my objections, honey? That they don't get to see the whole story? It's all right. That's my job to try to make sure the only proper legal evidence gets before the jury. One of the things I do in DUI trials, I make the cop perform the field sobriety test in front of the jury, and they fail them every time. And my question to them is, right in front of the jury, Officer Jones, how much you had to drink today? I had nothing to drink. Yeah. But you just move on to the next thing. We'll get them on something else, you know. But my recollection is that I think some of the MPs that originally got there called it into their, wherever they call it into, and requested roadblocks. And they said that they couldn't do it. It had to be authorized by somebody on up the chain. And by the time they got on up the chain, it was too late. And so it never did get ordered. I think it just makes sense that had they gotten the thing cordoned off pretty quickly, they probably would have caught him still on the post, and then maybe we would have had a little different story to tell. Yeah. Well, he changed. He's like a man with many colors. He can be upset about something one day and then turn around and be just the opposite, obviously, later on. It's a shame. That's right. Wallets disappearing. Yeah. Yeah, if I recall correctly, I think that how that came about was that the photographs that the government had, I think, furnished to the defense showed her body being covered up. And if I recall correctly, I think Siegel handed the photographs to those two MPs, the first ones there, and asked them what do they remember. And they clearly remembered that a portion of her left breast and her midriff were both exposed. But in the photographs, they're not. They're completely covered up. I think with the pajama top and then something else, mat or something, yeah. And so obviously somebody had messed with the crime scene and had put those things over her body, perhaps just out of trying to avoid any embarrassment of any part of her body being seen I don't know. But it doesn't make sense that if the crime scene was as it was described by those two MPs, and then they turn around and take pictures and it's showing something else, it raises serious questions about preserving the crime scene the way it should be preserved, right? And of course, there wasn't any pajama top on her when they first arrived. Of course, she was already dead when they first arrived. So it only makes sense that must not have been from that. It must have been when he was holding it up, trying to fend off the attackers, and they took the knife and went through the pajama top. Yeah. Well, he was a pretty strong guy, and he was in good shape. I think he could have had a pretty good shot at fending them off. Now, obviously, he didn't totally succeed because he got stabbed several times, and I guess it was enough to scare him, and they took off first. Then the two kids, he was asleep on the couch, and so that's true. I think they were just totally surprised when they walked in there and he was there. I don't know where they were going. They're going out the front door. I don't know. Back in those days, we really didn't lock doors the way we do today. It was very rare that you ever locked doors. Nobody ever paid any attention to it because nothing ever happened. After that, people started locking the doors. Yeah.
It was a real scare.
It was a real scare, rightfully so. And they shut down the fort too. I don't think it allowed people to come in on it anymore. I know it's the way that Jackson today, you cannot come onto the fort without a pass. Yep, faintly. That wasn't actually a part of the 32. It happened outside. Apparently, the cops decided they wanted a hair sample. And so, brilliantly, rather than do it the normal way you do it, they just tried to pull him over out on the streets. And of course, he resisted and did not want to acquiesce in that kind of foolishness. And my recollection is I think they eventually did get one, but it would have been very easy to get it. All they got to do is have his commanding officer order him to give it. There might have been some legal problems from that, but clearly it's easy to get it. You don't need to act like a posse and track him down and try to jerk it out of his head. That just seems a bit not in keeping with normal procedure. Of course, there's nothing normal about this. The only thing I remember is there were just massive stab and puncture wounds. And the kids, I remember, at least one of them had the broken arms. Huh? Colette had the broken arms? The kids, that wasn't, yeah, that's right. I didn't actually see the bodies, but I did see photographs, and it was pretty gruesome. And they were violently killed, no question about that. Well, it didn't fit the picture, of who was presented to us as being Jeffrey MacDonald. He just wasn't the type that would do that. Remember that even the shrinks said he couldn't do it, the government shrinks. So, and the fact that he wasn't as severely wounded, well, they were mortally wounded, made sense to us because he was, I think, surprised. He surprised them, they surprised him. And I think he was successful in fighting them off, but because of those stab wounds in where the pneumothorax was, I think he eventually succumbed to that. And I think then the next thing that happened, he crawled in there to try to help her. I think he also called EMS somewhere in there to get some help. Of course, that's when he was telling everybody about it. He was attacked by this woman in a floppy hat and blonde wig and muddy boots. I remember something about muddy boots. That was a pretty good description for somebody that had just seen her a very short period of time. And it kind of fit all the other descriptions of the people we had heard about who were out there in and about Fort Bragg that time of the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, whatever, theory. That's right. Because it had an article in there about the Manson murder. Oh, I'm sorry. There was an Esquire magazine that was found in their apartment that had a drop of blood on it, if I remember correctly. And one of the articles in that magazine was a description about the Manson murders that happened out in California some short time before this happened. And I recall the government arguing that that was the blueprint for how this crime scene ended up, where kill the pigs, written in blood on the headboard, and how they were brutally murdered. The same thing happened to Sharon Tate and some other people. I can't remember who all got killed, but that was their argument. I didn't buy it, but I wasn't the article. Really? I think so. I like your theory better. Yeah, your theory is that it's literally beyond belief that MacDonald would have brutally killed his wife and two children, and then pick up the magazine, read it, and decide he needed to write this stuff in blood and literally recreate the Manson way of doing it. It just didn't make a whole lot of sense. It makes a whole lot of sense to me, what you said. Here, this magazine and this article is out for public consumption. Just as likely that Helena Stokely and her buddies had read this and gave them some good ideas how to pull off a terrible murder. Faintly, yeah. And it was true. It wasn't a false statement. And they should have been on trial with the way they had conducted the investigation. That's the whole purpose of cross-examination, is to test the theory of the government and the quality of the evidence. And the way you do it is by cross-examination. And as we like to say, Bernie ripped him a new one. Okay. Never seen it in my life, ever. Yeah. That you ask about how many times have I ever been privy to the fact where somebody has had an Article 32 in the Army or any military, cut loose, and then later indicted and tried and convicted in a civilian court. This time it was a federal court. I've never, ever seen anything like that. All the legal literature I'm familiar with, and I keep up with it pretty well, it's just hard to believe. Most people thought that it was double jeopardy, but of course I've explained it wasn't. So no, it's just something that's so rare. I mean, everybody thought it was over with once the 32 decided the charges weren't true. What is there to indict him for if they aren't true? Didn't make any sense, but yet they did it. Yeah, I think so. I believe that the government had been shown up to be very poor investigators, and the way they had handled the investigation of this crime was almost a joke. And I think Kassab, he just felt like he had been fooled all along by being MacDonald's supporter. And then once he's turned loose because there's no truth in the charges, he then thinks back and decides that maybe he was the one that did it. And I think he then gets on his high horse and rides off to Congress and gets him some help there to get him indicted. And he was successful. Oh, yeah. Well, they were happy to, because this would give them a chance to further do it right. Since they screwed it up the first time, maybe they get it right the second time. That's for sure. I think they were really embarrassed by how this thing got bumbled. I particularly remember when the FBI refused to get involved because of how they'd screwed up the crime scene. The word was somebody's head was going to roll because this was obviously very poorly handled. I don't know whether any heads rolled, but should have. Sorry, don't remember the feathers. But obviously they made a bigger impression on him than they did me. Rock, it's totally his idea. Oh, he just decided that he wanted to go and actually see the place where all this took place. And I don't remember whether the government went with us the first time. We made several trips, but I just remember going over there, and he was very interested in that table. That apartment was not very big, and you got a much better perspective. The length of that hallway was not far from where MacDonald was to where the bodies were. And I think it just gave him an idea, like the phone was still there, the back door where they'd come in. I think it just gave him a much better hindsight as to what this whole picture looked like, because he'd been listening to them testify about it. I think it really helped him. And of course, the table was the coup de grace. I mean, that was the thing that made him look so foolish, because they were really damn determined that this table would always fall on the top, because it was so top heavy. And they were just wrong. That's all. Captain Bill, put it back up now. I'm going to do it another way. And we did it 2 or 3 times, laying on its side every time. That's when he kind of chuckled and said, well, so much for that, you know. And I think that was really the kind of the clue that, hey, maybe these guys are really pumping it up to something it's not, because they were really, really pushing that theory that obviously it was a setup, that MacDonald had put it on its side, and that he had set it back up there, that actually flipped all the way over. Yeah, I bet. I just remember MacDonald had a lot of character witnesses that all said he was the greatest thing since sliced bread. And I remember something about the wife being very content, very happy about her marriage to him and how much better they had it. And I forgot this originally, but she was even pregnant with her 3rd child at the time this murder took place. So really there was another murder actually in the whole thing. And all the witnesses that he put up as character all just sang his praises about what a great doctor he was, great soldier he was, a great husband he was, and that he was just not the type that went around murdering people. But that's what I remember. I don't remember their names and all that. It's just been too long. But all the character, as it should be, was all very, very favorable for him. Ice pick. I forgot the ice pick. That's right. Yeah. And it was not from there.
Article 32?
Yeah.
You had Colonel Rock, you had, I believe it was a captain from JAG as his advisor sitting up in front. You sat at a chair in the middle. MacDonald was off to the right with his defense attorneys and Eisman and Siegel with, I believe they also had a JAG officer there with them. Mike Malley. Okay, Mike Malley was a friend of MacDonald's. Okay. Yeah. And on the other side, you had Summers and I believe Bill Thompson. And you sat sort of in the middle of the room and they just asked you questions. I had no problem with them. I mean, it was basically, background information and what you were doing that night and what you actually did and when you got the assignment and what you did when you got to the assignment and so forth. And that was basically it. The Article 32 was supposed to be similar to the civilian grand jury. Whether or not there was going to be enough evidence to go to a full court-martial with MacDonald, but Bernie Siegel turned it into a trial. Colonel Rock was I didn't know him, but he seemed like a nice guy, but I think he was overwhelmed. I don't think he fully understood what his function was. I mean, he was very low-key, very quiet, but you had an advisor from JAG whispering in his ear, so I don't know what was said, but I really, when he came out with his final thing, his final findings on the hearing, I believe he said that I don't believe MacDonald did it, and it wasn't up to him to believe it or not. It was just up to him to see that there was enough evidence that it has to go further and there has to be a full court-martial. And I don't think he understood what he was supposed to do. It's just to cast the characters, The one time they had me on it, I'm sitting there and I came in, they removed me from the courtroom. Siegel wanted to make a point. They didn't want me to hear. They brought me back in. I sat down. They said up, then brought up another place to get out. Back and forth. I was back and forth 4 times before I even testified. And then finally I don't know if it was Colonel Rock or one of the, asked me, he said, well, what did you think? I said, well, what I think is I should have joined the damn Navy instead of the Army. Well, after he was released from the hospital, he was put up in officers' bachelor's quarters, which is like a hotel for transient officers being moving between bases. And I ran into him. He says, I owe you a beer when this is all over. So, yeah, okay. But he wanted to go downtown one time, but they had to get an escort with him. He wanted to buy a fish tank. So they went downtown and they bought a fish tank. But he had a female visitor visiting him every night at the BOQ, bringing him 2 fish sandwiches and spending the night, so this is 3 days after his family is killed. Now, they turned it into a full-blown trial. And it really wasn't supposed to be. And I think that's one of the problems. The colonel let it get out of hand. And I don't think he understood what it was. I don't think he's ever done one. He didn't understand what was supposed to be going on. And I think he was getting whispered in his ear by the JAG officer telling him. And I really don't believe he knew what his actual job was supposed to be. Absolutely. And it's, it even when MacDonald started with his appeals about how double jeopardy, how he was tried, he was never tried. It was a hearing. It was never a trial. He could have been convicted at that. It was just a hearing. And, he tried everything. But Siegel was smart. He took advantage of it. It wasn't surprising that I wasn't really surprised when the Army wasn't going to go any further with it. So when I heard Colonel Rock, the first thing he said was, "I don't think he's guilty." Right then I knew. It just, you could tell the way the hearing was going that nothing was going to happen. I vaguely remember Dick Cavett. I don't watch him, but I remember him sitting there and he was like making jokes about everything. And his whole demeanor was like it was a stand-up comedy act. He's going, I had these wounds. I would stand here and I would stand here. And he had a little puncture wound on his side. He had this little red mark up here and it came out. He had a couple red marks on his chest. They asked me about it. And I said, it almost looked like somebody had hit him with a fork, but they said could have been somebody with their nails. And it probably could have been, but that was his wounds. He didn't have all these stab wounds and things he was talking about.
I was a CID duty agent, the CID representative for the installation. And it was a 24-hour stint of operation. It was centered in the CID office. The equipment we had was communication equipment to keep in touch with the MPs and the police. Yes, we had a bunk there, a bed that we could use if it was a downtime with no calls coming in, or we could lay down and maybe catch not even 40 winks, but maybe 20. There's always something going on at Fort Bragg. I finished up all the regular admin work and paperwork, the shift, and I decided to lay down and take a nap. And while I was laying there, military police radio was on 24 hours, 24/7. And all the calls that come in would be monitored by the CID office in the event that they'd be needed out there for felony investigations. I lay down for a nap, and if I can explain this to you, when police have 24 hours operations and they have radios going, usually you don't react to every radio call, but there are some that by the tone of the individual who's really stressed out coming across the radio, or they would just call and say, "Hey, CID, come on down here." It gets to the point where you can leave your radio on and you get all sorts of radio calls coming through and you automatically cut them out. No, this one, you could tell by the urgency of the transmitter's voice that there was something going on and you need to look into it. So that's why I got up and went over, and I heard them talking about something about a stabbing. So I got on the line and called them back, the people who were down at the scene, and asked if there were any fatal injuries involved. And they said yes. I said, I'll be en route. I'll be there as soon as I can get there. Then I had an assistant working with me, a military police investigator, Tony Rossi. Good guy, good investigator. We had worked all day together, and we had a good relationship going. I called him and I told him we got a fatal injury down here in the family quarters. I told him to pack up his crime scene kit and come on over. So he did, and we rolled off. It's a real short run. It was within 5 minutes we were at the house. No, not yet. Much too soon. You have to go in and assess the situation and see what you need. When I first rolled up, I saw an Army ambulance and a number of MP cars. I forget how many, maybe half a dozen. Tony and I got out of our car and we walked. It was kind of a rainy night. It wasn't raining at that particular time, but the ground was wet. And we walked up to the house, myself to the MP who was on security there. Then he let us in and he pointed out to the duty officer. It was Lieutenant Polk. And so I went directly to him and I asked him to give me a briefing on what they had found. And he told me that they were responding to a call. The resident who lived in the house was calling, asking for help, and he had been stabbed. And at this point, I was in the living room entryway, and straight ahead of me was a long corridor that went the length of the apartment. And I saw a gurney being wheeled down towards me by two medics. And I could see as it got closer, there was a man laying on the gurney. His eyes were closed. I assumed he was unconscious. When they wheeled him by me, the lieutenant said, "This is the resident of this set of quarters." And he took me then and walked me down the hallway. And walked to the end of, as I was walking down the hallway, I could see a body laying on the floor of the bedroom. As I got down, I could see it was a female in pajamas. And he said, "Yeah, this is the wife of the man who just was wheeled out." And of course I could see that she was dead. And I turned to him and he said, "Well, that's not all." Words to that effect. "There's more down the hallway." And he walked me down the hall further and took me to two bedrooms and he had a flashlight he flashed in there. And I saw the bodies of two persons, one in each of the two side bedrooms. I was taken by surprise because I didn't expect one or two. I didn't expect three people to be laying out. So we went back down into the living room, and at that point I discussed with the lieutenant we had to get rid of some of the MPs, put them on the road again, or put them on security around the house. And he did that right away. He placed them around the house to make sure nobody else would get in without going through our control point, which we had at the front door. It was not something you see every day, of course. After we did that, I started making telephone calls. I called my chief and told him what we had. Yeah, and called for a photographer who was part of our office. He did his duty call from his home. So I got a hold of him and told him to get his stuff and come into the office and then get with the MPs and they'd take him down there. And he did. He showed up, and I told him that we had three bodies. We're going to have to start processing. I told him that he needed to start here, and generally what I wanted him to start photographing right away. He just starting on the first room, and I was looking at him, and he didn't look very well at all. And he came over and told me, he said, "I'm going to be sick." So that alerted me, I got to get him out of this house. So we got him out of the house, and I called his boss, who was the post photographer, the chief of the photography branch, who I had known from previous cases. And I told him what happened with the first photographer and asked him if he could come on down. And he lived nearby, and I guess he did code 3 because he was within very few minutes he was there. And then I started him on what I wanted him to photograph. And he knew about crime scene photography. It was an easy task. I set him to work, and then I began telephone calls to other agents to get a full investigative team in there so we could process this whole house. And I started calling them, and within 15 minutes I started getting the first responses. And as they came, they would assign tasks within the crime scene, and that's how we started the actual processing. And the master bed had a big wet spot on it, so I assumed somebody had wet the bed. And there was a pile of bedding down at the foot of the bed. There was what looked like a pocket from her pajama top, judging by the material. It was bloodied, but it wasn't drenched in blood like the rest of the shirt was. That's one of the things that stuck with me. And then I saw the knife that was laying underneath a dresser. In the headboard there was the bloody imprint of the word pig, P-I-G, written. Looked like somebody would be leaning over the headboard and reaching down to the back of the headboard and writing those letters, the P-I-G. Not right away, no. Yes, the next room I went to was I think the room on the north side. I looked in the door was ajar, and I looked in and I could see a light switch in there, and I did the old Dick Tracy trick and took my pen and so I wouldn't get fingerprints on it. and flipped the switch. I could see another body was laying in the bed, and he said, "There's one more over here." I said, "Oh, okay." So I went over there and did the same thing with my pen. I saw what looked like a small child laying in the bed. The bed was completely covered in blood. She was obviously dead. It looked like the two children, I could say the two that I last looked at, the question again. It looked as if they had been killed and then positioned in the bed to look like they had died in their sleep. And that was the same with the both rooms. The first bedroom I went to was the older girl, I found out later, who was laying on her left side, and she was all tucked in with blankets. And her head was bloodied, and she was beaten severely. It looked like she also had been killed in her sleep and never woken up. And in the little girl's room, and she was positioned in the bed, and on her left side. I think one of her legs, was hanging over the side, and there was a lot of blood in there, blood in that room. There was a small baby bottle that was up laying next to her mouth. Looked like she had been attacked and died with that bottle in the mouth. Again, she looked like she had been killed in her sleep. About this time, I started getting feeder information from the hospital, from the agents that went there. Started putting together a picture of what we were seeing. He said it was happening. I guess he mentioned something to the military policeman who first encountered him laying on the floor. Sometime around this period, I started getting information back from some of the agents who had been to the hospital and who had interviewed MacDonald, or the resident of these quarters. And the story that was coming out was that he was saying that he had been sleeping on the couch in the living room and was awakened by 4 intruders. One who was carrying a piece of wood about the size of a baseball bat. And they attacked him when he was laying on the couch. The person with the club started beating him with the club, so he said. He tried to fight his way up and fought his way over to the entrance to that hallway that led down to the end of the... He was knocked unconscious as he just reached the entrance of that hallway. At that point, he felt somebody who had what he thought was a knife in his hand. Someone who was with the knife or whatever it was punching him in his side. That's when he got up and made his way to the hallway where he was knocked unconscious. When he woke up, the intruders were gone. He went back into the back part of the house and found his wife and 2 daughters. Also, at the end of the hallway, there was a bundle of, it looked like a child's pajamas. Other things that we noticed in the living room, there was a coffee table that was upended, and there was some debris that was underneath the place where the thing had been overturned. There's nothing left. While standing at the foot of the hallway, I was looking out over the living room, and I noticed a coffee table laying up on its side. Obviously it had been caught up in some sort of struggle. And there were some miscellaneous items that we looked at later that were laying around the legs of that table that was upended. I wanted to be there when they moved the bodies, and when they came with the ambulances to remove them, I went back into the master bedroom and got down on my hands and knees, and I was looking to see what was under the body when they first moved it. And when they took it by the shoulders and the legs and lifted it up, I noticed under the head there was something was sticking out of what looked like a blood clot. So I left them alone and they took it out, the body up, and laid it on a gurney, and then wheeled it out of the house. And then I went and took a closer look at what I saw under her head, and saw it look like a big thread. So I noted that my partner there, Bob Shaw, we knew we were going to take a closer look at it, and as soon as they cleared the rest of the bodies out. About the same time, I started looking at the outline that Paul Conley and I had drawn. That was hard to do because of the shag carpet. But we did a body outline. I started looking in that, and I kept seeing lots of little blue, what looked like threads that were underneath the body. So I, again, noted that to Bob, then figured then as soon as we got the chance, we go back and start collecting them. After watching them remove Colette's body, I went back to take a closer look at the bodies of the two children who were identified by the neighbor as Kimmy and Christy MacDonald. And as their bodies were lifted up, for instance, for Kimmy's body, that's the girl who was beaten badly on the side of her head. I saw some other similar looking threads, dark colored, that had been laying underneath the bedding that had been tucked around her to make it look like she had been killed in her sleep. Also on that bed, down behind the pillow, one of the pillows, there was a large splinter with blood on it, I believe. And it was completely out of place, so we marked that for collection as well. Yeah, when I went to the little girl's room and started looking closer at it, noticed that the blood that was soaked on her clothes was in two basic units, one in the upper half of her torso and then the lower part, which was strange. Well, there was nothing to break it up. There was nothing lying between the body and the edge of the bed. So just to see it like that, it was very noticeable. She had this bottle of the baby bottle with looked like it had chocolate milk in it or something that was up near her head. And again, giving the impression that she had never woken. She had been killed in her sleep. Second, we didn't find pajama threads right then, I don't believe, no. We went back and later on, and some other agents were coming behind us in basically the same search that we were doing. They would, if they would find us something, they would let us know. It was a baby's rocking horse was in there, and just normal toys and stuff that you would see in a little girl's room. The CID chief and asked him to call, see if he could get somebody up there, and he did. And in fact, I think it was the CG, the commanding general of that post down there, let them use his plane, and so they flew up and back. When they arrived, we took them again, a quick tour through the crime scene. I'm trying to think who was the chief of that lab team. But at any rate, we asked them to farm out the different rooms to the people with their specialties. We had fingerprint, we had chemistry, we had all the specialties, photography, all of the lab specialties there. One of the things they were doing is going into the kitchen, and the chemistry guy was, I believe at that point, he dismantled the drain from the kitchen sink. And he brought to our attention, I think there was 6 or 7 blood drops that were in a circular pattern on the floor tiles. And we thought that was strange. It looked like there's some blood tailings from that was running towards the sink. And so we looked in the cabinet underneath the sink, and one of the things we found back in there was a box of Perry's surgical gloves. It would be important due to the fact that earlier, while doing the crime scene search in the master bedroom, I was looking through this bundle of sheets and bedspread. And when I was going through that, I found fragments of what looked like a surgeon's glove at one point, and going through it further, I found what looked like an entire finger section of a surgeon's glove, again, which we took as evidence. I know personally, when I first became aware of that situation, It was about halfway through the first day, and I was joined in a meeting, and we were discussing what everybody else was finding. And there was a consensus then that what Captain MacDonald said happened in those quarters, then the hours, never happened. Yeah, we looked at such things as trace evidence we might find underneath the couch or around the coffee table, and we found that on the edge of the pages of an Esquire magazine that was underneath one of the legs, there was what looked like a bloody finger imprint with no ridge lines because it was on the edge of the pages. And the cover story for that magazine was something like Manson, Marvin is afraid because of the Tate LaBianca murders, which happened within months of the findings of their crime scene search, including the word pig that was written on the headboard was about the same as was written on the wall in the house in Los Angeles, as I believe. No, in fact, I went with the fingerprint lab guy, and we actually got down on our hands and knees and was parting the strands in the carpet on the floor, looking for anything that would be there would indicate a struggle or violence or anything, and couldn't find anything. One of the things that MacDonald was saying and telling us what occurred to him from his point of view was that he was struggling with the intruders. What they did is they ripped his pajama shirt up the middle from the seams, and when he awoke after he had been knocked unconscious, it was connected by cuffs only to his arms. And his shirt was completely bloody from collision. Yeah. Yes, it had been at the chest. There was a preponderance of seam threads or just threads, fabric threads, that looked like it would have matched his pajama shirt all over that bedroom, the master bedroom. We collected as many as we could find and sent them off to the lab. Their examination of them said that they were identical in color and in appearance and were apparently at one time seam threads on that pajama shirt. Towards the end, we didn't want to do this too soon, but we decided we were going to try to reenact what he said happened there. And when we started that, we had to almost immediately stop because they had a china cabinet in the dining room which adjoined the living room. The contents of it were shaken so badly that if we had continued it, we had to stop it completely. We'd have china and crystal all over the floor. Yes, we were having a little business meeting in the chief's office, myself, Bob Shaw, and the chief of the CID office. And naturally that case was the main topic of the meetings. Then one of the people from the front of the office come back to us and said, "He's out front." And we went out to get him. They said MacDonald was out front. So we went out there, and sure he was there. What he was doing is trying to get into back into his apartment so he could get some personal belongings out of it. So we said, well, between the three of us, he's here, let's try it. And so we began to sit him down, give him his rights, then began an in-depth interview with him as to what he says occurred in that house that night. He almost practiced. He had given the story, I'm sure, to a lot of people. And he went back over the same story, basically, that he gave to the MPs. We started some interrogation techniques to poke some holes in his shirt and his story. I'm trying to think how he said it. We told him that he was suspected of being involved in the death of those children. And he said something like, "Oh, that's ominous." And we asked him if he would like to take a polygraph test. And he said yes, he would. So then this falls on us. We should have, we called down to our higher headquarters and got authority to get somebody to come up and to do him on the polygraph. And the chief of the polygraph section, who was a world-renowned expert on polygraphy, was contacted, and he said he'd be up there that day. He had problems getting some transportation up there, and so we knew we couldn't do it that day. He was released, MacDonald was released, and at that time he was living in some transit quarters, which is just down the street from the CID office. And just the time it would take him to walk from our office down to that billet, he changed his mind and he called back and said, no, I'm not going to take a polygraph. So we just put it off to another day, and he never came back. We formed an investigative team, of which I was one of the parts. Witnesses, we searched out every imaginable story that we heard about the connection to the MacDonald murders. Again, in an attempt to find out what the story was, what actually happened there, everywhere. One of the tacks that we were taking was that we had heard that when he was down in San Antonio attending the medical officer's orientation course before he could be assigned to up at Fort Bragg, that he had some pretty heavy sexual relations with some stewardesses from the American Airlines. So we went down to San Antonio and interviewed a lot of them there, and they gave us further leads and went looking and interviewing as many as we could find. That he was a playboy, he was party boy. Yes, it was, I forget how it came up, but I don't know if it was in someone's testimony. The information that we were receiving was that he was having sexual relations with someone, I think, who was also living in the transit quarters where he was. He was supposed to be under house arrest. Jack Pruitt and Pete Kearns were heavily involved in that. And it got to the point where I think it was Freddie wanted to get the case turned over to the feds. They was told, I guess the only way that he could do that was to swear out a complaint against them. So he and Pete Kearns and Jack Pruitt put together some legal paperwork and brought it to a federal court judge. And the judge agreed that they needed to take jurisdiction on this case and see if it'll go to trial. And they did that. They brought it to him, and they went from there. During the trial, I had no contact with Joe McGinnis whatsoever. I knew he was there. I knew what he was doing, but I left that to Pete Kearns. I didn't meet him for quite a while afterwards. And I met him, and we hit it off. He signed my book for me, and we get along fine. Yes, he did. Yes, sir. Yes, just in general conversation. It was nothing specific. Yes, he was saying in general about how he got there and put all his faith in the MacDonald and Bernie Siegel. And then when he saw the stuff starting to turn, he said it turned quickly. Oh yeah, I like that. It's probably the best source of information on the MacDonald trial that I've seen in print.